I'm Dick Strawbridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've gradually been making it into our home as well as running it as a business.
That's a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here, it's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good, I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Just trying to avoid getting my face near the toilets here.
This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today,
Hi, guys.
2 rookie chateau managers struggle with their sales pitch.
It's a lot worse than it looks. I'm going to turn that into a bar.
OK.
And each other.
I don't think it's going to bother anyone.
It'll bother me.
A couple make some unexpected discoveries at their chateau in the Loire Valley.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Some surprising.
Motherload!
Others rather worrying.
Alex has found some dangerous chemicals in there.
And as one couple start the search for their fairy tale chateau...
Oh, stunning. Beauty et le beast.
This room, it just makes me want a 12.
Angel and I give them some invaluable advice.
Are you serious? You're buying a chateau?
Walk up it, but the chickens will roost on it.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, engineer and former lieutenant colonel in the British Army. With my wife Angela, we've been renovating our chateau into a home and business.
This is my calling in life.
It's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
But what people don't realise is the hard work starts before you even get the keys.
What do you think, Abernathy? Gonna go find a chateau?
Meet chateau shoppers Johnny and his American-born partner, Ashley. He's an artist, she's a television producer, and they want to buy their very own castle.
The dream for both of us is to find a chateau, something that's got, obviously, history. A lot of them are in the ruined state. We're talking no roofs, walls that are falling down. And the beautiful thing in France, there's so many properties like that out there.
Yeah, we're just so excited about it. And then to just bring it back to life, I think that's the most exciting part.
After meeting a year ago, they set up home near Montpellier in the south of France, in a small townhouse in the medieval town of Pézenas.
Just to live amongst history is such a dream. In America, you don't get buildings that old, ever. It's just so exciting.
Artist Johnny has his own gallery and workshop here.
It's actually a famous town for artisans. That's one of the reasons that we picked to live here.
He's got hundreds of pieces of artwork taking up space in his gallery and their small home. Plus, they share an addiction.
Our passion is antiquing.
We're kind of like magpies. So this, for instance, is just probably 1% of a glimmer of our personality, right? Things that we've collected all the way around France.
So they're taking the plunge and buying something big. Very big.
So we've done the math, and I think we come out with E equals MC Chateau. Right?
They're also hoping their chateau will provide them with a whole new business.
We want to be able to have a gallery and a big workshop, but also in the future a cafe. So the more space, the better.
Yeah.
But before they start the search for their dream home, they've asked me and Angel for some advice. Ashley's jetted off to the States for work, but Johnny's driven from the south of France to meet us at our place.
Oh, my God. Well, first impression, hey? Oh, this is awesome. Actually, I really wish that we'd found this one before Dick and Angel. They have got a beauty here, they really have.
Hiya, Johnny. How you doing, fella? How's the journey?
It was long. Lovely to meet you.
Good to see you, mate.
I'm lost for words. Honestly, I really am.
We actually searched long and hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a matter of just sort of turning up, finding a chateau and moving in.
Yeah.
Do you know how big you're looking for?
Well, the bigger the better. I mean, who doesn't want a big French chateau? Okay.
This is small. This is classed as small chateau. Let's go see Angela. Let's go meet Angela.
Should we do that? Thank you.
Hey, gorgeous!
Oh, wow. Hello. Hello, darling. Nice to meet you.
If we're going to give Johnny a few pointers on buying a chateau, we need to know a bit more about what he and Ashley are after.
Cheers.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Mate.
So, are you serious? You're buying a chateau? You're that stupid?
Have you thought about this?
For us, a chateau, it's the beauty of the old stone, the architecture. It's the history that goes into it. You know, the worn floors that servants have walked over for generations and generations, serving their masters or the family above, and just being part of that and feeling it, you know?
He is that stupid.
How long have you been together now?
Just over a year, actually.
I think that the commitment is absolutely huge. If you've got the same values, you'll get through it. And we work our socks off, don't we? Building what we've got for the children and what have you. And when you've got that dream, you put the hard work in.
Yeah, we want to start off small with like a little bed and breakfast, build up to a bit more boutique style hotel.
Yeah.
But the big draw card really is looking for a chateau that's got outbuildings so that I can have my big workshop, so I can have my art gallery.
I think the best thing we can do is have a little look at some things and just sort of give you a bit of guidance as to what to look out for and what to be scared of.
Sure.
Because, you know...
I'll try not to scare him, but I don't think Johnny has a clue how much he's bitten off when it comes to choosing a chateau. Just 25 miles north of ours is another chateau, the 17th century Chateau Bayeux. It has 30 rooms and sits in 6 acres of land. It lies in the Pays de la Loire region of France and is rented by estate agents Philip and Angelina Bailey-Smith.
All right, home sweet home.
Bored of the London rat race, they moved to France where they got married. Now they're renting the chateau to see if they want to make the move and buy their own castle.
I thought, let's rent first, but we get to genuinely experience the life that we were planning on buying into.
Try before you buy.
Yeah, something
There
like that.
you go.
It costs us about 40,000 euros a year to be here. By the time you put in your heating costs, all the rest of it.
They can only afford to live here by continuing their estate agent business in London. But to help make ends meet and decide if they want to buy their own chateau, they are now going to hire out the chateau for events.
We've been in the UK for 3 weeks. Best turn the water back on. Watch yourself.
Today they're meeting a local English couple who have agreed to have their anniversary party here.
This is where the stopcock is. It's under a lot of foam. Keep it from freezing.
I'm glad you're doing it, not me.
Water's on.
This will be Phil and Angelina's first booking.
We can afford to stay in a place like this, but it's absolutely pointless unless you're going to run a business out of it. This event coming up this summer is our dry run. We really need to make sure it goes off without a hitch.
The couple coming today want to discuss the finer details of their big party.
It's always quite stressful when I've got these guests coming up, and I've probably got under an hour to tidy up lots of rooms, get ready, get the dog out of the way as well. Lightning, come. That's a good boy.
But having clean rooms and a clean dog are the least of their worries. The guest toilets have a serious damp problem.
Oh, wow, that's quite mean.
Whatever damp-proof membrane was on this wall was holding the water.
You might not want to touch that.
And the outdoors entertainment needs a bit of work.
I'll turn that into a bath.
Ah, yeah, I agree.
But this is my plan. Put a tilt in this so there's a run and we put a roof on it.
How about a Perspex roof?
Perspex looks like it's cheap and quick. If you've got white canvas, it's got the wedding-y sort of
vintage,
shabby chic feel to it.
Yeah.
And here,
I don't think it's going to bother anyone.
it'll bother me.
With their party clients due to arrive at any moment, Phil and Angelina have to focus less on the shabby and more on the chic.
To make their day as special as we found our wedding here, maybe with a little bit of luck, they can see through the mess and we're all good.
They're here. Hi, guys.
Retired pilot Chris and his wife Roseanne have lived in this part of France for 12 years and have agreed to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary in Phil and Angelina's chateau. They're joined by the son Kristen, who will be the DJ on the big day.
Nice to see you.
Chris has been away most of our married life, flying, and we haven't been able to celebrate many anniversaries, so this is going to be really special for us.
I mean, 50 years, it's a lifetime, isn't it? I suppose.
It's very good, does it?
Shall we go in?
A lot depends on how the next few hours go. It's not just the booking that could be in question, but the couple's plans for a future in their very own chateau.
We don't get it right for these guys in this day, we'll probably think about maybe this isn't for us. I just really hope that's not the case.
This is the magnificent Chateau de Jalène. It's the home of British couple Michael and Jonathan. Located in the Loire Valley, they bought this place in 2014 for just over £750,000.
It was the same price as our flat in London. That's how ridiculous it was. We thought it was too good an opportunity to miss.
Back then, the place looked very different.
The first sight of it in the flesh, rather than the estate agent's details, was wow. I think it was even more wow because it was so neglected. There were trees growing out of the moat where we're sitting at the moment. I think it was up here somewhere. I mean, you could get lost in it.
There's goats.
There was thorns and thistles and ivy and trees and ponies and donkeys and goats. The challenge was superhuman, and that's what appealed to the two of us.
With the help of investors, they've converted it into 15 holiday apartments and a location for weddings. But they're struggling to make a profit. So this year is make or break.
John and I don't earn anything out of this until it starts making money. We're now 2 years down the line. It's still not making a profit. So we've got a year on a very, very frugal budget to go. And then we've got to make the decision, can we still sustain the two of us being here?
They're doing everything they can to keep costs down. One way of doing that is to use volunteers.
We have a system of volunteers that come from all over the world to give us a hand. So these guys come along, give us their skills that we haven't got the aptitude to do, and then we give them food and lodging. Barter works for all of us.
Today, the volunteers are going to help Michael and Jonathan search some unexplored caves in the chateau's dry moat. They're hoping they might uncover some surprises that could make or save them some much-needed cash.
All the stone around the moat, etc., was dug out to build this chateau. So this stone for this building has come from these moats and these caves.
And we still haven't been in all the caves. There's still some that are unexplored. We just haven't had the time because we've been so busy with this.
Who knows what secrets lie hidden in some of these caves?
This entrance could have been blocked up for several decades, perhaps even centuries. And eventually, we hope to see what mysteries lie behind it. There's a lot of local rumours about a tunnel system and treasure.
The caves they're exploring today lie just off the entrance tunnel to Chateau de Jalène's dry moat.
If there's anything dangerous, just shout out. Don't try to deal with it. If you find any treasure, it's mine.
Mine.
Otherwise, let's have some fun. Does it open up? Come on, then. That's a good start. OK. Come on in. So, building materials need to go into the cave next door. Anything that you think can be recycled, we'll put in one pile. Superb. Let's get stuck in. That's rubbish, Michael. Hey, what is... Wow. Oh, my goodness. Michael?
They've only been working 5 minutes when the cave throws up a surprise.
Michael, Well, where's that from, then?
When you see things like this often to do at the Revolution. The heads have been chopped off and the hands have been chopped off.
In 1794, when the peasants came through this part of the country, they vandalised any images of nobility. These statues were made before then. Jonathan believes way before then.
We know there was a medieval manor house on the same site of the chateau today, and we know that the chateau's been built piece by piece. The earliest bit that we've got at the moment dates from 1530, but this is pre-that even, which we just need to keep now. We need to show it, display it, get it up so that everybody who comes to the chateau can see it. And it's fantastic to find something like that. Really good.
But just as things are looking up,
Alex has found some dangerous chemicals in there.
How do they dangerous?
Because it's got dangerous written on the bloody barrel.
back to our place in northwest France. Aspiring chateau buyer Johnny has come for some advice. It might be a dream to own a fairy tale castle with turrets and towers, but buy the wrong place and it can turn into a nightmare. So we've got some simple tips.
There are a lot of stairs.
Yeah. Hold on. We've come up 3 flights. Have a look at this next bit.
Oh, wow.
And there's another floor above this.
You're young and it doesn't matter. But if you are thinking of having this as a business, you do have to keep that sort of thing in mind.
Keep walking upstairs. You've had too much of a breather. I like to see people doing it in a oneer.
Tip number 1, don't worry about the ceiling, it's the roof that matters.
Do you see the little stainless steel clips on the tiles? That's new roof.
Right, yeah.
That is a new roof.
Sure.
So when you're looking around, that has had a problem. It is now fixed.
Yes.
And that says it's been maintained.
Okay.
Tip 2, think about the heating.
So this is a thermal store where we store all of our hot water. And if you can actually have an efficient system of heating, it's in your best interest. Anything that helps you get cheaper energy, you take somebody's arm off about here because the bills are big.
Yeah.
Tip 3, never underestimate the plumbing.
This little bad boy here, the old poop tube.
Poop tube.
If you are in the bathroom in the botanical suite on that side, your poo has to go over to our septic tank over in this side.
Okay.
And Angela, you didn't want any external pipes?
I didn't.
No.
Sorry.
So consequently, we had to find a route through the house for the pipes, and it has to drop 25 mils per metre, or an inch per yard, basically. Yeah. So you get a progression of a slope down, so the poop keeps moving. You have to think about really boring things like gravity. For us, the plumbing and electric, with all the piping, with the thermal store, with the radiators, there'll be no change in 25k. Yeah.
I mean, thus far, all we've done is talked about where we, you know, cosmetic stuff, because that's what you do, you get excited. You think about how it's going to be projected, you think of pallets and what linen you want. But I must say, hearing this, you know, it's quite scary because you do have to think, don't you?
I think the penny's finally beginning to drop. Next, keep an eye out for creepy crawlies.
See this? This is woodworm, and there's rot, and there's various things in there. But, you know, things like this have all been treated now. None of this bothers me. Further south, where you are, there's a line. And down below that line, there's the things that sort of eat lots.
Termites?
You better believe it. Your area, termites are phenomenal.
Woodworm is relatively easy to treat. But if Johnny does choose a place down south, he'll need to check for termites, because they can be costly.
Come on, let's go down another floor.
I just hope we haven't turned him off the idea of chateau life completely.
There's lots of things that sound like there's problems, but in the end of the day, you get to live somewhere that is actually quite special.
And I've got something to show Johnny that will fire up his imagination. "25 miles north, Philip and Angelina are showing Chris and Roseanne around their chateau.
Nice to see you.
They've already agreed to have their 50th wedding anniversary here. Today they're finalising the details, but with more than 30 other chateaux already up and running as event locations within 100 miles of here, Philip and Angelina don't want to cause them to reconsider.
Here's an idea, right? It's not often you get to 50-year anniversary. Are you interested to renew your vows? You know, there's a chapel, you know, at the back.
Yeah. After 50 years of marriage, you're allowed to say no.
No, that would be good. It's something I hadn't thought about, had you?
Would I marry you again? Yeah, of course I would.
I thought you had his fingers crossed.
How about, as the starting point, shall we just have a look at that and we'll go from there? Yeah?
First up is the entrance hall, which was used as a dining room for Philip and Angelina's wedding.
This room will be lovely.
But for this anniversary party, Philip thinks it would be better used as a thoroughfare into the garden.
If we move one of these tables back against the radiator there, they've got the champagne, they grab it themselves, and we're into the back garden before the party starts. You see me do a toast.
But do we actually want a toast?
I think so.
Yeah. It's, you're marking a day that's special. We're doing it in a great setting.
The toilet's behind there?
Yeah.
How many we got?
We've got 2. However, here we go.
After you.
It's loo time.
Yeah, toilets.
Don't be shy.
Like, these are the 2 toilets?
Yeah, they'll be unisex, so downstairs, they're easy to get to.
Yeah. Needs a little bit.
It needs a little bit of work until it's used. It'll be fine. It's a lot worse than it looks, so I don't want to scare you.
Pretty disgusting, actually.
Is that a family loo? You've got 2 in there?
At the same time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Phil. I couldn't invite anybody into those rooms.
As I couldn't even use them myself. I'm going to get rid of whatever's causing the issue, redo the wall up there. It'll probably just be plain white.
But you can assure me they're both going to be flushing loos, and it's going to look a lot prettier.
Yeah.
But I look forward to seeing them afterwards. It'll be interesting.
It's what we do outside. It counts.
Oh, I'd get them out onto the terrace pretty quick, Phil.
There'll be some seating here, we'll spread around, and I'm going to turn that into a bar.
OK.
Yeah, you've got to have a bit of imagination. Picture this stuff is not going to be here.
Yeah.
OK.
They have a wine fridge, ice machine.
You're going to do the DJing at the party. Would you put your stuff in here and we have actually the majority of the party here?
The lighting and the speakers, it needs to be under cover, really, so ideally we need to be in the marquee.
OK.
It was in the marquee?
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
OK.
Can I assume all that's going to be cleared up out there?
You mean you don't like fallen trees as part of the backdrop? A little bit of faith is all I ask, with a little luck and a lot of work.
Just out of curiosity,
yeah,
have we discussed food? When we did our 60th, we did a barbecue in the garden.
Yeah. There's all sorts of different options.
Barbecue?
Yeah, it depends on what you think. I mean,
barbecue.
It's barbecue and a buffet style. If it's hot...
Just let us know and then we can have a look at what we can do. Right, shall we go and have a look in the back garden, see how we'll lay it out?
In the Loire Valley sits the magnificent Chateau de Jalène. Owned by couple Michael and Jonathan, they and a band of volunteers have been clearing out one of the unexplored caves that come off the chateau's dry moat. They found some medieval statues.
It was fantastic to find something like that.
But a minute later, one of the volunteers found something a bit more sinister.
Alex has found some dangerous chemicals in there.
How do you know they're dangerous?
Because it's got dangerous written on the barrel.
Michael finds a clue to what the barrels may contain.
Someone's written on the wall 62 doses for 30 litres of petrol. So they're mixing petrol with something. So that could explain why we've got all these toxic fluids back here. What would you mix with petrol? No idea.
Some of the barrels contain vegetable oil left over from the chateau's hospital days. Could it be that they were mixing it with petrol to try and increase their stock of fuel? Back then, engines could tolerate less pure forms of fuel than today. I certainly wouldn't use that instead of unleaded.
These chemicals that you've found in these barrels, we can't really handle them because if it's got dangerous and toxic on it, you have to get a special contractor to come in, fill in lots of paperwork, and they have to dispose of it. If we leave that, is there anything else in there, Alex, or just those?
And some wine.
Some
bottles.
Hey, Mother Lode, we've found some wine.
All right, stop work.
We've got, what, about 4 or 5 cases of wine. What are they, Alex? 1995. Look.
Yeah, 96.
Haute Côte de Beaune. Côte de Beaune. They're covered in dust. Look at the label on that. How mouldy it is. So this is a different one. Then this is a different. This is a Bordeaux-shaped bottle. Chateau La Perrière. It's 1992. My God, heavens to Betsy. Have you seen this, Michael?
No, I heard you, Dave.
Yeah, there's a great stock of wine here. Look at this stuff. 25-year-old Bordeaux.
Opening crew 92.
That's 25 years ago. 25-year-old bottle of wine. Have a look.
Well, that's tonight sorted.
What a result! The statues will benefit the chateau and make a beautiful frieze in its entrance hall. And the wine, if it's still in good nick, can be the reward for finding the statues. I wouldn't mind trying some of that. As Michael sets about finding a place to store his booty, Jonathan heads to the other side of the dry moat, where one of the volunteers thinks he's discovered something in another unexplored cave.
So, what do you think? Have you had a look at it?
Quite sure there's water there.
At Mine and Angel's Place in northwest France, aspiring chateau owner Johnny has been getting a crash course in what to look for when you buy a chateau. Before he leaves, there's one last thing to show him.
I think you should take Johnny outside and show him some of the outbuildings.
Talk about studios, let's see what you get for free. I'm thinking about it.
I know at the top of Johnny's wish list are some outhouses for his gallery and workshop.
So another story up here, right?
Yeah, so it's 3 stories.
Damn. Oh, this is huge. Oh, wow.
A couple of things I would say is most of them have not been used for a long time, so have a good think and have a look around. All this wood is original.
I'm probably more excited about the outbuildings than I do the chateau.
Tour over, there's one final bit of advice. Always think long term.
We're talking commitment when you buy a chateau, yeah. So, you know, a puppy's not just for Christmas. A chateau's not just for that honeymoon period. It's the long flog. We looked for 4.5 years before we find this place.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go get some air. It's quite hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, they get stuffy, right?
Yeah.
Johnny and Ashley are at the beginning of an amazing chateau buying adventure.
How are you?
They are awesome.
I have to admit, I don't envy them. Don't be scared. We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it. We're happy, darling, aren't we?
Yeah. Johnny, good luck.
Oh, thank you so much for all your advice and everything. I really appreciate it.
And don't forget, you've got the roof, the windows, the plumbing.
Nice one.
Have a nice shop, fella.
I'll keep you posted.
Yeah,
Cheers,
make sure
matey.
you do.
Thanks, guys.
I hope we've taught him a thing or two today, and I can't wait to see what he and Ashley settle on. At Chateau in Goron in northern France, Phil and Angelina are finalising the arrangement for Chris and Roseanne's 50th wedding anniversary celebrations.
We'll just cut around here.
Okay. This is a really long walk just to go for a dance.
Phil has agreed to erect a marquee for the party. He wants to place it at the back of the grounds next to the moat to give the best view of the chateau from the marquee entrance.
So the marquee go where, Phil?
I'm thinking the marquee goes lengthways here.
But Chris and Roseanne want it closer to the chateau.
Why not here?
I was hoping it was going to be back there.
OK.
That's a wonderful little spot over there.
Yeah.
They're going to sit over there and they're going to drink over there.
Phil is worried there won't be enough room for the guests if it's too close.
It's the summer. Most people are going to be in front of the marquee. If it's a great
You're
day...
allowing enough room for them to be outside.
Well, I was just thinking it was convenient.
It's your day. Why don't we have it somewhere in the middle? This is kind of the fake line for the back of it. That's your space.
Or would you rather it be the back of it, so
No,
it's close?
because you've got too little space at the front.
This is the shortest distance
Yes,
there
I
will be.
agree with you.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Good girl.
He's
Good girl.
right.
The tour's over, but Phil is worried.
I think we've done enough today, but anyone can walk away and change their mind afterwards. And if I'm honest, given the condition of the house, I wouldn't blame them. I just hope that they can see through the mess, we can deal with the problems, and we're all good.
So he's cooked up a treat to win them over.
The French don't really do a Sunday roast. You can't go out and have one. No one else in Europe understands a Sunday roast apart from the English, so why not play on that, and hopefully that'll seal the deal. Let's not say anything too positive in case I jinx it.
I'm so hungry. Claire, would you like me to sit?
Oh, anywhere you like.
Anywhere.
As with all Sunday roasts, timing is everything. Unfortunately, Phil is cooking in 2 kitchens at either end of the chateau.
Yeah.
Is that Phil? Where's Phil?
He's coming, I can hear him.
Dinner.
They say to get 10,000 steps a day. It's not a problem in a house like this. So I'm running between a kitchen on one side of an 8,000 square foot house to the other to try to cook the meat, the potatoes, the rest of it, because the oven here, the glass has fallen out as I've tried to use it this morning. But you know what? It's a great experience for how things go wrong on an event and on a day, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter.
Trying to impress his guests could backfire on Phil. If he can't deliver a dinner for 5 on time, how's he going to cope with catering for more than 50?
You know the food's going to be absolutely delightful, but it's been a long time coming.
But Phil knows how to keep his clients on board.
You need help?
Just keep them entertained. Yeah. Keep the flow of conversation. Ply them with alcohol. Keep them happy. 10-minute delay, we'll survive. We're all good. Thankfully, the wine's flowing, so everyone will be all right. So. Hot stuff coming through.
Just 25 minutes late, dinner is finally served.
OK.
Everyone's had plenty of drinks, so they are well...
They're ignoring the fact it's late. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Good.
Great. Thank you.
Enjoy your food. Sorry it's late. Here's July.
July. Yeah, lovely. Pork is so sweet. It's lovely.
English roast in the French chateau.
Very, very good.
The meal's a hit. But did the rather amateur chateau tour change their neighbours' minds?
The only mistake he made was having the marquee right at the back of the garden, and it was a long way away from everything. So persuading him now to do it closer to the chateau, it's going to be good.
If Phil comes up with what he says he's going to do, with a backdrop, which we've got here, it's going to be magnificent.
Jonathan, Michael and their volunteers are exploring just a few of the 30 caves at their chateau. And after a few surprises...
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload!
One of the volunteers, Cohen, thinks he's found another one.
Quite sure there's water there.
You are?
Yeah.
Really?
Jonathan's right to be excited. A free water source for a chateau this size could be worth thousands of pounds.
See, we thought this was a coal chute. We thought that they delivered the coal here, it dropped down the bottom, and you just pulled it out. So can you tell if I drop a stone how deep it is?
Well, I can make a guess, but...
Is that all right? Do you want to plop away then, Cohen?
OK.
That's the moment of truth.
Whoa. A lot of stuff falls in now, but...
That's fantastic. So what we want, a bucket and a rope, find out how deep it is and what the water looks like that comes up.
Yeah.
OK? This is the answer to our prayers. So I'm saying, you cannot believe how important this is, because the formal gardens are just at the top. We just have to go to the top here, and then we can feed just one pipe straight out there, and we can water the whole bloomin' lot.
That's great.
Fantastic. Oh, I can't tell you how made up I am.
Jonathan and Michael currently spend over £6,000 a year simply watering the garden.
The garden has been laid out in the old French style and takes a lot of water to keep the grass all green. The business relies on it because brides need bright green grass and their guests want flowers and the vegetable patch, the fruit trees, and need I go on? This is such an important find. I cannot tell you how excited how excited I am about it. It's just a lifesaver, really, bills-wise.
OK, I'll feed it through.
Show us your Girl Guides. Oh, you've done it?
Oh, yes.
Right.
We've created our makeshift bucket, and we'll see if we can find some water down in this well here.
OK. Off you go.
All right, go ahead.
OK.
I'm not the well expert.
Do you need to put a stone in the bottom of it so that it actually goes under the water, I think?
You have one in there?
We got one?
Going pretty deep.
Is that it?
Yeah. Okay, I think I have some water.
Superb.
Yeah, there's water.
What colour is it? Well, that's not bad, actually. That's clear. Considering that water's been down there for I don't know how long, that's fantastic. We got water!
This could be a big money saver. Make no mistake. The chateau has its own water. You better tell Michael the good news.
Yes? Don't say it like that. I could now make your day, make your meal.
Whole week.
Yes, exactly. Now, you know this coal chute behind me here?
Yeah, there's a load of coal in there.
Well, it isn't a coal chute.
Well, what is it then, Batman?
It's a well.
Is there water in it?
It's a well, and it's full of water, and it's right next to the back garden.
Do you reckon we can get it up from there to the garden?
Yeah, you get a pump. So how much did we spend on water last year just for the garden?
€7,500 or something like that.
7.5. So how pleased are you?
Yeah, that's pretty good news. I think I can sort of say that you can take me out for dinner.
All right.
Great news. If we can get that pump up here, yeah, the maths would say about 7,000. Brilliant. Fantastic.
It's been a good day for Michael and Jonathan. But even if this well can provide enough water to cut down their bills, the only way to ensure the business doesn't sink is to secure a big wedding booking this summer.
Just to break even this year, we would need 13 weddings. We're currently at 5.
Brit Johnny has been to see me and Angel for some chateau shopping tips. 570 miles away, down in the south of France, he and his American partner Ashley are starting the search for their perfect castle at Chateau de Jotte.
It is a massive one built in the 16th century. It looks like it needs a lot of work, but it's exciting.
It's on the market for a fairly steep €520,000. But this is the south of France, where the warm climate and glam location means prices are high. Even places like this that need a fair bit of work.
Oh, wow.
It's nice.
It's
huge.
God. Oh,
The 20-room chateau comes with a separate 3-bedroom house, 5 holiday rentals, and plenty of outbuildings for Johnny's workshops. It's 170 grand over their 350 grand budget, but they're hoping they could get the price down.
Bonjour. Angie, it's Johnny. It's Stephanie. Oui, nice to meet you.
Bonjour, je suis Ashley.
Here we go, babe. Wow, babe. Look how big this is. Look at that.
It's burn.
Oh, fire.
Ah.
Fire.
Wow, what a shame.
I know they were up for a project, but I worry this might be a little too much, especially with the state of that roof.
Babe, look up here. That's water, isn't it?
Yeah.
So water, fire, Ed. Okay.
Oh, stunning.
Big windows.
Some Beauty et le Beast.
Yes.
This room, it just makes me want a 12. How long has the property been vacant? Empty?
10.
10?
Yes.
Oui. Torch time. We need a miner's hat.
It was a restaurant.
Oh, restaurant.
Yes.
Oui. And then there was a fire. Here we have some he's and hers. This is quite nice here. Tap doesn't work. Toilet roll. Oh, look, there's a view, though. Broken dolls and empty bells.
Little baby shoes.
Look. Mama, Mom, boo-boo, what do you think? Oh, that's very creepy, right?
That's very creepy. Other room goes on and on and on. Oh, my goodness. I mean, my gosh, everything would have to come out.
That was one hell of a fire, eh? Can you imagine roaring right through?
Fire damage, water damage. This chateau is riddled with structural issues. I thought our place needed a lot of work.
Oh, look at this. This could be a nice big workshop.
Oh, wow. That's deep, right?
Yeah. If it was 300,000, even 350,000, I would say let's do it.
Yeah.
But 520
Yeah.
with all of the work, I don't know.
Mm. You're thinking no, right?
I'm thinking
They're the vibes
no.
I'm getting. Yeah.
I love it, but
Okay.
it's just too much work.
Sure.
We can't do that work by ourselves. I mean, it's missing floors.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Maybe not on this one. I think we'll let this one go.
I think it's the right decision. There's way too much to fix here, and potentially hundreds of thousands to spend.
We'll find our dream chateau.
We'll keep looking. It's not just finding a home. It will be the first place that we've brought together, laying down roots, and just getting something beautiful that's a monument, really, to France. Does it faze us? Yes. No, absolutely, it does. We're not naive. We know that it's going to be a really arduous journey.
He's not wrong. With thousands of chateaux out there, this task is going to be far from a simple one. In the Pays de la Loire, Philip and Angelina are already on their chateau adventure. They've just secured their first booking, a large anniversary party in 2 months' time, and have started the massive task of getting the place ready.
It's got lots of trees here, which obviously once upon a time had living gardeners to deal with. Unfortunately, I appear to have filled the role of the living gardener. I had high hopes for sitting on the patio, sipping wine with a newspaper. I was sorely mistaken.
Inside, Angelina has made a start on the interiors. She is upcycling second-hand furniture bought for next to nothing.
It cost me a third of the price than what it'll cost me to buy new. That's the only way I can afford to furnish each room. I always use chalk paint because it's what the room needs. It needs to be lighter, so it does bounce a lot more light and feels more airy and spacious. Not that the room isn't. I mean, it's pretty huge, but it's quite a dark room, so I think this is exactly what I wanted to achieve. That French chic look, exactly how you expect a chateau to be. Phil will absolutely love it when he sees it.
With the grounds to clear, an outdoor bar to build from scratch, and a serious damp problem in the guest toilets, Phil's got more on his plate than a ham and cheese panini.
It could be me being a little bit tired, a little bit grumpy from being out in the cold, but I don't think there's enough physical time between now and this party. What I'm bothered about is how much stuff I've got to do.
Yeah.
And you've got your own stuff. I can't keep on asking, and some of it you can't do anyway.
Okay, if you're about to cry, kind of prep me for that.
Oh, I might think about it. You get to the end of the day and you just sort of wonder why you did it all, because you're seeing pictures on social media of your friends out having a party or anything like, oh yeah, I remember that. Back in the day when I had a life, but if it's worth doing, it's not easy, is it?
Feel confident. It'll come together. Someone's got to be strong. Oh, yeah.
Next time,
Go.
caravanning Phil and Angelina style.
Rope snapped.
Johnny and Ashley view their next chateau.
Oh, babe, this is what we want, right?
But discover it's already occupied.
Oh, Dick will have a field day with this.
And Angel tries to help Michael and Jonathan cut down their bills.
Michael had a quote for flowers. I nearly spat out my tea.
But will it be enough to save their business?
If we don't break even this year, it would be a disaster.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau. We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it. We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload! In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Oh, whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
It's really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau.
We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today.
Oh, yeah.
A cost-saving way of making your own trailer.
Rope snapped.
Wannabe chateau owners try to find their dream home.
Oh, babe, this is what we want, right?
But soon find problems to bug them.
Oh, Dick will have a field day with this.
A chateau couple dealing with a struggling business.
If we don't break even this year, it would be a disaster.
Come to see Angel for some advice.
Hello!
It's me at last.
And I helped to plan an ambitious building project.
So you haven't got enough to do, so you've decided to build a bridge?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want a bridge?
British artist Johnny and television producer Ashley are at the very beginning of their chateau adventure. Having outgrown their little townhouse in Pézenas in the south of France, they're looking for a chateau to run.
We want to open up an art gallery. Obviously, I need a big workshop.
Angel and I have already given Johnny advice on the things they should look out for when chateau shopping. Armed with that advice, they're off to a viewing near Bordeaux.
This one is huge. They don't have a lot of pictures, but it looks like a lot of the renovations have already been done, which, you know, has its pluses, but also that could be because we really want to make it our own.
Their budget is £320,000. The place they're about to see is listed at £550,000, but maybe there's a little wiggle room on the price.
This is the original gatehouse. Look, I love it. This is going to have killer views.
Yeah.
I love the land already.
I know.
Yeah, I love it.
Hold on a second.
What?
Look at the sunflowers. Imagine sitting on those chairs looking at the sunflowers all day. Nice.
It's got 13 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, a pool, and sits on 8 acres of land. Today, Johnny and Ashley are getting a personal tour from the owner.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ashley.
I'm Tom.
Johnny.
Hi.
Like to follow me?
Englishman Tom bought the chateau when it was in ruins nearly 20 years ago.
Wow, that's incredible.
I was young enough and naive enough to take it off.
Tom's put a huge amount of time, effort and money into restoring this place over the years, and it shows.
Yeah, the kitchen's nice. I like it.
Yes.
And it's nice that it opens up onto that.
Oh, no, can you imagine?
View, yeah.
Onto the terrace.
Ah, that's great. Yeah, the views are just beautiful.
Oh, I think it's amazing.
The view is absolutely incredible.
It is, eh? Breathtaking.
Yeah.
The location's a winner, but Johnny needs to take our advice on board and start asking some tough questions.
I see this here. Is there a little story behind that one?
That's just a little bit of woodworm, yeah.
Okay.
Termites are the ones you've got to be careful for.
Yeah.
Spot on, mate. You were listening.
Just remind me again, how many boilers?
7 or 8.
Okay. Yeah. So it's well serviced then?
Yeah. The hot water never runs out.
And that's a huge plus point. The house has been looked after that way when it comes to heating, boilers. Very, very good. We're happy.
Well done, Johnny. You're doing me proud.
So you can see here in the attic there's been a new roof.
Okay.
Whole roof on.
Oh, awesome.
So the whole thing is brand new.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
A leaky roof on a chateau can cost anywhere upwards of £100,000. So one that's been newly refurbished like this is a real find. This place seems to be ticking an awful lot of boxes.
You can't get more French than this.
No, that's true, babe. Sunflowers, spires, steeples.
Church.
It's just so quiet. So peaceful.
It's really nice.
But there's something nagging at Ashley.
Tom, we have a question for you. Are there any outbuildings?
No, because I guess what happened was there would have been originally, I'm assuming that when they put the 2 towers on, they demolished the outbuildings and used the stone.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah. Upcycling, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Before we even use the term.
Yeah.
The lack of extra space for Johnny's workshop and art gallery is a real blow.
I think it's a stunning property. I think the views are amazing, but I think the fact that it doesn't have outbuildings is just a deal breaker.
We're just going to move forward, just keep rolling until we do find that one that we really connect with. We want to find our chateau, and we will find it. 100% we're going to find this chateau.
Now that's what I call positive thinking.
Next appointment.
Good man, Johnny.
Oh, come on, baby.
Just over 200 miles north in the Pays de la Loire region of France sits the beautiful Chateau de Jalin. This is the home of British couple Michael and Jonathan. 5 years ago, they became bored with their lives and jobs as a buyer and a social housing manager in London.
Michael and I had got as far as we could with our careers. I could predict what every day was going to be like, and I thought, I don't want to be doing this for another 10 years.
I'd always said if I had to move anywhere to live abroad, it would either be New Zealand or France. New Zealand's too far, France is on the doorstep.
We love the French people, we love the French way of life.
Bonjour.
I like croissants and red wine.
So they bought this place and converted it, with the help of investors, into 15 holiday apartments and a location for weddings and special events.
The investors are hugely important to us, as is the bank.
The key focus of the chateau is going to be for weddings because we need to pay all the bills that come with owning a place like this.
But after hosting just 3 weddings last year, their first year in business, it's make or break this summer.
Just to break even this year, we would need 13 weddings. If we don't break even this year, it would be a disaster.
Angel and I also host weddings, so she's invited Jonathan and Michael over to discuss ways of making their weddings more profitable.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's a chateau. If I was going to draw one, that's what it looked like. Lord.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. It's even got a coat of arms above the door.
It's a chateau and a half, isn't it?
Hello!
Hello, sorry. Good to meet you at last.
Angel.
And Michael.
Hello, I'm Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan. Nice to meet you.
And you too. You
Welcome.
too.
This is our chateau, our home.
Love it, love it.
Now, I know that you're doing weddings.
Yes.
OK. Now, I want to sit down with you and start looking through some of your figures. But one of the things was your floristry bill.
Yes.
OK. Now, me and Dick are tight, but I do get a lot of stuff from the garden. Do you want to go and pick some
Love
stuff?
to. Yeah.
OK, follow me, follow me.
So I wouldn't see anything in here of potential for me at the moment, but yeah.
Well, I would here. I see lovely ivy.
Ivy, yeah.
Yeah. And
We normally chuck all that away. We had it growing up the chateau all over the place, and we see it as the enemy now. So every piece of ivy we see is off and straight into the bonfire.
But instead of putting it on the bonfire, you can be a bit creative with it. Ivy, you know something? You buy fake ivy by the metre. It's ridiculously expensive. Do you fancy having a go at getting some out?
Yeah,
Give you
no,
my braids
I've
gloves.
not a problem with that. Start up here and just get your fingers under the top of it, see, and then wiggle
pull
it down.
Yeah. Right, fabulous. So how much do you spend on flowers for a wedding?
We had one the other day for £3,500.
Wow, that's a lot. I'm just far too cheap.
In fairness, they're using proper bona fide flowers, and we're using weeds out of a meadow. So there is a difference, isn't there? No?
It looks like Angel might struggle convincing Jonathan of her money-saving tips.
I am so fine with you being a little bit sceptical at the moment, because I feel like I want to... It's giving me a challenge to convince you.
The 17th century Chateau has 30 rooms and its very own chapel. Husband and wife, Philip and Angelina Bailey-Smith, are renting it as a wedding and events venue. It's a test run before they decide whether or not to buy their own place.
Renting before we're buying was a brilliant idea. It just gave us the opportunity to experience without the heavy financial input if it didn't go well.
In just 8 weeks, they host their very first paid booking, a 50th wedding anniversary in the Chateau grounds here in the Pays de la Loire.
Oh my God, the sheer scale and size of it. A lot of things to do. I'm kind of running out of time.
Clearing the 6-acre grounds isn't their only problem. The chateau is surrounded by a moat, and after a recent storm, a tree has fallen into it.
The view as you come up the drive is blocked.
Phil's planning on taking out his trusty Cornish boat and chainsawing the tree into pieces.
I haven't used this boat since it was in St Ives Harbour, 2005. Might go in the water and completely sink, I have no idea. Must remember to put the bungs back in. He floats.
Phil's little boat's floating nicely. Unfortunately, his trailer's stuck in the mud.
Now it gets really worrisome, should we say. I might have to get Angelina to help me, but I'd rather she didn't see the mess I've made.
Luckily, he's also got a van to rescue the truck and trailer, if he can get it through the tiny gap.
And we are clear. It is worth it in the end, despite the fact it might not look it quite often. All right, we're moving. Success. And I don't have to tell Angelina that that wasn't as easy as I'm going to tell her it was.
Phil's learning that when running a chateau, it never rains, it pours.
Angelina, come get out of the rain in the chapel.
Coming.
Problem with here is if you think it's going to take a day, it'll take 3. There's always something that stops you here, be it time or now the weather. It certainly sometimes feels like someone's trying to give you a sign.
Have some faith, Phil, have some faith. Back at our place, Chateau de la Motte-Husson, Angel's giving some advice to chateau owners Michael and Jonathan, who are facing a make-or-break year for their wedding business. Though they don't seem convinced when it comes to her flower tips.
In fairness, you're using weeds out of a meadow, so...
I don't think wildflowers for weddings totally work on their own. I mix it up. And I buy a selection of bought flowers, and I mix it in with all of this stuff that they're selling in the forest. They're selling weeds in the florist.
Our flower bill for a typical wedding is about €300, way cheaper than Jonathan and Michael's 3,500.
I am so fine with you being a little bit sceptical at the moment, because I feel like I want to... It's giving me a challenge to convince you. So you don't rule it out yet.
No,
just stay with me, stay with me. I'm going to be my challenge
If we can sell these weeds for 2 or 3 a couple of thousands, they're well worth it.
This is our orangery. Welcome.
Cool.
I think we're going to start by just dressing some teapots with some flowers. Go for it. So how many weddings have you got in your books this year?
8 this year.
8.
That's brilliant. That's the same as us, by the way. And that was on purpose, because that's a manageable number. And are you making a profit with that?
We're not making a profit at the moment. I think to break even, we need to be around the 10 to 12 mark. To make a good, healthy profit, we think we need to be about 18.
That's 18 weddings a year.
We're making money on every wedding.
Right.
But we need to do a lot more turnover.
They need to put on more weddings or make more money per wedding, preferably both.
Have you got all of your own tables and all of that kind of stuff?
We had the brides who come to us say things like, oh, one lot will want round tables, one lot will want rectangular tables, one lot will want a whole string.
This is
Some
what
get
works for
married in
us.
the woods, some get married in the garden, some get married in the chateau chapels. They all
Yeah.
want to sleep in different places, they all want breakfasts at different times.
From my perspective, you're offering too much.
Maybe we're wrong then, because we just keep thinking people want the choice.
They do. And everyone's going to want something different, but if you don't give them a choice, they'll be exactly the same happiness. I'm telling you.
If they offered a simpler package with less options, we're convinced they would spend less money and make more profit. And they could save thousands on the flower bill, if they've got the skills.
I feel like you're really enjoying this, Michael. Are you enjoying it, Jonathan? You having a nice time?
It's not my forte, I have to say.
Oh.
Would you leave these?
I can sense that energy.
So, who's the best florist, Michael or Jonathan?
He is the most competitive person on the planet. And
Right. You get the prize because... Wait a second, Jonathan. You get the prize because this is most similar to my style. It's a bit wide. I love the form of it. But you get the most creative award because...
I'm glad you were lost for words. I'm actually quite pleased with it. So I think
Go on, take a picture of it.
that's sitting on a table on its own, away from all that clutter there. I think. Look at that. That's the teapot grown, and the colours. Look, I got the thing that. No,
It's so arty. You are so arty, Jonathan. It's great.
So, has my angel won them over with her charming flowery teapots?
It's a joy, actually, to look at that. Look at it. Look at that. Just look at that.
But it's got personality, hasn't it?
Would you do it again? Would we do this in the chateau?
Yeah. I actually quite like that.
I think we've done really well. These were good money-saving tips, but in order to really increase their revenue, they have to get more bookings.
Well, should we go and have a drink and a bit of lunch?
Now you're talking.
Now you're talking my language.
Let's hope they do.
Celebrate. Well done.
Just 30 minutes from us at Chateau, the sun is out and rookie Chateau managers Phil and Angelina Bailey-Smith are finishing off clearing up debris from the winter storms. For obvious safety reasons, ideally you'd hire professionals for this.
Sometimes you start a job, you end up doing it for days on end, which is quite sort of daunting and demotivating, but once you've gone through it, it's beautiful. I got it.
It's been 4 days of back-breaking work, but they're not out of the woods yet.
Ready?
To dispose of the timber, they're going to need something much bigger than what they've got to hand.
Need a decent-sized trailer, but it's quite expensive, €3,500. Not spending €3,500 just to move some stuff. I'm just going to destroy a caravan instead.
After picking up a caravan for free, Phil's going to have a crack at reverse engineering.
What I require is the chassis. Easy way of doing this. Plywood side, let's hit it off the wood base.
Okay, yeah.
Then we can lift it off, okay?
Yeah, a little bit worried, but I'm sure it'll be all fine. You didn't get your hat.
I don't need a hat. Nothing to damage.
I agree.
Oi. This is for every single time I've been delayed in traffic. There you go, see? See it's coming off that way?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I certainly do. That was quick.
Although lifting it off may take a little longer.
Yeah, it's quite heavy. I've got a better idea.
What?
Where's the rope?
In engineering terms, Phil is going to apply Newton's third law of motion, using force, tension, and friction. In layman's terms,
I'm going to rip it off with a car. All right, I'll just open the window.
Oh.
Air conditioning is standard.
It's very forceful.
almost all chateau jobs require the key skill of being resourceful. Phil's becoming a master.
You don't have to be rich to have a place like this, but you have to think of ways to do it quicker with a tool that doesn't cost you a vast amount of money, and that's how you'll get by in a place like this. We're on.
I'm quite excited.
Right, stand back. All right. See what happens. Ready?
Yes, go. Keep going. Rope snapped.
If we try to lift the front now...
We? Would you like a sledgehammer again?
No, I'd like to be stronger.
It hasn't gone according to plan. Yay! Well done! Oh, it looks awesome. Well, that was simple. Look at that.
You peel away all of the mess. What you get to, this is the steel chassis of the caravan. I might celebrate getting this far, €3,500 for a trailer, or an afternoon's work destroying something to help us do another job quicker.
I admire Phil's optimism, but there's still a long way to go before he can call this thing a trailer. In the southwest of France, artist Johnny and partner Ashley are back on the hunt for their dream chateau. The last place they saw didn't have the outbuilding space that Johnny needed for his workshop, so it's on to the next one.
Well, the sat-nav's telling me it's just up here, babe. Oh, wait.
Oh, I think that's it.
That's it, right?
I think it is. Oh, wow.
First impressions?
It's huge.
Overgrown.
Wow.
Wow.
This is Chateau de Lomini.
Oh, how nice is this? Look.
It's on the market for just under £530,000, £210,000 over their budget.
Here we are, baby.
And it's only got 4 bedrooms.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, madame. I'm Hervé Guillot, Agence Mercure. Ashley?
Je suis Ashley.
How are you?
But it does come with more than 12 acres of land and several large outbuildings.
I think it's awesome. I really love it. I mean, it's different to what we've looked at before.
Yeah.
And like the last place they saw, it's also got a brand new roof.
Shall we look at the castle first?
Castle.
Okay.
Okay. Come. Voilà, ici.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, look at this.
Mosaic floor.
Ah, beautiful. Wow, stunning.
Bibliothèque.
Oh, the library, oui.
Oui.
This is what I love, this kind of detail. And these are staying?
Oui.
Oui?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui. Beautiful.
They're barely through the door when Johnny's eagle eyes spot something wrong with the living room parquet floor.
So this is crazy, baby. I mean, it's just been shot to pieces. And all this is hardwood. And I can see one of the buggers here, look.
Oh, is it? Oh.
There he is.
These are the dreaded termites I warned him about that live in the south. They feed on cellulose, and one of their favourite places to find it is in the dead wood used to build houses or make furniture.
Apparently, there's almost, you can draw a line through France where north of this line, i.e. where Dick and Angel live, they have woodworm. The further south you go, apparently, we get termites here, and it's a big, big problem.
This entire hardwood floor would need to be ripped out and replaced.
Although this is a pain in the butt, all these places we know, they all need work. They all do. There's no getting away from it, you know, for the budget we've got.
But downstairs in the basement, there's even more termite damage.
Oh, Dick will have a field day with this. Look at that. Crumbling.
Could this end Johnny and Ashley's dream?
Damn, look at it.
At Chateau Baliol in northern France, Phil Bailey-Smith's grinding ahead with his homemade trailer.
Just want to go and buy everything you need rather than making it. But a similar sized trailer to go and buy is €3,500.
All Phil needs to do is to put a base and some sides on it, and he'll be able to clear the storm-damaged tree from the grounds. But there's a problem.
I want to eliminate flex the front before we put the frame on the top. If it's not straight, it'll never tow correctly.
Like a true engineer, Phil is planning his project with a blueprint, using a felt tip pen and a paper napkin. I'm so proud.
Because I don't like planning too much. On the right is current. On the left is some strengthening bits I have to put in, and the finished product.
With their first ever paid booking just weeks away, Angelina's job is to get the feel of the chateau just right.
Guest Dan and Chris will be staying here. However, when you come in to stay in a chateau, you don't expect to sleep on a great big pallet bed made completely out of pallets. So I got a bed to replace it. It's curved, it's split at the front, lots of detail. It's a lot more French chateau-y look to it.
Angelina's got her work cut out. Decades ago, the chateau was converted into a hotel, and the owners didn't quite share her passion for authenticity.
Chateaus, over the years, they've all been done to somebody else's needs. So you do need to put in the work into it to make it pretty. Perfect. That was easy.
While Angelina creates the chateau room of her dreams, outside Phil's having a nightmare, trying to fix the supporting struts to the trailer.
It's not getting enough weld on there.
His electric welder just isn't powerful enough to bond it to the chassis.
Time for plan B. Drill holes and bolt it together. Which actually probably should have been the plan and should have been plan A.
I'd hurry up if I were you, fella. Angelina's nearly finished. And the wood pile's getting bigger.
I'm on my last one, but the screw has been de-threaded, so I've got nothing to catch him with. And I need Phil doing his magic.
Unfortunately, Phil's got his own problems.
Drill bit snaps. When things aren't going your way, you sometimes wonder if it's going to be worth it.
But she's doing a sterling job on her own.
Put the rubber over the screw. Hopefully that will provide a grip. Ah, yes! Finally! I'm so pleased. Hey, Han.
How are you getting on?
Good. How's it going?
It's not going according to the original napkin plan.
I have confidence in you.
There are many hours of my life spent in this and lots where I wish I'd just bought a trailer.
At Chateau de Gelaine, it's a big day for owners Jonathan and Michael.
Where are they?
I think they just put it up.
Superb.
Today they're expecting an American couple who are looking for the perfect location for their wedding. If they can persuade them to book the chateau, it'll be a massive step towards making their business profitable.
The American market for destination weddings has to be one of the biggest in the world. Most Americans love France and love chateau, love history and things like that, so it's quite nerve-wracking to have them walking through the front door.
So beautiful. This is amazing. Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Hi, good to meet you,
Hello,
Michael.
good to meet you, Michael.
Lovely. Good journey.
Oh, wonderful journey, absolutely.
You brought the weather with you, thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, the weather, this place is amazing. It's beautiful.
Oh my God, this place is gorgeous.
Because the chateau's south-facing, if the sun's out, it's here all day, so your guests can be outside on the terrace and pretty much get the sun all the time throughout your event. Let's go in.
All right.
After you.
Okay, thank you.
The couple are considering renting the entire chateau for a week.
Let me say that a week's rental here is going to cost about 30,000 euros.
That's about £25,000. This could be a lifesaver for Jonathan and Michael's struggling business, so they're doing all they can to impress these Americans.
This is the main entrance hall which we would use if it was inclement outside, and you could have your, what the French call a van d'honneur in here, which is really nice place to have it. And your guests will get this image right from the front door, right the way through to the pool when the pool covers off, and the trees in the background will be full of green. You'll just get this great big blanket of green at the back there. We've got circulating air. We can change the air in here 8 times an hour, so nobody's falling asleep during your speeches. And this is the chapel.
Oh, wow. This is so cool. Love it, stunning.
So dancing in here is great because
Yes.
there's nobody above you.
Yes.
To be disturbed by the noise if it goes on to the early hours.
It will.
It's a little bit like being an estate agent. You show people round, but they never like to insult you about your house. There must be many house owners out there who think, oh, yes, they loved it, loved it. They said they thought the kitchen was wonderful, and they thought, oh, they loved the light in here. And then as soon as they get out, they say, well, I wouldn't buy that dump if you paid me. And so you can never believe what people say when they come round.
Fortunately, Jonathan has a secret weapon.
We're very lucky to have Janet, who's our wedding planner, and she's now working her magic. She's got 12 years' experience of this sort of thing. This will be, if we get it, the 32nd wedding that she will have done. So she knows her stuff, and we're very fortunate. So come on, Janet, do it. Do it for me, do it for us, do it for the chateau.
Shall we go back in and have a look at the dining room?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I just hope that the answer's a big yes, and it will all help us to stay here and not pack our bags and go back to the UK and start working 9 to 5 again.
About 100 miles north, Chateau rookie Phil is finally completing his budget trailer at Chateau.
Essentially, I had to change plans halfway through. I wanted sheet metal, couldn't get it in time. So, as always, time takes precedent over perfection.
And time is running out. As well as having to clear the grounds before the summer season starts, there's still an estate agency business to run in London.
Angelina is travelling back from the UK at the moment, because our lives are between the two places still. I actually told her on the phone last night that it's already finished. No, I lied. My friends say, oh, you live in the chateau life. But the reality is Angelina's going to have done 12 hours on the ferry, 2.5-hour drive from the ferry to here, and the second she gets here, I'm going to make her clear up with me.
Hello. Look at that.
You okay?
Welcome home. Ah, it looks great. I love it.
Hang on. Just jump in and break it, why don't you?
Way too excited.
No.
The trailer may have passed the jumping up and down test, but can it survive a fully laden trip to the skip?
Don't be Speedy Gonzales in case it falls out.
This is our driveway, it's fine.
Luckily, the skip isn't far away, in case it does fall apart.
If it falls apart on the way to the skip, I'm just dragging it to the skip and leaving it there.
It looks sturdy, to be fair. I think you did a really, really good job. Oh, that was shaking.
I'm impressed. This once beaten-up caravan has saved them over £2,500. Although Phil's now twigged how he could have been even more efficient.
Now that's what I needed to make.
I don't know, he makes one trailer and he's already thinking about branching out. Back in the south of France, Johnny and Ashley have been viewing a chateau to buy, and they discovered it's got termites.
It is what it is. And that's the beauty of these places. You never, ever know what you're going to find, good or bad.
It's not the best news, but they still have the rest of the chateau to see, and there's some things to be happy about.
It looks like this has been rewired at some point, which is a thumbs up for Johnny. Yeah. So I think that'll make Dick happy. Yeah, I'll get a pat on the back from him, I think. I might have to send him an email. So we had a new roof, we got electricity done.
He's got every right to be smug, because outside, there's even more reason to be happy.
That's what we got here, then.
The local of the heating here.
Heating?
The whole gas central heating system is brand new.
Just look at this brasswork here. Look how lovely that is. I've no idea what it does. But it's screaming new and it's screaming expensive, right?
That's about £50,000 worth of kit. Plus, it's got a solar hot water system that could save them hundreds of pounds a year.
This is incredible, babe. This really is.
It's a huge bonus. But what gets Johnny really excited is outbuildings. What are they like?
Oh, babe, wait till you see this room. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Fabulous.
Woo! Oh, babe, this is what we want, right?
I love this room.
Oh, babe, this is huge.
1,000 square meters of outbuilding. And best of all, it's already been partially renovated, including double glazed windows which can cost up to £2,000 a piece in France.
I like this more than the actual castle.
This is mind-blowing.
This is amazing.
As an artist, you can never have enough space. You know, at the moment, I'm restricted to the scope of art I can do, the volume of art, and also the size of art that I can do. So this, I mean, this is just a dream for an artist. Wow.
That's amazing.
That's crazy, right, babe?
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say Johnny and Ashley have fallen head over heels for this place.
The thing is, though, it's...
I know. It's crazy because it is way out of our budget, right?
It is way over our budget. I mean, what if we offer $450?
Yeah.
But we can't go higher.
No.
I mean,
okay.
We shouldn't.
We're putting an offer in for 450, and we'll see how we go from there. They can only say no, right?
It's true.
450,000 euros is almost £410,000. This offer is £90,000 over their budget and £120,000 short of the asking price.
I called the owner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you try for us, s'il vous plaît? Oh, merci beaucoup. Merci.
On va essayer.
And tell him that we are wonderful people.
Difficile. The price is very difficile.
Yeah.
All they can do now is wait while estate agent Hervé submits their bid to the owner.
Ils font une offre un peu basse pour ce que vous souhaitez, je le sais.
We maybe shouldn't have looked at a place that was way out of our price range.
Yeah, we was asking for trouble.
But you never know. You never know.
C'est des gens très sympathiques. Oui.
Oh, it's a long conversation. Is that a good thing?
Probably not.
Bon, Ashley.
Yes.
Very difficult. But the owner will consider your offer.
Okay.
Please call me for 340.
Okay.
Okay.
Oui, oui.
Okay.
Difficile.
Thank you, though. Thank you.
Okay.
Voilà, Ashley. Au revoir.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
The offer is way below the asking price. Will it be accepted? Or will they be laughed out of town? Let's wait and see.
4 days.
4 days.
Yeah.
We'll wait. Fingers crossed.
Come on. Come on, boo-boo. Let's go for a walk.
Back at Chateau de Gelaine, it's crunch time. American couple Steph and Dave are coming to the end of their tour with wedding planner Janet.
Up there, we want to have the cocktail now. Whether we can eat up there or not is a question.
Well, we can have a look when we go back.
They're on the cusp of deciding whether to hold a wedding and 7-day celebration here.
The wedding market in France at the moment is very, very competitive. There are lots of chateaux and private houses in the Loire Valley and the rest of France who offer similar services.
Well, you know, yeah, be positive, be positive. They will love it, they'll have it, they'll take it. We will have a week-long wedding. It'll be a very special day, you know. British organisation is renowned the world over, and we're going to do them justice.
The booking worth £25,000 would be a life-saving boost to Jonathan and Michael's struggling business. Everything rests on this couple. Will they? Won't they?
Oh, this is definitely the place that we want to have our wedding.
Absolutely.
With everything that's here, the swimming pool, the grounds, places for kids to play, places for adults to play. It's definitely the right place.
It's been great. It'll be really, really cool.
So the next time we'll be here, it will be for our wedding.
Yeah.
They just said yes, they're going to take it.
Really?
Full chateau rental for a week.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God! That's brilliant.
Yes!
Well, it's what we need, isn't it? It's just the best end to what's been weeks of pressure to pull this off. I cannot express to you how the pressure, the pressure, it just builds and builds and builds. It's sleepless nights, but I mean, inside we're shrieking.
Time to celebrate. But Michael and Jonathan will be put to the test organising everything over the coming days and weeks.
This is the first full chateau rental we've had, not just this year, it's the first one we've ever had. So to have 45 people is going to test us.
Now's the time for the real work to start. Everything that we've promised, we've now got to deliver.
At Chateau, for Phil and Angelina, the work is never done. The grounds have been cleared, but now they have another project.
This is the first time I see you in waders. You look fabulous.
There's something wrong with you.
They have the chance to secure a second booking, a wedding, but there's one condition.
They want to have a particularly large marquee, and they want it over there on this completely wasted piece of land.
The problem is there's a moat in the way.
We need to build a bridge to it so people can go across. Phil has never built a bridge before. It's sort of trial and error, and we can't do the error part on it. So hopefully Dick will help him out with the engineering side of things.
Our place, Chateau de la Motte-Husson, is about 30 minutes away from Phil and Angelina, and I've agreed to help them out. I built my first bridge back in the 70s, and I'm figuring they haven't changed much since then.
Philip sent me some pictures. The first thing that strikes me is that's quite a long way for a bridge, a decent span. It's a good challenge.
But I'm going to need some figures.
Oh, almost.
Halfway across.
Get in.
And Angelina's kindly volunteered Phil to get them for me.
Wait.
I hope he sinks in quite deep. And then I'll have to come and rescue you in a boat.
Even though the moat seems to be just up to his knees, there are 3 centuries of mud in there to consider.
It's 1.5 meters of silt.
Yes. This is like profile picture.
The width of the moat is crucial to narrow down the type of bridge we can build.
That's the edge of the bank?
Yeah.
It's 8 meters.
I also need to know the amount of traffic the bridge will be taking.
I reckon we've got to build a bridge designed to take 10 people at a wedding or a lawnmower.
When I said traffic, I didn't actually mean a 300-kilo ride-on lawnmower. As this is going to be a lot bigger than the average DIY job, I'd like to have a chat with Phil before I head over there.
There you go. How are we doing, Philip?
All right.
Yeah. So you haven't got enough to do, so you've decided to build a bridge?
Yeah.
You know, I've got so much spare time. Bridge is a great idea.
I feel your pain completely, mate. Look, the simple basic plan was
2 long beams straight across, planking across to walk across.
OK, first things first.
So there's a bridge coming towards you now, yeah?
Yeah.
And if people are actually all
Leaning on one side,
yes.
that twist in the bridge, that's going to be an issue. The other thing is, if you all march in step, you go bum, bum, left, right, you get simple harmonic motion.
I don't know if you've seen some of the big bridges where the wind has caused it to rock. Yeah,
And it rocks itself to pieces.
Yeah.
Very impressive, but very dodgy. Are you sure you want a bridge?
With that amount of weight, I think it's better if we just make 2 smaller bridges resting on an island in the middle.
Have you ever heard of a clapper bridge?
No.
Clappers from an old
Saxon for stepping stones. Put something in the middle. Give yourself an island. One half meets in the middle, other half meets in the middle. That means you've got a 4-meter expanse.
And actually, it helps me. I've got all the granite from the dry stone walls.
No extra cost. It makes your life easier.
I'd go to one of the big
DIY shop for getting the necessary netting.
This isn't chicken wire, this is the big netting that would just hold the stones and sink straight in.
I gotta tell you, I'm a bit jealous. Let me know when you're ready and I'll come and play.
Cheers.
Catch you later, matey.
Brilliant. It was just him going across there to cut the grass easy. When it comes down to guests and lots of people, gotta over-engineer it so that foundation in the middle is safer. I'm looking forward to going and seeing him.
In the meantime, Phil and Angelina need to search the chateau grounds for as much free stuff as they can find.
That's good, isn't it? There's lots of it. That's for like fences.
Yeah. I want it to be. I want it to be solid on its own, right?
Oh!
What?
This. Look, what's this?
It's an old wheelbarrow.
It's such an awesome piece. I think we should resurrect that.
I'm building a bridge, and now you want me to rebuild a wheelbarrow.
At some point, that'll be lovely. Thank you.
It looks like they'll have to cough up the cash for the cage, but there is free granite. Problem is, it's 200 meters away from the moat.
Underneath all this bramble. Oh my God, there's so much of it. How much will we need? Like, how big will the box be?
About 5 tons.
I figured.
This isn't as simple as I thought. It's just I don't have any idea how I can get it to the other side.
If it's any help, I know where there's an old wheelbarrow. Next time, I give Phil lessons in bridge building.
It's not quite a bridge yet. It's a bit wobbly and it's a bit bouncy.
You're looking a bit concerned, Phil. Jonathan and Michael's frustrations rise when entertaining friends at their place.
Rachel wants to have a bit of breakfast.
You can't keep everybody else waiting.
And Johnny and Ashley discover some of the quirks of looking for your dream chateau.
Does he stay with the house?
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our two beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
What amazing colours.
We need to get on top of it, get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Oh, ta-da! Back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of two like-minded couples.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As they face the highs...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Today, frustrations rise when entertaining friends at one chateau.
Rachel wants to have a bit of breakfast.
You can't keep everybody else waiting.
The quirks of looking for your dream chateau.
Does he stay with the house?
And I offer my skills to a couple attempting to build an ambitious bridge.
It's not quite a bridge yet. It's a bit wobbly and it's a bit bouncy.
You're looking a bit concerned, Falk. Chateau de Bale. It's the home of Philip and Angelina, who are looking to swap their estate agent jobs in England for running a chateau here in France.
London is a great life for a limited amount of time. You know, work as hard as you can, earn as much as you can, save, and then get out as quickly as you can, you know. And it's true.
Chateau Bale is in the Pays de la Loire, and Philip and Angelina are renting it as an events venue before deciding whether to buy their own chateau.
I think my boot's leaking.
Today they need to build a bridge across a moat so their guests can cross to a marquee for their first paid booking here in a few weeks.
It's not just here's a big house, come along and have a party. There's so much stuff that goes with it that a venue has that we just don't. What most people don't realise is the physical cost of trying to get everything together so you've actually got something to sell to people as an event venue.
Yeah, something like that. You know, right now we're doing everything for the party, and there's a lot to do, like for the deadlines. The plan right now is for me to dig up and find as many stones as possible.
Usually Angelina's priority is renovating furniture for the chateau's 30 rooms. But today, she's upcycling 5 tons of granite from an old chateau wall. It's needed for the bridge support.
We tend to work separately, so we, you know, progress very quickly. But at times we have to work together. So right now I'm helping out Phil do his man things, you know. It's not that easy, but great. We're putting things to use that have been here God knows how long, really. But yeah, everything that we're doing is literally for that party. Ah! Oh my God, it's a toad. Oh, he's so cute. Okay, I don't think I'll kiss him.
The granite is free, but Phil had to splash out over €70 on the steel mesh for the supports cage.
That's becoming really solid down there. It seems to be sinking in and sort of finding its level, which could mean it's going to work.
When that little island is finished, I'm going to pay them a visit, roll up my sleeves, and help them build the rest of the bridge. If all goes well, it should get done in a day.
Currently, I am done.
That's a huge amount. Wow.
When it's settled, I can cement the whole lot together.
We did such a huge job today.
After unearthing all that granite by hand, there's just enough time for a little breather.
Do you still think it's worth it?
I think I'll just have to cross that bridge when I get there.
To get a bridge right isn't easy. If you want to cross it, maybe you better wait for me, Phil. 2 minds are better than 1. Just 2.5 hours drive southeast is Chateau de Jalène. In 2012, couple Michael and Jonathan moved here after paying £764,000 for this beautiful place in the Loire Valley.
It was the same price as our flat in London. That's how ridiculous it was.
They've turned it into 5-star apartments and a luxury location for weddings. But the investors who backed them now want to see a profit.
That's where the trouble started. Because you've got to turn it into something which is commercially viable.
This is massively harder than we ever thought it would be.
It's relentless. The thought of failure is so ever-present, and we are not going to let it overtake us.
They've managed to book a handful of weddings, but they need to increase the amount of holidaymakers coming to stay. So today they're trying out a new venture on some guinea pigs, Michael's old college mates who are coming for a reunion.
It's a business proposition as well. This is a chance for me and Jonathan to practice what it'd be like to go out on excursions. So we plan to go to the Senior Market, which is brilliant, on a Saturday morning. We're also going to go to our local vineyard wine tasting. So I want it to be a quality experience, not just your run-of-the-mill, let's go backpacking around Europe tour that we'd have done when we were at college. You're now in a 5-star self-catering accommodation, and therefore the excursions to go with that have got to be the same quality.
Part of that 5-star experience is enjoying the best quality local produce.
Bonjour. I'm going to get milk, which I do every week, with our bottles, fresh, unpasteurised, straight out of the cow. We know by studying the market, boutique hotels and experience holidays are the in thing for this year, so we can offer it to our guests as something a bit different.
It also doesn't hurt that the milk run is saving him money.
Bonjour. Il y en a 2 chèvres et 4 vaches, je pense.
D'accord.
Vache, and les chèvres ici. Bon, mais
OK.
it's cheaper than the supermarket. I think I pay 70 cents a litre, and the cheapest bottle you can get at the supermarket is 84. So I don't mind washing the bottles every day.
Today he's decided to break the bank and get a couple of extra bottles.
Some of it's for me. I still like my cornflakes, even though I'm in France. But the college reunion, they need breakfast. So the bulk of this is going to become yogurt tomorrow morning. At least that's the idea.
Bonjour, oui, 70 centimes, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Merci bien. Oui, bon week. Au revoir.
Jonathan needs to concentrate on the upcoming excursions. So to make the yogurt, he's enlisting the help of 2 of Chateau de Jalène's volunteers program, Julia and Fiona. In return for food and lodging, they work for free.
We spent like 8.5 hours one day just digging up all of these beds.
But Jonathan and Michael, they make us feel like we're a part of the experience that happens here because they're enthusiastic and they want you to share that enthusiasm.
Look at that. Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that. Amazing. Hello. Just who I wanted. This is the stuff we got from the farm. Okay. Here's the yogurt maker, fresh out of his box. So for breakfast for the morning for all the college reunion people, nothing like a bit of pressure. I'm very grateful. See you later.
Bye. Switching the machine on. Plug it in.
I don't know how to turn that one off.
we're not this high tech. We're the gardeners. Yeah.
It's at times like this you're very grateful that people aren't on an hourly rate. Over 450 miles southeast in Pézenas live artist Johnny and television producer Ashley. They want to buy a chateau. They want somewhere with outbuildings that Johnny can convert into a workshop and gallery. And 3 days ago, they made an offer on a place.
This is just a dream for an artist.
But their opening bid was 150 grand below the asking price.
Difficile.
Difficile,
Price
oui.
is very difficile.
Yeah, oui.
So whilst the owner mulls it over, there's another chateau to view.
So we are headed off to another chateau. This one has 2 turrets, so I'm kind of excited to see it.
And it comes with outbuildings, right?
And it has outbuildings. So it has turrets, it has outbuildings. So it, on paper checks a lot of boxes. We'll see.
But then, a phone call.
It's Hervé.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Hervé is the agent dealing with their offer.
Hello? Hervé, can you hear me? Let me just pull over because we are driving. Okay.
It looks like a decision's been made.
Bonjour, Hervé. It's Ashley. Did you talk to the owners? Ah. Okay, one moment. He says 500. They still think 450 is too low.
Yeah.
What if we just say 480? That's all we can do.
Okay, babe.
Hervé? I'm sorry, I just had to talk to Johnny. Please let them know that we really love it. But 480 is really as high as we can go. Okay, thank you. Merci, au revoir.
Hervé has promised to give them a final answer by this afternoon.
Nothing else we can do. Have to wait. And I hate it. Hate it. Horrible.
In the meantime, they have to refocus because there's another chateau to view.
Ah, bonjour.
Bonjour. Nice to meet you,
Nice
Ashley.
to meet you.
They've come to see the beautiful Chateau Le Bonnecaz, which dates back to the 16th century. Their guide is estate agent Benoit.
This place has a very, very nice story. And the first owner was a colleague of Henry IV, the king. That person, Mr. Bonnecaz, de Bonnecaz, received the property from Henry IV.
Okay.
And the name of the property is Bonnecaz, which means the good house.
All right.
This place oozes history, and inside there's lots of gorgeous period features, including 2 300-year-old fireplaces.
And it works? The fireplace is bon?
Yeah, that's the heating system.
That's the heating system. Ah.
All right, okay. The main heating system is wood.
It's
Okay.
wood.
Wood. No central heating in the house. Okay.
If they want to buy this place, getting it centrally heated will be a top priority.
You have also an old floor, which is from the 19th century, wood.
So no termite?
No termites for the moment.
For the moment.
Okay, we'll have to check it again, but for the moment, no termites.
Oui. So how would you check for termite?
There is one specialist coming.
Okay.
He's called a diagnostiker, and he comes in the house. Monsieur.
It's the owner of the chateau who seems to be wooing them with an impromptu performance.
Mr. Bitron.
It's beautiful music.
Yeah, how charming is
Super,
that?
Monsieur Bitron.
We love it, monsieur.
We love it.
It's with Tati's guitar. And he's just given us a nice little concerto.
Concert. Yes.
How awesome is that, babe?
Pretty amazing.
Yeah? You don't get that in New York City,
No,
do
you don't get that in New York City.
That's part of the ambience.
Yeah. Does he stay with the house?
At Chateau de Béarn in the Pays de la Loire, Philip Bailey Smith needs to build a bridge for an upcoming party. Luckily, I love a challenge, and I'm only 35 minutes down the road.
When you look at a chateau, the roof's new, a bit jealous of that. Lots of double glazing. Big, chunky house.
Last time I spoke to Phil, he was just about to start his bridge. Promised to give him a hand, and I brought my waiters. Big problem is I was trying to find him.
What's really nice about visiting a neighbour is a chance for a bit of a nosy.
It's a duck house. I haven't got a duck house. I haven't got any ducks either. I'm just following the water because this is bridge territory. Ah, there he is. Hey, matey, how we doing?
Not bad, you?
Good to see you, Phil. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Look, mate, I thought I was going to have to do some work. That was the hard part, the stepping stone. That means you've moved a couple of ton in a day.
Yeah. We filled up the boat with a small amount until we looked like we sink it. And then I just literally lifted it in.
Are the stones held together?
I basically made the basket out of the mild steel.
That won't last, will it?
It won't last.
Have you actually put some of the concrete in to hold the granite together?
Yeah, I shuttered it off as best I could with wheelie bin liners and cling film, which enough of it round, it certainly held it in.
Cling film?
Hey, it
I love
works.
it. Hold on,
Yeah.
I love it. Have you got down to the bottom of the silt, to the actual clay?
No, but I've left it for a week. It's as settled as it possibly can.
You're putting more weight on there, several hundred kilos, plus bodies.
Yes.
OK. But there's no, it's not going to move, it's just going to go down a little bit.
It shouldn't. If it moves a little bit, the way we're making the frame is I can always put a few bits of wood to lift it up.
OK. How did you plan to get it built?
I was simply going to walk into one beam. Someone hands it to me from here.
Then you walk it
I'll walk it in. I'll stick a beam up, walk out, and put 3. Then we've got enough to either walk across or I can board it up to that point.
Do you know, I bought my waders, but a man my age shouldn't be in neoprene anyway. That is a tub. If we take a couple, maybe 3 of the bits of wood, just set them on there, push them out, walk across, put it on the island, we should be able to do this without getting wet, which will be quicker because you're not... We'll just see how it gets on.
Shall we do a beam at a time? They're heavy.
You're looking a bit concerned, Phil. Just... This is how they cross big rivers in the army. I never actually did that. But it doesn't matter, it'll work.
I may not have Phil's full confidence just yet, but I'm impressed with his planning. The weather-treated timber beams have been cut to equal lengths, so it shouldn't matter which side of the island they sit on.
Look at that.
OK.
Now, how much you pay for your wood?
I think the beams, for 8 of them, is just shy of €300.
It's painfully expensive, isn't it? That's yours. No, that's yours.
Yep.
This is mine.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh,
now we're pushing both. We're gonna... Look at that.
OK.
Sit down. Does that feel?
It's pretty good.
Walk across nice and steady. Trust your Uncle Dick. Oh, I'm going to be testing it in a minute. You think you're worried? Onto the island. Look at you.
I quite like it. I'm in the middle of the moat on something I built.
Boys like playing on water. It doesn't matter what age you are. What you want to do now is to get you right on a lawnmower. That was a no. OK.
Phil on his own would probably struggle to complete this bridge in a few days.
There you go. What I suggest we do is take the boat now, walk them around, take it over there, and when you've got them in place, then we've got the ability to sort of start building.
Yeah.
Why get wet for the sake of it? In there, it's a quagmire, and it's actually quite physical to wade around in it. So to make our life easy and build it from the top, it's got to be a way forward. You're a country boy, aren't you, Phil?
Grew up in Cornwall.
OK, that's the end of the country boy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
With my help and the right approach, we could have it all done in a matter of hours, and nobody's had to get wet.
Oh, no.
Let me get in.
So far.
Let's get the other boat out. Right.
OK, brilliant. Just leave that there. That's good. Looks like you did it on purpose.
As well as making the island, Phil has poured concrete footings to stop the 2 beams sinking into the ground on each of the 2 banks.
Stop. OK, just put it down there.
Yeah.
Next one. Leave a gap in.
In just 20 minutes, we've reached the other side.
Your first heavy load. I'm coming through.
I have faith.
Look at that. Congratulations.
We've reached the other side.
It all looks very different on this side.
It's a view you don't ever get because of how difficult it is to get to it. It's either waders or about a mile round and sneaking through farmers' land, which is why it's worth building the bridge.
It's not quite a bridge yet. It's a bit wobbly and it's a bit bouncy, but now it's just a matter of making it, isn't it?
It is.
Even though the beams can take the weight of 2 well-grown men,
We still need to turn it into a load-bearing structure. Otherwise, a summer wedding party might end up rather wet. 520 miles south, having increased their offer on their favourite chateau, Johnny and Ashley are keeping their options open by viewing the lovely 16th century Chateau Le Bonicace.
I have itchy fingers because I'm just waiting for the call. If we don't get it, I think I'll be crushed. So it's nerve-wracking.
While they wait, they check out the quirky features.
This place is the old bank of the house. That's where they used to put the money to hide it.
In the turret.
In the turret.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Upstairs, there are 6 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
So I think that in this room, there is one thing that you're going to keep is this bathroom, which is quite nice, very heavy.
Yeah.
But I think maybe from the 19th century.
Okay.
It's very nice and it's not very easy to find them.
No. Yeah.
Be a good little project.
Yeah, that's nice. It's very cute.
This place has bags of potential inside and out. But as ever, this couple have one thing on their minds.
Should we look at the outbuildings?
Yes, let's go.
There are 650 square meters of outbuildings here. Not as much as the chateau they've made an offer on. But it should be more than enough for Johnny.
So this is the attic. Okay.
He wants a workshop. He's an artist.
Ah, you're an artist.
The idea is to use a building like this for atelier, workshop, and gallery.
This would be great.
Yes, it's beautiful, but we've recently viewed one a little time ago, and it was very, 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 very expansive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very grand.
Yes.
See, now I'm spoilt because after seeing that place,
I know.
this looks tiny.
Yes.
Where initially this would look big to me.
Yes.
No.
Oh, he bit me.
Did he bite you? Hold on, we've got our first casualty of the day.
Poor Ashley. That's not a good omen.
Maybe he's trying to tell me something, babe.
He very well might be. What are you trying to tell us, Abernathy?
Is it too small for Daddy? Is it too small?
The last outbuilding they saw also had a brand new roof and double glazed windows. This place is a little more rustic. It becomes clear that Johnny's heart's just not in this at all.
Walking around here, I mean, I kind of feel like I'm on a bit of a museum tour, if I must be honest. You know, I'm just not interested. I'm just not. Yeah, I just can't get the other place and the other offer out of my mind.
But as Johnny rejoins Benoit downstairs, Ashley gets a phone call. Will it be the answer they're waiting for?
Bonjour, hello.
About 600 miles away in the Pays de la Loire, at Chateau de Gelaine, owner Michael is expecting some old college friends for a reunion and wants everything to be perfect.
None of them have seen this before, and you want your friends to like where you live. Show the chateau off to its best. And saying, right, this is how we can make it.
But to Jonathan, they're going to be guinea pigs to test out local excursions for future paying guests.
I know it's a jolly for them, but for us, it's about business. You have to give people added values. We have to visit places to see whether or not we can weave them into this sort of chateau experience.
What do you reckon?
Just like when we were students.
Amazing.
400 years ago, the chateau was used by Marquis and Marquess de Gelaine to impress the elite and powerful. Now Michael gets to impress his old college mates.
Jonathan will tell the history of the staircase. The infant of Spain came here. They pretended to the throne of Spain, so they brought the opera, they brought all the comedians from Paris. They put the staircase in for him. He left, went to live in England, and his servants nicked all the silverware and left the Marquis bankrupt. We're now going to chapel.
The Chateau Chapel was built in 1862. Louis Ferdinand Ackermann, a rich merchant and prospective buyer, insisted that some original features were removed.
The crypt is down there. The Marquis and Marquess were originally buried in there, and when Ackermann bought the chateau, he said, I'm buying the building, but I'm not buying the bodies. You've got to get rid of the bodies. So the bodies are down in the village now. And when he came as well, he put the balcony in. He said, I don't like to go to Mass with the common people, so he used to go to Mass up there.
But it takes your breath away. There's no words, really. Amazing.
This is the girls' room. It's the biggest apartment on its own. Everyone's got their own kitchen. Bedroom there, bedroom there.
Let's have a look. Look at it. Fantastic. Wow.
Oh, you can see the garden from yours. It was a field when we bought it.
It's incredible.
It had 2 horses, a donkey, and 4 goats.
God. This really is beautiful.
It's great having them here because they're going to be the ones who tell me what it's really like. When we have a guest in, they'll tell you, yeah, it's amazing, it's fantastic, but, you know, they might leave and say, God, what are they doing there? So it's really important that they leave here telling us it's a brilliant place. Tomorrow we're going to show them all the market and my favourite vineyard and caves. See if we can paint the town red again, even at our age. I really hope they're going to have a good night's sleep tonight.
Volunteers Fiona and Julia are moving on.
Hopefully won't need my rain jacket when we're in south of France.
It's bittersweet to like leave it behind, but it's also cool that we actually have something to contribute.
It's been fantastic. Thank you so much. Not only for the work, but also you've been great company. Just hug. And this is for this bloody garden. It's always sad. If you work so closely with them, you've got a real bond going. Of course, I'm emotional. So I don't think it's wrong for men to show their emotions these days.
Michael's college friends have spent their first night in the chateau.
Morning. How did you sleep? It'll be the farm dog. Cheeky bugger.
After catching up on old times, some of the group have managed to make it down for breakfast.
We get coffee.
Rachel's not even out of bed.
Jonathan wants to get everyone out of the chateau and off on his carefully planned day trip.
Just getting more and more wound up. It's always me standing by the door, tapping my foot.
Do you want a homemade yoghurt?
Hopefully Fiona and Julia's homemade yoghurt will help to start the day off well.
Well, it's yoghurt. It's a bit on the sour side. I think I'm going to have to put some jammy stuff in it to make it work.
So, how are you all feeling this morning?
Fresh as a daisy.
Well, there are 2 bits missing, I suppose.
Those beds are gorgeous.
But Jonathan's worried that his schedule is slipping behind.
We're quarter of an hour late already. We're supposed to leave at 10. The market finishes at 11, and 2 of them aren't even up yet. I'm just getting more and more wound up, and I shall get more and more wound up as the day goes on.
So we're going to go to the Seamead Market today, which is a food market. But the bloke said where I buy the red wine from, said he'd open his personal cellar. So we're going into his cave.
No way.
I mean, because we're really ready for a drink, aren't we?
Michael seems to be happy to just drifting along, but we got a schedule. Here he comes.
Miriam's not going to go, so she can catch up with us later. And Rachel wants to have a bit of breakfast.
You can't keep everybody else waiting.
Jonathan's day of activities has got off to a bad start. At Chateau de Bayle in the Pays de la Loire, somewhere in its 6-acre estate, I'm helping Philip Bailey-Smith to build a bridge. We've placed 6 beams from one side to the other, but now we've got to turn it into a load-bearing frame.
I'll just take a little seat on the island.
You good? You good?
You're ready, just go for it.
OK.
Beautiful about the way Phil's done it. He's done all the hard work. We've got 5 pieces to make half a bridge. If he's got it wrong, then it becomes much more important. But at this precise moment in time, he's over there trying to squeeze it. See, feel the way this is wiggling.
For the seal of approval will come from the boss.
Angelina.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Phil has bought some galvanised coach bolts for the frame. Their zinc coating prevents them from rusting. This will stop the bridge from falling apart if we can get them in.
This bolt head has to go further in.
OK.
Bring your lump hammer, bring it here. Let me see your socket, and we'll just have a little go at this. I'm not happy if you start putting decking on that, really, because when we try and put the 2 together, you're going to have to undo it, yeah?
Yeah.
Phil may have done that end, but he's got to screw this end. He's got the piece of kit that does it, and not frightfully stable. So if he gets across here, that means we're going to stay dry all day. Let's get the hammer on it. Yeah, let's get it tapped.
It's a couple of mil each one, isn't it?
Try that one. Try putting that one in now there. See with that. Is it biting?
I think Phil's idea of renting the chateau before deciding whether or not to buy one is a great way to test the water before making full commitment to chateau life.
The chance to have a try before you buy, you must have been really chuffed with that, mate.
From a business point of view, you wouldn't decide to set up a shop in a place you didn't know, selling an item you didn't know, to a market you didn't know, and invest vast sums of money. That's all I'm doing here. If you're about to lose hundreds of thousands, you end up putting stress on a marriage that, you know, especially a young one.
Basically, you're nearly halfway through your trial period.
Yeah.
Is it a yes? Is it a no? Do you know yet?
From my point of view, it's a yes, and I would even go as far to say is that this party coming up, to me, it's kind of a make or break, as in, will it work? I enjoy it so much here, I would take the financial risk to try one more after that, but that would be me holding on to something rather than it being a sensible choice. From my wife's point of view, if this party doesn't work, we're done. We're running. We're going.
Angelina is a townie, isn't she? She's a city girl.
Yeah, she keeps busy here with the amount of stuff we've got to do, and she sees a deadline and a chance to make money and make it all worthwhile. And as nice as the setting is, I'm kind of reminded I'm a bit scared because I don't want to give it up, and she will. But I won't think about that right now. I'll think about a bridge and hope for the best.
In fact, when you're finished, you'll be spending more time over there chilling out, won't you?
Yeah. It's not a bad setting, is it?
The ends of the bridge will need to sit squarely on the two concrete bases. If his measurements are wrong, the bridge will not be standing on firm foundations.
You're right against the edge. What we need to do, if you can take us a couple of inches the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And lift that one up, we'll ease it this way. And it could be that way. I'm gonna have to work it. I want you with a leg either side of the post this way towards me.
Gently.
A little bit more.
Yeah, that's right. We're squeezing in.
That's the way it should be.
Yay. You know, they built the Channel Tunnel and they did the whole, you know, hands through bit. That's off. This is the miniature version. I'm really happy with this one.
As well as the £260 he spent on the timber beams, he spent another 40 on decking, which we have to screw onto the base, of course.
I like that. We're not having anything going outside, eh? You know?
Sort of smiling.
Yeah, like this.
You stay ahead of me.
Yeah.
I'll be pushing you.
OK, yeah.
Add that to the cost of the island, and this bridge will come to about £400. Not bad, really.
You get little guns that do these screws automatically, you know. You feed them in a belt.
Oh.
Now it's just a matter of screwing it on. He doesn't actually need me. He does himself quite happily with a big smile. Get moving faster, you!
So, nearly done. But is the bridge going to do the job? In the Loire Valley at Chateau de Gelaine, the excursion planned by Jonathan is already 25 minutes behind schedule.
I might have a little bit to do with the champagne, but can't be bothered to get out of bed. It's too comfortable. Too warm and too cosy and nice.
Michael's old college friends are ready to go, but there's still someone missing.
Sod's law when I'm the one complaining and yet I'm the one last here.
Debbie works at home.
The first stop is the nearby town of Saumur that sits astride France's longest river, the Loire.
Do you fancy large sausage?
They've come to sample the Saturday morning market that sells the finest food from the region.
Anchovies and olives, I have never had at this time in the morning, but they taste fantastic. Amazing.
What did you get?
Oh, pilot. Oh.
While the friends are having fun, Jonathan is still watching the clock.
If you'd have asked me to come shopping with some friends, I'd have had it down to, right, we've got 30 minutes, off you go. All I'm thinking of is chivying them on. There's only so much fish and olives you can do in one day. It's hard to chill. It's not in my nature.
We were very fond of tarts at college. We didn't get this big by not eating tarts.
But that works. We both know who's going to be the more suitable for the task at hand.
This next stop for these guinea pigs should be right up Michael's street then.
This is the vineyard where we buy our wine that we serve in the chateau. I got here within a minute of the time that I was meant to.
This vineyard is called Cave de Plessis and is owned by Stéphane Renou. His family have been making wine here for 120 years.
A special tour with our own vigneron. That's what sells holidays, and that's what's going to get the people to come. The size of that key, for heaven's sake.
Jonathan has persuaded Stéphane to open up the private caves for an exclusive tour.
Look at it, look at the ceiling. Are they stalactites?
They're bats.
The Renou family cover their bottles in old sods of moss to keep the wine at a constant temperature. As the wine ages, so does the moss.
There's mould on top of it. He has chosen one specifically for us to try. Merci bien. Stéphane's going to play a little game with us. He won't tell us which year it is. We're going to have to try to guess by smelling it, by looking at the colour. The browner the colour, it's starting to get older and older. Shall we put up a prize, Michael? I've got €2 left in my pocket, so €2 to the person who gets the closest. Oh, wow. Are you getting that?
Yeah.
It's like chocolate.
Chocolatey. Very velvet. No, I'm loving it.
That's so nice.
Oh, it's amazing.
2003.
2002.
2010.
96.
1996.
2001.
2001.
2002.
Donc c'est un 2003.
Well done, It's been a great day for Michael's old college mates.
This is absolutely the highlight of the whole trip.
We don't see this stuff at home, no.
Not in Nottingham, no.
Nottingham.
We were laughing on the plane saying all we're going to do is drink, but we have actually learned so much. That's actually been educational as well.
It's a unique experience. Can't get it anywhere else. It's just the sort of thing you want to see, people really enjoying it and saying that they got this experience because they came to Chateau and we introduced them to something unique.
Michael and Jonathan will soon discover the results of their day trip experiment once the guests have returned to the chateau. They seem pleased enough right now, but that could just be the wine talking. In just half a day, Philip Bailey-Smith and I have nearly completed his most ambitious engineering project at the rented chateau. We're nearly on dry land. Come on, nearly there.
Quite excited.
It's a bridge, mate. Last one's yours, fella.
Last one.
That's a 10-metre expanse. Well done.
By the time the edges are on, it's 10 and a half, I think.
I nearly did you out of half a metre there.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you look at it. That is a decent old span. First man to cross the bridge. I'm not testing it, but oh, you get a wedding party in there. Do you know what? It takes two of us as well. No deflection whatsoever. Hey, mate, in the middle. Look.
Yeah.
That's a proper test.
I'm over the moon, actually.
Mate, well done.
Thanks for the help.
All right, pleasure. A pleasure. Nah, you just can make it look pretty now. But it's not quite finished yet. You do need this. There's one more test I need to see before I go. How many bridges had you built before you bought your chateau?
One when I was about 10. You got my little BMX across the streams.
What's happening is as you get older, your house gets a lot bigger and you go from BMX across a stream to you ride on more across a moat. They say the grass is always greener on the other side, and now it's shorter too. It's a solid old bridge, matey.
It is. I'm happy with that.
In Bordeaux, while Johnny is checking the outbuildings of a prospective chateau, girlfriend Ashley takes a call from the estate agent of a chateau they put an offer on last week.
Bye-bye. Guess what? They accepted the offer. I can't wait to tell Johnny. It's amazing. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it at all. Our dream chateau is now ours. We're gonna get the keys to the castle.
It's great news, but they still have to finish their current viewing of another chateau with estate agent Benoit.
Yes. See, you have a very nice point of view on the
the two turrets.
On the property.
Ben, thank you so much.
It's
Thank you,
it's
my
a pleasure.
Thank you.
Have a nice day back.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
We got news.
All right, so you called back?
Yeah.
Okay, and?
Guess what?
What?
They accepted our offer.
No way.
Yes way.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we can get out of here now, Liv. Oh my God. Oh, babe, I can't believe it. Wow, we're now going to be the new guardians of the beautiful chateau with amazing outbuildings, everything we... Oh, I want to scream, babe.
Scream.
Oh my God.
Woo!
Since they met and fell in love a year ago, getting the keys to their very own slice of French history has been Johnny and Ashley's dream.
That's awesome, babe. Oh, I'm so happy.
And 6 weeks on from having their offer accepted...
Chateau de Lavigny, here we come.
Give us a jingle.
So, we have the keys, and we're moving in today to our chateau, and it's surreal. I mean, we've been waiting so long, and we looked at so many, and I can't even believe it. Honestly, it's so exciting.
Here we are, babe. There's our new baby. In you go, boo-boo. In you go. Come here, baby.
And it was all going so well.
Come here, baby. Here we go. Straight in. Oh, sweetie, give me a hug. Oh.
This chateau, with its huge cavernous outbuilding, is perfect for their needs.
Is this going to be the workshop?
I think so. Workshop downstairs.
The brand new roof and heating system mean they can start living in it immediately.
That's good.
It does work.
But there's still plenty of renovation work needed to get this place up and running as a business.
I want to knock through this wall
Yeah?
and connect it to the bathroom behind it.
Today marks the beginning of the next stage of their chateau adventure. This is where the hard work really starts.
Now we get to actually start doing the fun stuff.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. Yeah. No, we're mega, mega excited. We really are. Look at this, boo-boo. How nice is this?
At Chateau de Gélène, it's time for Michael's old college friends to go home.
Thank you for making the effort to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For us, it was definitely not an effort.
Thank you very much for being the guinea pigs as well.
The guests have all spent time filling in the visitors' book about the activities they've experienced while staying at the chateau, and Jonathan and Michael are keen to read them.
You know, getting your friends over to visit your new house is always quite a laugh. Maybe a bit show-off, but I've got a big house. Show it off.
Most importantly, though, you were going to leave a critique. If you're overly brutal, it helps because we can pull back from that. If we can get groups here, that's the better business for us rather than individuals. Having a look at the visitor's book, or the livre d'or, the golden book, as they call it in France. Words fail us, an amazing experience. With so many laughs and a couple of kisses. So, yes, an unforgettable trip. The wine caves were a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Back soon. Yeah, I think we might have hit on something that's got to do the business world of good. Onwards and upwards.
It's a good result for Michael and Jonathan, who hope that by laying on these activities, they'll attract more paying guests to the chateau. But until then, they need to find other sources of revenue. Next time, I help Jonathan search for some hidden booty. This is why people treasure hunt. Let me have a look. Let me have a picture. Let me have a picture. And Jonathan gets to work on his money-saving discovery.
We discovered the well, but we don't know quite how much water's in there.
There are arguments and toilet troubles for Phil and Angelina.
What's the point of me being here if you're not going to listen to me?
And a single mum gets more than she bargained for when renovating.
Oh, it's your hand.
Now, don't worry, I've got another one. This is literally being soaked in cat urine. It's actually making my eyes sting.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
Mamma mia! It's the curse of the accursed pool. This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today, there's some surprises when I go in search of hidden beauty in one chateau. This is why people treasure hunt. Arguments and toilet troubles for 2 chateau rookies.
What's the point of me being here if you're not going to listen to me?
And a single mum gets more than she bargained for at her 13-bedroom mansion.
Oh, it's your hand.
Now, don't worry, I've got another one.
The 17th century Baroque style Chateau sits in over 6 acres of land.
The festoon lights are going to go along the trees that way.
It's home to estate agents Phil and Angelina Bailey-Smith, but they don't own the chateau, they rented it. This is a trial run to see if chateau life is for them.
We always said that if you're going to try to make a business out of a place like this, you've got to go through it yourself. You're learning if this can be your life.
They're hosting a 50th anniversary party here in the Pays de la Loire. I've already helped them build a bridge for it.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
It is.
But now the event, their very first one, is closing in fast.
Yeah, less than a month until really the deadline.
Yeah, you've got to try to prioritise it 1 to 10, everything being 1 and nothing being 10.
But Phil's top priority at the moment is far from glamorous. He needs to sort out the toilets for the party-goers. They're directly above an old septic tank, and there's rising damp.
There's some sort of damp-proof membrane that's retained moisture, and it's just soaked through. So it's time to make it look like something that you'd actually want to use rather than part of a horror movie.
Horror is definitely not the theme of the 50th wedding anniversary celebration they're hosting. So Phil needs to get stuck in.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Trying to avoid getting my face as near to the toilet seat as possible.
Unfortunately, Phil, there are no easy jobs in a chateau, but some are cleaner than others.
I'm making bath bombs for all the guests that are coming. The difference between me and Phil is that I'm quite creative and I've always done like decorating and ideas, little soft touches, upholstering, painting, furniture. That is my strength. Phil loves the manly job roles.
Smells wonderful.
We certainly established the rules of the household, so to speak.
Oh, glamorous.
I'm gonna add rose fragrance oil. You want to be able to throw in a bath bomb and the whole room fills with scent to take you away to a nicer, more relaxing place.
It smells wonderful.
Phil thinks he's got a solution to the damp problem.
With a little luck, a dehumidifier will solve the issue. In time for me to decorate for the party. Let's rip it all off and see what happens.
Let's add a bit of colour. It's just a bit of fun play with the colours, so it doesn't really matter. It's whatever the interior you're trying to match it to.
The colour scheme is the least of Phil's worries.
I might be end up putting lining paper over the problem again for a second time.
I always hate when they fall apart and crumble. But yay, this one came out great.
Angelina's bath bombs may be good to go, but with just a few weeks before their first paid event, the toilet is anything but.
A lot damper than I thought. You can actually feel the moisture in it. I'm a little bit worried that I won't have enough time before the party to let this dry out and then be able to decorate it properly.
There's little option but to wait and pray the damp dries out in time. Not only can I feel Philip's pain, I think I can smell it as well. This is the magnificent Chateau de Jalène. It's the home of British couple Michael and Jonathan. 3 years ago, they swapped life in London, working as a social housing manager and a buyer, for a new life in the Loire Valley.
We thought it was too good an opportunity to miss.
With the help of investors, they've converted it into 15 holiday apartments and a wedding venue. But with only a handful of weddings booked so far this year, they haven't made a profit yet. They've decided this year is make or break for them.
Jonathan and I don't earn anything out of this until it starts making money. We've got to make the decision, can we still sustain the two of us being here?
They're doing everything they can to keep the costs down and attract more guests to stay at the chateau. Recently, they explored some of the chateau's many caves, looking for anything of value.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
They found 40 bottles of wine dating back to the 1970s.
Motherload!
Which they plan to share with wine buffs and connoisseurs staying at the chateau.
1995.
Increasing the experience and appeal of staying at this amazing place. And they found a well.
We got water.
A valuable free source of water that Jonathan plans on trying to extract later. Today, I'm going to help Jonathan search for something in one of the sealed-up caves. In the back of the car, I've got my tools. We're going exploring. Boys will play. That's not a small chateau.
Hello, Dick.
Jonathan, hello. Lovely to meet you.
And you. Thanks ever so much for coming.
Oh, I've actually got my tools in the back of the car. If I just grab those, can we go and have a look at some of these caves?
Sure. Straight out the gate there, round the block.
The chateau's moat is over 30 feet wide, 16 feet deep, and runs around the building for almost a quarter of a mile. You could get a bus down here, so my car's no problem. This is just a sort of a playground for boys, isn't it? Just the things you can do. There's an awful lot of wear on these stones, and they're sedimentary. They're quite soft. You can see crumbling around here, can't you, as well?
Well, that's the effect of the water.
But it is safe, isn't it?
Well, in the main, yes.
I'll take Jonathan's word for it. So what are we looking for, then?
We had a Facebook message from one of the girls who was at school here who said that she was looking out of the windows and before the Germans left, she saw them putting the wine into the caves and bricking them up afterwards.
The German army occupied the chateau during the Second World War. And, of course, if it was good enough to brick up, it was good wine.
Yeah, that's what I think.
There could be more wine, as if they haven't found enough already. OK, I've got some drill, some hammer.
There's one, for instance, that you could get into. And then there's others.
Michael and Jonathan have 9 bricked-up caves coming off their moat. Today we'll have time to search just one for the fabled hidden wine. Which one? Which one?
And here's one, look. For instance, look at this one.
The really exciting thing about this is we got no ideas.
No, I haven't a clue.
This is why people treasure hunt, because in here there could be anything. And we're going 50-50. No, I don't think Michael would approve that, would he?
No, you wouldn't. Nor would the French government either.
Really?
No, we have, in our contract, it says that anything that we discover is given over to the state. So, shh.
OK.
If we find anything, keep quiet, everyone, right?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably take this bit out here or go down between these bricks, because I've got no idea. Yeah, you up for it?
Yeah, I'm up for
right,
it.
OK.
Smashing through this wall with a sledgehammer risks damaging whatever goodies lie within. Instead, I'm using my power drill for a more targeted approach.
You happy with that?
Yeah, I am.
It's going in quite easy. That's not a bad place to choose, is it? Here we go.
How far are you in, then?
Hold on. OK, so 6 inches, 8 inches. This is for checking out drains, and I've got it for when we've got problems with sort of the sewage. And there's a couple of areas in the chateau that we use it on. I've got a little camera. So I've got a light I can turn on. This is the first light that's gone in there for,
Yes.
we don't even know how long.
No, we don't.
It could be 50, it could be 100. Get yourself over here, get yourself over here. So you can see the screen. Watch, see the screen?
Yeah, yeah, wow.
I feel a bit queasy, I feel like one of those doctors.
I think your horse has definitely got a problem, sir.
Yeah, arthroscopy. Here we go. Watch. Show cave. It opens up. See, it opens up. We don't know what we can see. That looks like there's light reflecting off things there, doesn't it?
In the heart of France proudly stands Chateau de Mazilier. Dating back to 1174, the medieval castle has had many noble owners, including the Knights Templar and King Louis XIV. Now it's home to this 9-year-old Louis and his mum Fiona.
I think my interest in period property started as a child. I used to play in a very big country house, and I was used to think, yeah, I'm going to get myself one of these one day. I spent 30 years in the UK in property development, so to buy the castle, it seemed very logical to me that it would be the next biggest challenge to take.
Located in the Limousin region of France, it's got 13 bedrooms, a 14-bed coach house, a chapel, and some medieval dungeons. Similar chateaux are on the market for about £900,000 at the moment.
Most people would admit that they do have that fantasy, that notion, wouldn't it be lovely to have a castle?
Yeah, very romantic in theory. Fiona's had to put in a bucket load of work to get this 840-year-old relic looking like it does now. And there's still plenty more to do.
I remember arriving and sitting on my bed that night and just crying, thinking, oh my God, what have you actually done?
She started by converting the servants' quarters for her and Louis into an apartment with all mod cons.
It's 5 years on. He loves the castle, wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
The long-term plan is to rent out some of the chateau's 13 bedrooms as a B&B, but there's still a lot of work to do before that's possible. Fiona's been working almost entirely single-handedly, all paid for by using life savings from her past property developments.
I'm doing it on my own because it gives me a sense of achievement at this stage of my life. This is kind of was going to be my baby. This is kind of the heart.
But there's a catch. There's a limited time each year Fiona can get the work done.
There are certain works that you can only really do when the weather is very, very warm, because castles generally are very, very cold and cool. So the painting, wallpapering, once it hits, I'd say October, you can forget that right through to March, and because the wallpaper will not take. So it's a total waste of time. So more pressure's on, because you know it won't be until the following year that you can really get works done.
Fiona's been having ongoing problems with the electrics.
Some of the floors have not been updated for maybe 30 years.
This is one job Fiona can't tackle herself. She's called her mate, electrician Pete, to try and fix the issue once and for all.
So every time I turn on the electricity box, it works for a while, and then it's just tripping out.
Okay.
And at times it's taking the other levels out as well at the same time. Yesterday it did work, it was fine, it was running.
It's fine all day?
All day. And then, today, it's being very temperamental.
First, Pete has to find the fuse box where the problem is.
It's trial and error, basically.
Eventually, he finds it on the first floor.
Okay. It's that circuit down there that has given us the problems.
Unfortunately, now he has to go through all the lights on the first floor to find the fault. If he can't find the problem, Fiona could end up having to rewire this whole section of the chateau, a cost of thousands she just doesn't have the budget for.
Trying to find problems in a place this size could be a real nightmare.
It just feels never-ending, and the money's going out and nothing's coming in, and you just see this bank balance going down and down and down.
A 200-mile drive northwest of Fiona's, I'm hunting for a stash of wine, supposedly hidden by the Germans in one of Jonathan and Michael's sealed-up caves. And we've spotted something shiny.
Do you know what we could do? We could put another hole a couple of inches lower down, maybe 4 inches lower down, and then we've got some light coming in the top hole, maybe shine a torch in the top. You watching? Here we go. Yeah. Right, we're going in again. See if we've got any more light. Here we go. Oh.
Hey.
What's that? What's that?
It's glass. It's a bottle. It's a bottle.
It's a bottle.
It is, isn't it? That's the neck of a bottle.
It's more than one bottle, mate.
Yes, it is.
It's confirmed. We've a positive sighting. Even a lower-end bottle of wine from the 1940s could be worth as much as 100 quid.
Jonathan, if you're up for it, mate, I'm going to put a couple more holes in here. Where this is now, we're hammering it out. This is the same as a hammer and chisel.
Or a knife and butter.
Whoa, that is so soft. I have to be careful. I don't want to bring down any stone in there.
You're not through, are you? You are.
I am through. Oh, there's more in the back. Hold on, we don't want any of that to fall inwards, do we?
No.
So reach over it.
Ow. I'll tell you why, ow.
Whoa, that's what we saw.
Well, that's champagne-y type stuff, isn't it? Or brandy.
Champagne doesn't last as well as wine, but one unspoiled bottle could be worth between 100 and 200 pounds.
Oh, wow. It goes right up the back.
There's an awful lot of broken glass in there. Are there any still in one piece?
And there's one sitting right within tantalising distance that's still got the neck on it. That's a champagne bottle. Is it? No? And one's got a stopper in. And
No way.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Let me have a look.
No, come on.
Let me have a top.
Top. I think, it's very dark, but I think there's one in there that's still got the cap on top of it. So...
Point one, there we go. Ready? Oh, no. Oh, man, that's just...
I'm parched just looking at it.
So sad. It's a beautiful bottle. Oh, I thought it was going to be this one.
Well, it's frustrating, but this has been fascinating. These bottles could have been hidden by the Germans at the tail end of the Second World War. But the cave sandstone is constantly being eroded by water, and unfortunately, over the years, it's fallen down and smashed Chateau de Jalen's precious cargo.
But I tell you what, I have got a bottle of that 1979 we found, if you fancy having a glass.
OK, yes.
This is a wine Jonathan and Michael found before. I hope it survived the 38 years. Just over 100 miles northwest at Chateau, it promises to be another busy day for Phil and Angelina.
Beautiful, having lots of space for, obviously, the events and stuff. There's a downside sometimes. When you get to the end of the day, you look on your phone and your step count is up in lots of 30,000. And you haven't actually gone anywhere. You've just been walking around with some wood.
They're hosting their first ever paid event in just over a week. While Phil waits for the toilets to dry out, he's making a start on the other part of his master plan, the outdoor bar he's promised the party clients.
There's never been anything particularly simple at this house. This is the bar.
They need to make this 50th wedding party a success to prove to themselves they have the mettle to run a permanent chateau business.
Careful. The event is extremely close now, and I'm really nervous. I'll say it when Angelina isn't here. My worry is that if we don't make this event a success, I could handle that, but I don't think Angelina could. Angelina's tolerance for making a success out of this place is a lot lower than mine.
I don't know what we'll do. If this fails, I think we'll have to rethink whether we can make it, you know, are we good at this? We'd have to go back to England and resume our lives and go to normal, you know, day jobs that are not as exciting as this, not, you know, having an adventure of, you know, looking after, you know, great big old chateau.
The outdoor bar was a key part of Phil's sales pitch for the party.
It's taking shape. It's looking like a bar.
On the night, this bar will be serving up to 60 people.
Oh, there's a bend in the wood. I can see it. It's going to happen. Oh. I think we've done it. One last thing.
With the bar furnishings in place, Phil's ready for his first customer.
Wow!
What do you think?
Some lighting, bunting, you know, it'll be stunning.
Yeah, I'm really glad you're envisaging all of these things, because once I finish building it, that's what you're doing.
Can you pour me a drink then? I love it. You come prepared.
It's wine or wine?
Wine will be fine. Cheers.
To the bar.
I'm at Chateau de Gelaine, about to taste one of the 40 bottles of wine Jonathan and Michael found in one of their caves.
It's glorious up here, isn't it?
It is. This...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's our escape.
I can't shake this at all, can you?
No.
Wow. 1979.
79 isn't generally regarded as a good year in France, but I tell you what, I'll just be amazed if this 38-year-old wine hasn't spoiled. And if it hasn't, it'll be a good indication that the other 39 bottles could be in good nick too.
I really feel very privileged. Yeah. This was actually bottled the year I became a second lieutenant in the British Army. Oh, that's the big thing. Oh, my Jonathan!
Doesn't smell vinegary, does it?
No, that's good. We're all right. It's not corked at all.
No.
That's actually very special.
Yeah.
That really surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah. Look at the lovely colour.
Jonathan decants it to separate out any sediment and let the wine breathe.
I'm going to put a bit of air in it now. Pour it a bit from...
That's fine. Don't go... So this is the thing to do. What a cracking way to end the day. Thank you, sir.
Cheers. Hey, that is surprisingly good. Wow. It is amazing. Actually, the second gulp was even better.
That is decidedly good.
It was worth it, wasn't it?
Life in a shadow's not too terrible, is it?
Not at moments like these.
It's been a good day for Jonathan. So the hoard of hidden German wine didn't survive. But if the wine I tasted today is anything to go by, the other bottles could attract Chateau de Gelaine wine-loving guests. Just under 200 miles southeast, Fiona Jones has spent the last 5 years renovating her gorgeous 12th century chateau. This summer, she's been tackling its ground floor. He already rents out rooms to guests in the estate's 3-bedroom gîte and eventually wants to do the same with rooms in the 13-bedroom chateau. Today, Pete, for trusty electrician, is trying to find a faulty circuit that's causing the fuses to blow on all 4 floors of the chateau.
It might be a loose cable somewhere, which is causing a overheating problem, and he's stripping the whole circuit out.
Meanwhile, Fiona's getting on with decorating the dining room.
It hasn't been used as a dining room for forever. The whole wall's been plastered now in a nice English plaster, so that needs sealing and painting, ready for wallpapering. Originally, the room would have had this panelling from the floor to the ceiling.
Fiona finds some of the wood panels hidden behind a false wall. Others have been turned into doors. She's bringing the treasures back to their original home here.
That's going to look really nice once that's stained and varnished.
It's a 2-person job, so she's called in builder Dave to help. She just needs to decide which panel she wants where.
Hold on, that's damaged. We won't use that one. We'll use the damaged one up the far end where it doesn't show so much. Okay, ready? Go. Thank you. That one's a bit taller as well, isn't it? Okay, move it along and we'll try another one. Just... Oh, nearly. Oh, nearly. OK, that's not going to work either, is it? Oh.
That's what I'm getting at.
It's like Laura and Hardy, isn't it?
It's
OK.
a little bit, yeah.
Fiona's already under pressure to get this work done before the winter hits and it's too cold for plaster, paint and wallpaper to hold. But she's made other plans that are adding to the stress.
I'm going to host an event at the end of July. The mayor is going to attend. He's very interested in seeing what I've been doing up here. I do at least need to have the dining room complete, so then with the event, I can show everybody the whole of the ground floor. Okay, so the pressure's on.
It's a lot of work to finish in just 9 weeks.
Smalls together, bigs together.
No, it looks awful.
Looks awful?
Yeah, no, I don't like it. Small, big, small, big, small, big. We're having a domestic now.
Looks like sparks are starting to fly here and are hopefully about to upstairs because Pete thinks he's solved the problem of the tripping electrics.
The problem is here, you've got a bare connector on the neutral and he's touching the ears, and that's what's caused the problem.
Something as simple as 2 bare wires touching each other has been tripping the whole chateau on and off for the past 5 years. All Pete needs to do is replace the wires, a 2-minute job.
Good job on the tool. OK, that's job done. Everything's on.
That quick fix has potentially saved Fiona thousands of pounds.
Hey, give me 5, Pete. Hey.
She counts herself lucky that she's found a top team to work with over here.
It's purely coincidental that the few people that I do have come in to work with me are English expats. It wouldn't matter to me. You could be French, English, any nationality. As long as you get my electricity on, that's all I care about, that I can cook.
And she's finally happy with the order of the panelling. Dave's supposed to be fixing it to the wall.
That's my hand there.
Oh, it's your hand.
Yeah, don't worry, I've got another one.
Sorry. Sorry.
But there's still a lot to get done before Fiona's ready for her big party reveal.
This wall needs to be plastered and then would have to be sealed with paint and then wallpapered as well. And then it's just the flooring that's left. God, I've got so much decorating to do.
You have. Miles.
At Chateau de Gelin in the Loire Valley, after previously discovering a well in one of their caves, Jonathan and volunteers Cohen and Thomas are trying to test how easily they can extract water from it.
It's costing us €7,000 a year to water the back garden. That equates to the profit from 210 guests. So we have to have 210 people here before we've even paid to water the garden.
Jonathan has hired the biggest submersible water pump he could find.
We discovered the well, but we don't know quite how much water's in there. So we need to jack up a pump, dangle it down into the well so that we can test how much is coming out. I'm hoping it's going to be like an American oil gusher.
It's certainly a big pump, bigger than they probably need for this job.
It's a serious bit of kit. I mean, that's even bigger than a fireman's hose. Is that going to go through that hole?
We measured it. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't put yourself at risk. Whatever you do, you let the thing go, all right?
It's going down.
Don't risk yourself. Okay, all right. Good luck, guys. I'm going up to turn the machine on. See you in a bit. Cross your fingers.
Ready.
A big pump needs a big generator. Hopefully Jonathan can operate it.
So I'm just trying to remember what they taught me this morning about how to start it up. Don't do this, don't do that, and whatever you do, don't do the other. I can't remember this, that, or the other. So, in for a penny. Come on. Yes!
Yes, turn it on.
And now the moment of truth. I'm going to belt like the clappers because I want to see it coming out the other end. You ready? I'm off! Oh my God! All right.
It's going great until...
It's going down.
Oh, I don't really know what to make of it. I'm starting to get mixed feelings as to whether it's actually going to work or not.
Is this all the water that's down there? Or does the answer lie with the humongous pump they're using? Meanwhile, back at Chateau, Phil and Angelina have just a week left before hosting their first ever paid event, a 50th wedding anniversary party.
Pressure's mounting because we're very, very close and the toilets are the most important thing that I've actually had to do here, and I still haven't done them.
Severe damp in the toilets is refusing to dry out.
This wall needs to be completely scraped off, and ideally at that point you plaster it, you paint it. Don't have any time for that, so we've got to hide it for the party.
Phil's quick fix is to stretch fabric over the toilet's unsightly walls.
We're going to stretch material down over the top, and I'm just looking at the measurements. And then wood panel up to here, which we're faking with a bit of ply.
Meanwhile...
Awesome. This is fun.
Upstairs, Angelina's putting her design skills to good use.
Phil is relying on me to find the best fabric suitable for the toilet. We're pretty limited on time now. There's only, a few days left, so I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible, hand it over to Phil. Phil then completes that job and make it look great. Because this is important. You can't just walk into that toilet. You'll be shock horrified, They'll be known as the worst toilets alive,
Angelina's fabric will cover the top half of the walls, above new wooden panels that Phil is constructing. He's aiming for an old-style look with modern materials.
If we can use this, put a little square in the middle of it, when it's painted, to a quick glance, it will look like it's some original wood panelling, and hopefully no one will realise I've put a little bit of marine ply and some decorative beading on the wall. Come on. It's a fraction off level, but they are toilets after all, not an art gallery.
Here you go.
What do you think?
That's really lovely. Going to be actually in keeping with the character of the chateau. I'm really pleased with that. I'm feeling quite positive, and hopefully that's going to be a quite quick turnaround. I think it will be anyways.
It seems an end to their toilet trauma could be in sight.
I could have ironed this.
Yeah, well, you could have done lots of things.
Or maybe not.
Are you planning on stapling?
Yes, I said, can we put it corner to corner? And you went, yes.
Just like upholstery, you start from the middle and you work your way out.
I need to be able to see how it's hanging.
This isn't stretched, but yeah.
Yeah, well, can you lean over and do that while I'm holding it up?
Oh my God, it's too hot.
Yes, I'm well aware. Fingers move.
Not that close to my finger. No, higher than my finger. I'm not moving my finger. Confined space, halogen bulb, 2 people, horrendous smell.
And that rising temperature is causing rising tempers.
Same thing you do here. You're supposed to do the middle and then the sides.
Fine.
But obviously,
Why
because you already started on the corner and it's at an angle which I can see, it's like this. What's the point of me being here if you're not going to listen to me? That's at an angle. I can see it. Look. Now I have to waste my time and wait for him to come back.
270 miles southeast, for Fiona, sometimes Chateau renovations have to take a backseat to normal everyday life.
We're just going to go and collect Louis now.
Fiona's little boy gets dropped off by the school bus, which also very conveniently acts as Fiona's personal courier service.
Merci, thank you. The coach driver has kindly dropped off a delivery of emergency paint for the dining room. That's very, very common in the small little community. Everybody kind of helps each other.
Fiona also needs the paint for an 18th century staircase that she's renovating in the north wing.
The size of the staircase and just for the use for the servants demonstrates how rich the family actually was.
These days, all it demonstrates is how damp and rotten it is after years of neglect.
And you can see on the old lights here all of the red dust from the spores, from the wet rot and the dry rot.
As well as causing structural damage, some damper mould can cause skin irritation and breathing problems.
So I'm just getting the majority of the fungus removed, and then a nice rough sandpaper will clean this up completely.
Then Fiona will use a chemical treatment to stop it returning. But next for today, ripping out the old door.
This wall was put up to separate the staff when it was run as an equestrian centre in the 1980s.
One of my favourite things about chateaus are the constant surprises. Some pleasant, some just plain weird.
This did have a tongue and groove wall, but they've kind of filled in a gap with hundreds of pairs of socks, just to use as a type of an insulation. This has got to be my first out of all of my renovation jobs for 30 years. I've never seen anyone use socks as insulation. I saved you some socks.
Saved you some socks? Oh, great.
What size shoe are you? I've heard you're a size 2. Ladies' size.
Never mind. Dave removes the rest of the wooden beams that supported the old wall and ceiling above the door.
Hopefully that's going to come out. I'll pass that to you, Fiona. Do you mind the nails again?
It's okay.
All done. Right.
It's very nice to see it gone. I think that's been enclosed for about 40 years. It'll be beautiful if I keep telling myself that.
It will.
Fingers crossed. At Chateau Bayeux, Philip and Angelina have made up over the toilet.
We can get away with just one toilet for the day?
I don't think so.
Angelina finishes hanging the cloth that will hide the toilet's stained walls.
Spend the entire day in the toilet, comes in and swoops in for the glory.
Yay! I'm really, really pleased. I'm actually really good at this.
Living in a chateau, you imagine it's going to be a fairy tale, but the mountain of work that goes with it, along with starting a business, it takes its toll. We're both sensible enough to know there's a bigger picture. You know, small arguments now for a better life in the future is not a problem. Yeah. We're on the home stretch. I'll have a working toilet downstairs.
This is how it was before, and this is how it is now. The fabric has covered everything that's horrid and lurking behind it. It's better than a wallpaper or a paint because it's actually letting the wall breathe through the fabric. So the longer it stays on, the longer it'll dry out.
With the fabrics hung and panels in place, that's one guest toilet nearly ready.
It's going to look better than I think I expected. I can see the end result. I need to finish off some finer details, like actually put the toilet in.
With one toilet patched up and the bar built, it's been a productive few days.
Got us something to drink to celebrate. Today's been a tough day.
But with less than a week before the party, there's still a huge amount to do.
It's all or nothing. If we don't get it right, you'd really have to evaluate if we're capable of doing this moving forward. It's like make or break to the life that you really want.
It's just life, I guess. Chateau life.
At Chateau de Gelaine, Jonathan was using a powerful pump to extract a free source of water from a well, potentially saving him $7,000 a year in water bills for their 20-acre garden. When it stopped.
I was very excited because it came gushing out. We'll have to look down the well now and see what's left.
Volunteer Cohen is still hopeful.
There is still some water, right?
There is?
Yeah.
The big pump wasn't pushed far enough into the well.
And we repositioned the pump.
Okay.
So we think we can give it another try.
Superb. I'll go back up. Let me know when you want to turn it on.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay. All right, we can give it another go. There it comes.
The pump pulls up the last of the water. There was enough there to water their 7-acre garden at least once. But now they need to check that the water replenishes itself. Otherwise, this well is useless.
But of course, the real test is, does the thing refill? So we know whether we've got a goer or not. So, yeah.
They'll come back after a coffee to find out. Back in central France, Fiona's begun restoring a 300-year-old staircase. She's putting up some ugly felt, left over for when this part of the chateau was home to a caretaker who clearly kept a lot of cats.
There's got to be over 100 steps here. So all of this is literally being soaked in cat urine. That's why it smells so bad. It's actually making my eyes sting at the moment.
Fiona's vision is to recreate how the staircase would have looked in its prime in the 1700s.
Only 99 steps to go. I want to try and preserve all of the wood. I don't want to carpet it. I just want to make it look as original as possible.
Take note, people. Everyday chateau life definitely isn't always living like kings and queens. Sometimes the reality is more Cinderella.
There's all mouse poo on that as well. Big cobwebs under there. It's a good job I'm not scared of spiders, isn't it? The spiders in the castle are so huge, you hear them running across the floor like they've got boots on.
After an hour of graft, that's just one flight of stairs cleared. There's 3 more and months of work before the staircase is restored.
All of the steps are going to need to be sanded. And then also, we're talking about each landing as well.
Seems to me Fiona's taking on an awful lot. Let's hope she finishes it in time for the mayor's visit in 9 weeks. At Chateau de Gelaine, Jonathan and volunteers Cohen and Thomas are waiting to see if the well refills with water.
Yeah, it's definitely filling up.
You absolutely sure?
Yeah, it's bubbling.
That's great news. That means we've got a constant supply. The only thing that we did wrong here was that we've got a pump that's far too big for the amount of water that we've got in the well.
I think with a smaller pump, you have a very good supply of water.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier. Good. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
It's official. Jonathan and Michael have just secured a saving of $7,000 a year.
Why isn't this coming up then?
It should be coming up.
That's so they can get that oversized pump back out again.
Why isn't it coming then?
Because it's still full of water, I think.
As well as being a tight squeeze, The pump weighs a hefty 50 kilos.
Can we attach it to the car and then pull it up with the car? Well, it could have a disaster because if both ropes snap, then we've lost the pump down there.
Ideally, you'd use a four-wheel drive with a winch and a metal cable for this job. Jonathan has a Renault people carrier and what looks like a clothesline.
Slow.
How far is it?
Couple meters. Stop! Stop! Stop the engine.
Thank you. Phew. This free water supply has been a great find. It's surprises like these that can make all the difference when running a chateau.
It's part of what makes it enjoyable.
Next time...
Stop it! Get away!
Jonathan and Michael deal with the arrival of the chateau's investors.
Come on in. I wasn't expecting quite the backlash.
It's a mad rush for Phil and Angelina to set up the anniversary party at their chateau.
Loads of nails fell into that sink because
just exhausted, really.
And Fiona struggles to get her chateau ready for the mayor's visit.
I'm rushing, thinking about Louis. Gravity, stay.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our two children in our glorious French chateau. We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it. We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload!
In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
It's really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau.
We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today...
Stop it! Get away!
It's fun and games at one chateau as it's prepared for the arrival of its investors.
We need to get on top of it. Get on top of the goats.
Until the investors actually arrive, that is.
I was amazed how anti people were. I wasn't expecting quite the backlash.
It's a mad rush for one couple setting up an anniversary party at their chateau.
Loads of nails fell into that sink because
just exhausted, really.
And a single mum struggles to get her chateau ready for a visit from the local mayor.
I'm rushing, thinking about Louis. Gravity, stay.
The beautiful Chateau de Jalène. It's managed by couple Michael and Jonathan.
We were civilly partnered 5 years ago on a very joyful occasion with all our family and friends, and everything was going great. Then we decided to buy a chateau.
They bought it for £750,000 4 years ago, and with the help of investors, have transformed it into what it is today.
It was great, it was fantastic, but then it all started to unravel.
We knew we were taking a risk. We didn't think it was going to be this big a risk.
Located in the Pays de la Loire, the chateau hasn't been making money. If they can't make it pay for itself by the end of the summer, they may have to quit.
This is our home, it's all we've got.
Everything we have is now invested in this, So we haven't got a fallback option. All our eggs are in the one basket.
And over the next few days, these eggs could be under threat.
The Investors' Week is coming up. They can vote us out just as easily as they voted us in. Michael and I could lose our jobs. It's as simple as that.
So Michael and Jonathan have a plan for the Chateau's banqueting hall that they hope will please the investors.
We ordered some artwork and they delivered it to the farm next door. So the farmer's kindly said that he'll bring it round here.
They're hoping this artwork will make the Chateau more appealing to prospective wedding clients and, in turn, the investors.
We had some feedback from buyers who visit the place saying it looks a bit of a blank canvas. It's hard for them to visualise what it's going to look like.
Oh, look! He's brought it on a forklift truck. Oh my God, is it hitting the ground? Oh my.
How much did you say that's worth?
10 grand.
They're worth 10 grand, but thrifty Jonathan actually got them for 5. It's crucial they aren't damaged.
Good on him.
Only in France. Fantastic.
Try and get that through the letterbox.
That's all right, he can see it, he can see it. Superb.
Merci, Jean-Denis.
Jean-Denis, ça va?
Très bien.
Merci bien pour ça.
Inside a 20 reproduction of famous French-themed paintings, most of them by French artists.
I'm so excited. I've never spent this much money. If you imagine going to the January sales with 10 grand in your pocket, that's how excited I am. I've never spent that much money, never.
Bought a house once.
Yeah, but no, that's a paper transaction, isn't it? What are you doing? Hang on, you're ahead of me again.
You gotta go this way, you gotta go this way.
No,
There's nails this way.
Come on. I just want to see the top one.
Seen it.
Stop it! Get away! You're so horrible. No, I want to see what they're like. Oh, my God. Pull it off.
Should we be a bit more delicate?
No. Go. Take it. Oh, my God. I want to put it somewhere. Absolutely magnificent. These are digital restorations of the original. Now we need to get these into the banqueting hall. I can take 2.
Tomorrow they start the task of putting them up. 2.5 hours drive northwest of Jonathan and Michael is another chateau, Chateau Bayeux. It's the splendid home of husband and wife, Philip and Angelina Bailey-Smith.
There wasn't an argument. I said, we're going to go live here in a chateau in France. Chateau Victor. It was literally
No, it wasn't like, all right. It was like, yeah, I want it. Call them now. I want it. I'm signing.
They're renting the 17th century place in the Pays de la Loire region of northern France to try their hand at chateau life before deciding whether or not to buy their own.
To me, the dream of living in a chateau and making it pay for itself is alive and well, and I couldn't genuinely think of living back in London now. I couldn't.
As a first step to starting an events business at the chateau, Phil and Angelina have taken on the challenge of hosting a 50th wedding anniversary party. Over the last 8 weeks, they've cleared the grounds, built a bar, and even a bridge.
Last one's yours, fella.
Go on.
With a little help from yours truly. Well done. Now the big day has finally arrived.
Looks stunning. Really, really stunning.
And Phil and Angelina, joined by a few local helpers, are working flat out to get the chateau ready before the 50th anniversary couple arrive in 2 hours' time.
Phil, I'm just a bit worried about the amount of glitter ribbon. I just don't think I have enough.
With 60 guests expected, Phil wants to make sure the way to the party is well signposted.
It's a bit stressful if you park in the wrong place. French neighbours shouting, why are you parking in my driveway? And no, I don't, this isn't a party, this is my house. It's going to be a little bit embarrassing. It's also a bit stressful for the start of the party.
We need to make a sign that's nice and clear for all the visitors. So we found a beautiful frame that I bought. I think it's stunning, really full of character, very chateau-y. You have pencil?
No, I don't.
You have measuring tape?
Inside.
I'll go and get the ruler.
No, I don't need a ruler, I need a pencil.
Yeah, but I need straight line.
Oh, yeah, you get the ruler, I'll get a pencil will be helpful, thanks.
The pressure's starting to take its toll.
I'm going to pull one of these out. Give me 2 seconds to cut this first, thank you.
Okay.
Put your hands on that, like that, OK?
Sorry, Philly.
Yes. The arrow is left for the party.
Yes, that's
the
right.
arrow is
I
right
know
for the party.
about that arrow. Oh, my God, I just want to kill you now.
Never argue with a man with power tools. I've got to go off and get the tables and chairs, which shows me how far behind I am, because it means, yeah, once furniture starts to arrive, it's happening, isn't it? You know, it's not a case of, uh-oh, I can get away with this. Bye.
Ciao.
Today's Phil and Angelina's own first wedding anniversary, but there's no time to celebrate. If today doesn't go well, they may have to give up their dream of a chateau life.
It's at the back of your mind, you're like, if I don't do it now and get it right, should we carry on this sort of thing, or shouldn't we? These are the tables and chairs. There won't be enough to seat everybody, but not everyone will eat at the same time. It's quite an informal affair they want in the evening. Never ending. I hope they appreciate it come the end of it. Typical. It's not glamorous, this, sometimes. It's just hard graft. We're doing it on a shoestring budget to try to start a business to see if it works on as little as possible. So we're doing 10 people's jobs.
Seating sorted, that's one more job done. But Phil's got plenty more on his plate.
We get it 75% right, we can carry on with this business. If we make a mess of this today, you're not cut out for that certain thing. And do you know what? Now I've thought about that, I can feel the pressure.
It's proving to be one of the hottest days of the year. Perfect for the party, less so for Angelina.
Because of the scale of the place, it's impossible. You end up like running 1,000 meters one way, then 1,000 another, and you're just exhausted, really. Well, I am now. I'm sweaty. Look at me, sweaty Betty.
There's now just 2 hours until the clients are due to arrive. And Phil seems to have forgotten his most pressing job of all.
Toilets need to be cleared off.
Yeah.
It's about, what, 11?
I still haven't quite finished the toilets.
Unbelievably, after 8 weeks to prepare for this event, Phil still hasn't sorted out the abomination that is the guests' toilet. Just over 100 miles southeast, Alan, one of the volunteers at Chateau de Jalène, is helping Michael and Jonathan put up the newly acquired artwork in the banquet hall.
The first part is all about measuring it out and getting it levels. So then, hopefully by the end of the day, we should have all of those up. Knowing Jonathan, everything's going to be spot on, perfect, measured to within a millimetre. So I reckon the biggest challenge will be getting Jonathan happy.
Michael knows his partner well, because 1 hour later...
How's it going, Alan? Oh, blimey. Well, Alan's let me down a little bit because he's not centred this picture. And I've got a good 8 inches on one side and a good 3 inches on the other. Shall I just mark the rest of your work while I'm here? And what did you have in mind here, Alan, just for my amusement?
After a bit more tweaking, Jonathan is happy. But will Michael be?
25. Michael will not. He'll just come in and grunt at it and say, it seems a lot of money to pay for a poster. What are you laughing for?
It's done, isn't it? Wow, they look good.
Why are we laughing?
This is a lot of nudity, isn't it?
Is that all you were laughing at? Yeah. I can cope with if it's just the nudity.
Yeah, they're cool. They're brilliant. They're big. But these are brilliant. These are good. And who's she?
She's Madame Pompadour.
And why is Madame Pompadour famous? I know the name.
She was the mistress of Louis the...
Yeah, you've done all right. No, yeah, she's brilliant. I like him. I like him a lot.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I'm happy. He's happy. No row, which I thought was coming.
They're both happy. The question is, will the investors be when they arrive in just 2 days' time? The 13-bedroom Chateau de Mazilier. Parts of it date back to 1174. It has medieval dungeons, a chapel, and a 14-bedroom coach house. now run as a holiday home. It's all owned, run and being restored by single mum Fiona Jones.
Oh, it was the best thing I did. Wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
Slap bang in the heart of France, she and her son live here in the upstairs floor while slowly renovating the rest of the chateau, with the goal of eventually running the restored area as B&B alongside the holiday home.
If only you had thumbs, you could help me.
This year she's focused on the first floor, and this dining room is the last room to do.
I've not found that one room here has just been simple.
In 1 week, she's throwing a party for the mayor and local community in an attempt to start promoting the B&B.
The pressure's on now. It's a big job, this room to complete.
She's plastered the room and primed it ready for decorating. Today's jobs are wallpapering and filling in the problematic gaps between the ceiling beams.
We're having a lot of problems with bats, mice. What's actually happening is the bats are getting in through all of the tiny little gaps in between the beams here. My idea, I'm going to attempt, I think this will work, to spray foam all the way through there, and then I'm going to varnish it so it's at least sealed. And it'll take a damn good mouse to chew through all of that. Right, it goes. Gravity, stay.
That doesn't look like it's really filling the hole to me.
What I'll do is I'll let the bigger areas just dry, and then I'll put some more foam in afterwards and just build it up in another layer, and that'll be fine. What a mess. Not used this product before, it's a lot softer. It shouldn't be dripping not to this excess. It's a real mess.
Fiona's going to have to come up with another plan if she wants to finish this job in the time she's got. 170 miles northwest, Chateau de Jalen's shareholders are coming today to see how their investment is doing. Their visit ends with an annual general meeting, or AGM. The way the business has been going is likely to be a tough one. But Jonathan and Michael have a couple of treats up their sleeves.
Hello, have you had a good morning?
One of them is goats.
What have you been doing? Could you eat a little bit more for me, please? Because they say that you won't eat enough.
They hope the investors will like the clever idea to have the grass trimmed for almost no cost.
Look at that. Somebody's been chucking the bloomin' breakfast out there for the goats. I didn't think that... You shouldn't be feeding goats pizzas, should you?
The other treat is the new paintings in the banquet hall.
It's definitely going to be a talking point, I reckon.
They'll show the investors the paintings tomorrow. Tonight, they'll wine and dine them. They've started to arrive earlier than expected.
The meal starts at half.
It starts at 7.
7, so I've got to get the drinks ready as well.
OK.
So I'm going to get changed.
All right, meet you back here in 10. Done. We've now got 3 investors all arriving at the same time, and we've got to get the drinks ready for dinner tonight. They were supposed to be staggered, but it'll just turn into a complete mess. It's never ending. Oui, allô, Chateau de Jalen?
It's not the best start. I hope tomorrow goes better. 100 miles northwest at Chateau, it's the day of the 50th wedding anniversary party that Phil and Angelina Bailey-Smith have spent the last 2 months preparing for.
Loads of nails fell into that sink.
Today's party is a test. If it goes well, they may stay in France. If it goes badly, they may pack up and give up their dream of running a chateau business.
This is the life that I'm really happy with currently living and can't wait to continue, so I'd be heartbroken if it ended.
The guests of honour are due to arrive in 2 hours, but Phil hasn't finished fixing the toilets he promised would be ready.
Well, this particular toilet is almost finished. Once this is in, the toilet's 2 screws in 1 pipe connector, and then it's done. I think I might have to cement the pipe to fill it up.
As Phil tests his speed plumbing skills, Angelina's putting the finishing touches to the party signs.
I'll just copy the style. I quite like it. God, all these swirly things. That's a good arrow. That's a good size arrow. I mean, you know, you can't miss going in the wrong direction. One of the other things that I wanted to do, I actually like cake decorating type of stencils. Kind of like fleur-de-lis. Lovely. A bit of little swirly action there. If you turn right instead of left, you're gonna miss the party.
Phil's attempting to get at least one of the toilets up and running.
How do I do this?
But unfortunately, there's a new problem.
The actual water feed to the toilet has now decided it doesn't want to play ball and is dripping. This is an absolute nightmare.
Phil promises clients 2 working toilets to accommodate their 60 guests. But he's struggling to provide one. And even worse, golden anniversary couple Chris and Anne are nearly here.
It just seemed 5 minutes ago that I met you and we got married.
A lot of people who are coming today, I don't think have been to a chateau.
We've got some flying in from England and we've got some Dutch. They've driven over 800 miles to get here, so that's going to be a special moment.
We've put our trust in them to make sure that they're going to make this a special day for us as well, as has been promised. When we first saw it, there was a tremendous amount of work that had to be done. Well, here we are.
Okay. With Phil caught short and Angelina nowhere to be seen, there's no one to welcome Chris and Anne.
Gosh, I've forgotten how big the place was.
Yeah, I have. I don't know where they are. Heavens. What a lovely way to spend 50 years of marriage.
Will they be happy with Phil and Angelina's preparations for their big day? At Chateau de Gelaine, the investors have been arriving through the night. And by this morning, they're all here.
Hello, how are you? Come on in.
The key part of the visit is the annual general meeting.
Probably the most important date in the diary this year.
And because the business has been struggling, Michael and Jonathan are worried.
They could say that they're not satisfied with the progress, and it's not an idle threat. They could say, sorry guys, you've given it your best shot, but now we need somebody who knows what they're doing.
So they're hoping to impress the investors with their new paintings for the Chateau's banquet hall.
Thanks for joining the tour. What I'd really like you to see is what we've done in the main gallery. Let's go through and see what you think. The idea has been to take the old traditional oil painting artworks of some of the French masters, but to display them in a contemporary manner.
It's a huge improvement. I think it's warmed up the room, and I love it.
I'll be random.
It's not my favourite.
Well, I'm particularly bothered by this one, I must say, because it is a violent painting, and this is a room that's going to be used for weddings, for happy occasions.
It wasn't quite the vote of confidence Jonathan had been hoping for.
I suppose I'm disappointed that people were more opinionated than they needed to have been. It was the most momentous thing that we've done, cost us the most money.
And there's more to worry about. The investors' board has called a pre-meeting to discuss the agenda for the AGM.
Thank you very much for coming. I'll start off with item number 1.
And they aren't happy about the goats or the fence to keep them in around the chateau.
I think a lot of people have the same view of that we're putting up a farm fence and farm animals on the chateau. I'd be seriously concerned that's going to detract from the quality of people what serve a chateau.
As with anything that we buy or sort out, there's normally 2 or 3 weeks of us getting it right. So a point taken on board. We'll talk to the sheep people today, and we'll see what improvements or modifications that we can make.
3 brides I've spoken to about it know about it.
They're fine with sheep, aren't they? And goats?
Goats in the moat, yeah.
I think enough people sort of viewed the fence and said, what is that?
Said all along that I had my reservations about it. I said, I'm going to try it. And I've said specifically to the guys putting it in, if I don't like it, it's all coming out.
So thank you very much for attending, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the AGM.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
The board aren't keen on the goats, but what they really don't like is the fence. Michael and Jonathan will need to think what to do about it before the AGM tomorrow.
I was amazed how anti people were. I wasn't expecting quite the backlash. So the sheep might have to go if they're voted down tomorrow.
At Chateau de Mazilier, owner Fiona Jones is slowly renovating parts into a bed and breakfast. She's just worked out she's been using the wrong foam filler to plug the gaps in the ceiling beams of the dining room and has now bought a type better suited to the task.
Right, let's hope this works. Look at that, fabulous.
Fiona needs to get a move on. This whole room needs to be ready for the unveiling party for the mayor in just 1 week's time.
Just going to leave that for a little while and then I'm going to cut it all out so that you don't even know that there's foam there. I've got some insulation foam which I'm going to pack the bigger holes out with initially and then I'm going to spray foam that.
Fiona will wait for that to dry. Then she'll be able to trim and neaten it up and wood stain it to match the beams.
Even if it looks like a mess right now, it'll be fine.
In the meantime, she's got the wallpapering to crack on with.
I haven't used this wallpaper before, but I've got it from England. I was just looking for something that was sage green with a gold effect.
She's cutting it fine. She needs to collect her little boy Louis from school in just an hour's time.
See, that is completely out, okay. That is completely out. I knew it would be. Of course it is.
The problem with all old chateaux is that the walls, ceilings and floors are never at right angles, so hanging wallpaper becomes a real test of patience.
It's just important to get the first piece straight.
If just one strip of paper is pasted at the wrong angle, all others lined up against it will be wonky too.
Right, so that's perfect. Look at that. Straight on the bubble. It's perfect.
She's got the line up right, but the heat on this scorching summer's day is causing her other problems.
It's 32 degrees today. The edges are not, they're drying out too quickly and curling. I have to go and get Louis as well. This is the problem. I'm rushing, thinking about Louis. I can't do it. I don't know why the edges are drying so quickly. I've never had this happen.
She's only hung 2 strips, but she's run out of time and has to go and collect Louis. She hasn't finished either the foam filler or the papering she needed to take off today. With the big party looming, will she be able to finish the room in time? Meanwhile, back at Chateau, golden anniversary couple Chris and Anne have arrived and their party is due to start in less than an hour.
I don't know where they are. Should we go towards the terrace or...?
But Phil and Angelina are still rushing to get the chateau ready.
I hope everyone can see this. This parking sign represents that there's a very long drive ahead, and then you gotta do a sharp right. It's self-explanatory. We are not doing great for time.
Hello.
I've seen you for ages.
This looks lovely.
Thank you.
Hello, my darling.
Oh, you look gorgeous. Oh, and smell amazing. I'm sorry, I'm
it's all right.
in my work mode.
It's okay. You've been working, haven't you?
We have many surprises for you.
One surprise they may not like is Phil still struggling to plumb in the toilets for their 60 guests.
I think I might have to get Angelina to stall them slightly. I need gloves. This is way too hot. I need my gloves. They're here. We're trying to shepherd them in one direction away from certain rooms and others. So we're currently playing a tag team of making sure they're all right and don't need to go anywhere.
Angelina's hoping to buy a few more precious minutes by showing Chris and Anne the bedroom she's renovated for them.
Ta-da! Oh, it looks beautiful.
Look at this.
And the butterflies are amazing.
It's a lovely cold room. I've made you lovely bath bombs if you wish to take the bath before the party starts.
That's lovely.
Oh, it's lovely, Anne. Couple of questions. Don't intend to spend a great deal of time in the room.
Yes.
And I mean, we've not seen around the rest of the house.
With Chris keen to start inspecting, finally there's a very welcome, if slightly weird sound in the guest toilet.
Makes a bit of a noise. We'll certainly know if they get stuck in there. We can press it a few times to more signals, can't they?
Well, Phil's got one of the toilets up and running. Angelina surreptitiously ushers Chris and Anne past and outside to the main event.
Straight through, please.
Will they be satisfied with the party venue?
Phil, shall we go through the different areas?
We've got the area for those that want to have a fire out the way.
On the other land over the bridge.
Yeah, we haven't got the smoke coming across here.
Look at your bridge, it looks amazing.
Yeah. We've laid out a decent amount of seating. The outdoor bar.
Oh, that looks amazing. Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Lovely.
They seem happy, so Phil decides to confess.
I've got one last thing. I managed to get one of the downstairs toilets finished to completion. The other one, there was issues with the pipe work.
You can only use one at a time?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
Well, that went better than I thought.
What I'll do is I'll leave you go and greet some guests while I get changed.
Yeah.
You go and have a shower first. I'll deal with gates and what have you.
Fantastic.
Well, they've pulled it off.
Yeah. They've done wonders, absolutely. A perfect place for a wedding.
What they managed to achieve, just totally delightful. I can't sum it up any better than that.
With the guests starting to arrive, and after 8 weeks of hard graft, it's party time at Chateau.
To Chris and Anne, 50 years. It's great. We've done that out of literally blood, sweat and tears. I'm seeing it come to reality, and I can see other people right now really enjoying what I envisaged, so that actually other people are as wowed at it as I would hope they would be. Maybe my crazy dream is maybe not as crazy as it sounded in the first place.
We've done really well.
And
yes,
on our wedding anniversary.
Yeah, that's true. Marry you.
Me too.
At Chateau de Gelin, the board of investors aren't happy with the fence surrounding the chateau.
Ce matin, tout le monde dit, mais c'est un château, ce n'est pas un ferme. Qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent? Si, oh là là.
Jonathan admits they may have a point.
I realise that the imposing nature of our driveway here has been completely compromised by the fact that these posts are right on the edge. So what was a lovely tree-lined avenue has now got this sheep enclosure impinging on it. Beaucoup de clients arrêtent les voitures ici pour prendre les photos de cette vue. It's our calling card, that very first thing that they see. And if it's a load of rough wooden stakes in the ground, it's not going to do us many favours. Ici est la possibilité de plonger, oui. Les poteaux. Oui, exact.
By moving it down the slope of the moat, the fence shouldn't be so prominent.
Merci bien.
Okay. Plan so far is that they're going to finish off doing the fencing tonight, come and put the last bits of that in, and the sheep will arrive tomorrow.
There are 6 sheep arriving in addition to these goats, but the board has agreed to defer deciding their fate until the annual general meeting. And there's another problem.
Comment tous vos gens vont être infectés de l'odeur?
Ah oui?
Ah oui, ah oui, oui.
They've just said another problem we've got is that we put a male and a female. They never put male goats with customers because male goats smell quite strong.
These men can smell goats?
Yeah, they can tell the difference between a male and a female smell.
But I can't smell anything.
Now they've mentioned it, I can smell.
That's ridiculous.
They can smell male goat.
So what do they say? We should have all females?
Have all female.
Well, we need to get on top of it, don't we?
get on top of the goats.
Let's just see how it goes.
Come on.
Where am I going? Where am I going now?
What? Work.
There's no more time for goat talk. They need to prepare the financial report for the AGM.
We should make an operating profit of around 9,000 this year.
What's left over here?
5,000, and we'd get half of that.
2,500 euros between two of us. That's 1,250 euros each.
3 years.
For 3 years'
work.
As they go through the books, they start to wonder if it's all worthwhile or whether they should give up of their own accord.
When do we start to earn? No quality of life, working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you game to give it a go for another year? Are you happy to do it?
In the heart of France, Fiona spent 5 years renovating her chateau in the hope of one day running it as a B&B. For the last week, she's been trying to renovate her dining room in time for an unveiling to the local mayor. And she's made it.
It does give you a nice sense of achievement that you've not just gone into a room and just decorated it. It's really had to be gutted, and the whole room has had to be reinstated to put it back to its originality as best as I'm able to.
Finally, the man who she hopes will bless her business venture, the mayor, Michel Navarre, arrives.
I'm going to take him inside now, just let him have a look. I just kind of finished wallpapering yesterday. This is literally the last room on the ground floor that is complete.
What does he think?
Parce que je voulais voir comment aujourd'hui il était. C'est vrai, quand on passe à l'extérieur, on se rend pas compte.
Yes, he insisted to have it visited with you because he was very curious to see how it had become, and he's so happy. Yes, it's a very nice surprise.
Okay, right.
And I think he thinks a lot of people would be very pleased to visit it one day.
It's the official seal of approval. But there's one thing bothering the mayor.
Une petite réclamation, c'est que vous appreniez le français.
He would be pleased with you learn the French language.
Yes. But tell him...
I can help you.
No, but tell him I'm so busy working, I don't get out to have a good time and talk with French.
It's been a great day for Fiona. And what's more, the mayor seems enthusiastic about her plans for a B&B.
He's full of excitement and ideas for the chambre d'eau. Gives you more motivation to just continue.
So what's next for this one-woman renovation army?
All of the windows need to be painted and the panes of glass need to be replaced and any of the woodwork can be repaired. And then I'll be finishing off the large servant staircase and, yeah, after that, start hitting the bedrooms on the first floor. Get the business up and running.
I wish you all the best, Fiona, and with your energy, I'm sure you'll manage. At Chateau, Phil and Angelina's first ever paid event is in full swing.
It's just wonderful. I think it can be a real business for them. I know that Angelina, she's just really passionate about that.
I've had a fabulous time, absolutely brilliant. A chateau is meant to be alive, and that's exactly what it is tonight. It is alive.
With the party and Chateau earning rave reviews, Phil and Angelina can finally turn their attention to a celebration of their own.
Everyone's having a great time. That's only a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Woo! Early start. Let's celebrate.
Hey, we've done everything we possibly can.
Yeah. Everything we promised, which is great. Thank you very much.
First party, first event.
Yeah.
It's the first of so many, and I was coming close to pulling the plug, but you know what? I see the future. Nothing more we can do tonight.
No.
It's a great party.
We pulled it off.
We pulled it off. Well done.
May there be many more.
First of many.
I look forward to some sleep. Sleep 24 hours.
At Chateau de Gelaine in the Loire Valley, it's almost time for the AGM. And Jonathan and Michael could find themselves out of a job if the investors aren't happy with the way the business is going.
The worst that could happen in the meeting is a motion of no confidence because we've not achieved the targets that we said we would. I'm nervous about it. This is a very vocal group, and they will all want to make their point.
And even if they aren't pushed, they're considering leaving anyway.
I hate criticism. I've just got to bite my tongue, and I mustn't bite back. Preparation is the key. If it all looks great when they walk in, you've got half the battle won because they think, oh, this is going to be a professional do.
Jonathan and Michael know the biggest discussion today will be about the fence and animals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual general meeting of the Salle Chateau de Gelaine. It's come to my attention that we might have a contentious issue to discuss.
This part of the meeting will take place behind closed doors.
We have an issue about the arrival of the sheep.
If you're going to bring the sheep in, why do we have such great big posts there?
You see these poles stuck along a road like a farm fence. It's totally distracted from the whole chateau.
If there are things which come to light, like it doesn't rain for 3 weeks and the place stinks, right? You might do something about it.
Exactly, of course. Overall, it's an experiment, and if it's proved to be wrong, it will disappear.
The investors decide to keep the issue under review. And if it doesn't work out, Jonathan and Michael will get rid of them.
I'd like to crack on as quickly as possible.
The meeting goes on, and other chateau businesses discussed.
There was some effort to generate wedding event business from the States. Whatever happened to that?
You see, you concentrate on weddings during the week, isn't it?
You're right.
And you want bums on seats during the week as well, don't you?
Yep.
After 3 hours, it's finally over.
All that remains is to say thank you very much for taking the time to listen to what the board had to present to you and for all the suggestions that you've made, be they difficult or easy.
So how do Michael and Jonathan feel?
There was some discussion about the sheep, and as far as I can make out, there's only one person who was a fan of a sheep. The rest of them said it was the worst decision that could possibly have been made. What were we thinking of? Why didn't we get anybody's permission? Why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? And I think there wasn't a single person in the room that didn't have a go for an hour about how much the sheep have got to go. There was very little trust in our abilities to...
I don't care about the sheep. I care about that we were supposed to have a mandate to be the managers here. I didn't come out of that meeting with a mandate to be managers and to be take the right decisions.
It seems the goats and sheep are just some of the many issues for Michael and Jonathan.
I feel as if I've got the weight of the world on my shoulders and I could do without it, really. I've got so much going on. You know, it's very, very difficult to keep it all together.
So they're not making any rash decisions on their future now. They're committed to the upcoming summer wedding.
It's time to start worrying about other things. We've now got worrying about our next event.
They'll decide if they're going to stay at Chateau de Gelaine after that.
This Chateau lark is not all plain sailing.
100 miles northwest, and it's the morning after the big event for Philip and Angelina. And it wasn't all plain sailing.
Yesterday I caught you, and you had your head in your hand. Why? Were you having a little post meltdown?
Oh yeah, yesterday, of course, yeah. I hid.
He was like this. Oh, best go and check on him.
I did it in the middle of the afternoon. I just ran to the back of the garden when no one could see me.
That's why it's a hidden section.
But everyone else is working away doing stuff, and I just hid when no one could see me, and just had my head in my hands going, why we're not going to manage this, please.
Running a chateau can do that to some people.
You do have really, really down moments. That's when I have a cry and a moan and, you know, life. Get your lemons. You make...
Lemonade.
No. You make GNT.
So, decision time. Will they carry on with the chateau life?
I couldn't have hoped for more out of it. The reaction to everybody yesterday was just... It was the reassurance I think I needed to carry on. So we'll keep the place on for as long as we can. Now we're looking forward and there's no stopping. I hope.
Good luck, Phil and Angelina. With a lot of hard work, you two can make it. Next time, on the day of the wedding, Michael and Jonathan struggle with one problem.
The lift has jammed itself on the ground floor.
After another.
They don't think they've got any more parts like it because it's so old.
After another.
I found the pipe that's leaking. It's got a split in it. It looks like it is the mains pipe.
When two new parents face a mammoth task, trying to get their chateau ready for the holiday season,
I don't know if we can get everything done in time.
they call in support.
I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realise I was going to be moving paving slab all day.
Or at least they thought they had.
We don't actually know if he's ever really done a full day's work in his life before.
And major pull and wall problems.
Oh my God, that is really not good.
Threaten to scupper a chateau's summer opening.
This wall fell down. We need to put it up before the guests come.
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our two beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out, we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
Oh! What amazing colours. We need to get on top of it. Get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of two like-minded couples. Cheers. Cheers.
As they face the highs...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Hello.
Today...
Welcome to Chateau de Jolene.
Angel helps put on a tea service at one chateau.
Can we have a time check? Does everyone know what they're doing?
Then gives lessons on furniture upcycling at another.
Hi. Lovely. How are you?
Major pool and wall problems.
Oh my God, that is really not good.
Threaten to scupper a summer opening.
This wall fell down. We need to put it up before the guests come.
And one chateau owner spies a potential business partnership with a local farm.
I can feel her heart beating. I'm close to tears myself.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, engineer and former Lieutenant Colonel in the British Army. With my wife Angela, we've been renovating our chateau into a home and business.
This is my calling in life.
It's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
And my heart goes out to anyone else insane enough to take on a chateau restoration. Take the late 17th century Chateau Madame, for example.
This is much better.
Brit Mandy and her best friend and business partner, American Steve, have been lovingly restoring it.
It's got everything. it's an actual castle. I absolutely love it.
Steve is a complete and utter perfectionist. So everything has to be done just so. It does take a lot of time and effort to get it to be perfect.
Steve blames his fastidiousness on Chateau Madame.
The Chateau is female, it turns out. And the Chateau is a stubborn stone house. It fights me at every angle.
And I keep trying to put a little bit of more feminine into it.
Built on a hillside in Maison Miramont in the Dordogne, Mandy and Steve have spent 2 years renovating this place, with a plan to rent it out as a holiday home for the first time over the upcoming summer season.
Financial pressures are very great. It costs vastly more than you think. And it's critical to get renters in as soon as possible and have as long a season as we possibly can.
To make the place even more enticing to holidaymakers, they started to install a pool.
So, are you going to show me the pool?
That's it.
And this dreadful cement?
But the project's been a disaster.
Oh, my God. That is really not good.
So the situation is obviously that the concrete froze. The mason didn't put any antifreeze in it.
Right.
If antifreeze isn't added, the water in the concrete freezes, making the concrete unsuitable for a pool.
When the cement froze, the cement became soft.
Yeah.
It's not hard. I don't think it's good for the purpose it was made.
It does have all the support inside, you know, the grills and things. So maybe at the end of the day, if you just put the cement over the top, you know, having got rid of all the loose stuff, it would work?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think it is completely like that, or do you think it was just the surface?
Stay right here.
Oh, what are you going to do? I know. You're going to get the sledgehammer. Well,
I should not be able to just beat this out like this. So what I have done is I've contacted my insurance company, and they're going to send out an expert in this subject who will decide whether the cement is good or not. Now,
when's that going to happen?
as soon as I finish the letter.
Oh, God.
But I've got
Get
the
on
letters
it,
just
because
about
you've got
done.
to get this
believe me, I
done.
There are only 3 months until the rental season starts. Steve needs to get this sorted if they're going to turn the chateau into a viable business. This is Chateau de Gelaine. Its proud owners are couple Jonathan and Michael.
We have a fantastic building which has been beautifully renovated and restored. There is an extraordinary energy here, an extraordinary opportunity.
Located in the Pays de la Loire, they've invested everything they have into the place, converting it into 15 luxury holiday apartments and a wedding venue. But the business is struggling.
We're now 2 years down the line, still not making a profit.
It's got to start to make money.
Money is so tight for Jonathan and Michael, they're doing all they can to make or save even the smallest amount.
That there's no fallback. If this doesn't work, we're destitute. We've got nowhere to go.
So today, they're both chasing up ideas of how to bring in more business to the chateau. Jonathan is off to a local farm to discuss a business proposal.
Nous sommes en route.
While Michael is exploring an idea of putting on an afternoon tea service for the locals. And who better to ask for guidance than my wife, Angel? She wrote the book on high teas. Seriously, she wrote the book on it.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Chateau de Gelaine.
Oh, it's amazing. It's just taken my breath away. Oh, it's just so beautiful.
That's the oldest bit there. That's from 1535.
How romantic. I'd love to see what you've got inside.
All right, come on in.
Oh, can't wait.
Michael has 15 guests arriving in just 2 hours. And on top of that, he has his mum looking over his shoulder.
This is my mum, Una.
Hi, Una.
This is Angel, who's been on that programme you're talking about. It's my mum's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. Thank you. Just explain to me so I understand. When you do these teas on a Sunday, what support have you got in the kitchen and setting up and everything?
Me and Jonathan.
You and Jonathan, right. So like, without being sort of patronising, you want to keep it easy, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah? Easy and beautiful.
Yeah,
okay?
that works for me.
So, scones, you must have. If you're having a British tea, you've got to have scones, yeah. And I think sandwiches, because the French don't really have that combination, do they? The sandwiches, the tea, and they've got this old recipe that I've modernised a little bit, and it's about eating rose petals.
Okay.
Are you up for it?
Yeah, rose petals, never ate them before, but I'll go give that a go.
You know, we have got quite a bit to do. Bottom line, have you got anyone that can come and help us?
Yeah, I'll give him a ring and see if we can get all hands to deck.
Michael ropes in Jenny, one of the Chateau's investors, who likes to stay here in the summer.
The cavalry's come.
What do you want?
Everything. Do you want to bring over the rose petals?
Angel rehydrates the rose petals for half an hour, then adds a dash of rose essential oil. They're put in the sandwiches with floral honey.
Right, who wants to taste some? Let's see.
Go on.
Do you know what I can't taste in there?
I can't taste the petals.
I can't taste it.
The rose petal sandwiches aren't quite right yet.
Can we have a time check? 12:30, right, we've got just under 2 hours.
So that's 2 hours to go, and there's still lots to do.
Does everyone know what they're doing? You've all got your stations.
It's 12:53, actually. That clock's wrong.
Make that an hour and a half.
Oh, crap.
While Michael works out if a tea room is a good money-making idea, Jonathan has come to a local farm to discuss a possible business arrangement.
Bonjour, Sandra.
Ça va? Bonjour. Jonathan. Ça va?
Oui, ça va?
Ça va bien.
Ça va? What we'd like to do is to learn how we can work together, the chateau and the farm, so that our guests can come and see how a farm works, meet some goats, meet the farmers, and learn a little bit about rural farming in France. Let's go, lead on.
Donc on va à la chèvrerie.
Oui, oui,
en
oui.
français.
Oui.
OK.
Bon.
Sandra, her husband Fabien, and his brother Francois are the latest generation to run this farm.
How long has the family been farming here?
1820.
1820?
20. Yes.
Wow.
Arrière, 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 grand-mère.
Great-great-great-grandmother.
Yes.
Great-great-great-grandmother. Wow.
And it was only the woman first.
Women?
Yes.
Not them. What did the men do then?
The war.
Oh, of course.
Yes, because
Yes.
they are the first World War, la Première
Yes,
Guerre mondiale,
yeah.
and the Second World War.
And the men were away fighting, so the women had to run the farm. Oh, wow.
Oui.
Can I touch one?
Yes.
Hello. Hello. Bonjour. Ça va?
And when it's the period, they can observe a birth.
Is it at night time or during the day?
No, during the day, yes.
So they can actually come and watch them being born?
Yes.
It's magic. So how old is this little
Il a
one?
quel âge? Il est né one day.
1 day old? Oh.
And it's
can I touch?
a male or a female? C'est un mâle ou une femelle?
Je crois que c'est une femelle.
So it's a female in French. C'est une chevrette. Et François keep all the females to do the turnover also.
The breeding?
Yes. And
Dare I ask what happens to the males then?
Don't ask, Jonathan.
they are going to another farming for the meat, pour la viande, to be, yes.
Okay.
This visit could be an activity Jonathan can lay on for guests at their chateau. And more importantly, one he can charge them for.
I think any guest is not going to be able to resist this. I mean, look at her. She's a day old. They can come in, they can watch her being born. They can stroke them.
It's lovely.
I can feel her heart beating in my left hand here, my right hand. I'm close to tears myself. It's just lovely. I mean, what an experience. So I'm very, very pleased, very pleased. I think this is a goer. I certainly think there's a great potential here for us to be working together.
It's been a worthwhile trip for Jonathan.
OK, let's hand you back to Daddy.
The 17th century Chateau has 30 rooms and its very own chapel. Husband and wife, Philip and Angelina Bailey-Smith, have been renting it as a wedding and events venue to try out chateau life.
renting before we're buying was a brilliant idea. It just gave us the opportunity to experience without the heavy financial input if it didn't go well.
And after hosting a 50th wedding anniversary, they've decided that chateau life is indeed the life for them.
Now we're looking forward and there's no stopping. I hope.
They'll soon start their search for their very own chateau. But meanwhile, they'll continue the business here at Chateau after securing another booking.
We've already got somebody that wants to book for a wedding.
Yeah.
Somebody here last night, somebody we know locally, said, my son's getting married and they'd love a chateau wedding.
So today they're going shopping for furniture so they can accommodate more guests at the chateau.
Right, as per usual.
Get in, get out as quickly as possible.
In, out, get the bargains before anybody else. Obviously, the chateau is furnished. There's some stuff there, but to make it your own, to really change and give it your own style, you've really got to put your own spin on things. So we need to find some furniture, decorate it in your own style.
Angelina's barely through the door when a bed catches her eye.
Perfect.
OK, like it.
It's in really, really good condition. The fabric, it's clean. It's beautiful fabric, actually.
Light chalk paint and recover this.
Yeah.
Bonjour. Combien?
Ça, je crois que pour vous, 30 euros.
30. Sure. Oui. Yeah. It's good. Yeah.
Fantastic. We found a bed, which is awesome. I love it.
Not going to whinge at 30 euros. We generally buy a bed any time we get a chance if it's good. A bed can change a bedroom dramatically by putting your own, because it's the largest piece of furniture in there.
One of the main things Angelina wants to get today is a chair for the master bedroom.
No.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I can tell you now, no.
Oh, I see. I see 2 chairs. I like them, depending on the price. Yeah. What do you think? Do you like them?
Quite keen. I quite like these chairs.
In this market, you need to book your purchase with a store assistant.
Okay.
Otherwise, someone else will grab it. And it's easy to get distracted.
I found a nice little table lamp made out of marble.
All right.
5 euros. I don't like the shade, but that's fine. I really like this. 5 euros. It's big, it's marble, it's white, it's imposing. It's perfect for the chateau.
It's heavy. If you like it, have it.
Merci. Oh, I like that. I didn't see that.
I end up buying stuff and go, oh, where can I put it? Because I like it. And then you're almost you're justifying buying it. You think, oh, well, it's a bargain, it's 4 euros. It's another 4 euros, which isn't something else that's more useful to get the business going. And everything we're doing is about doing it on, with the minimal budget we possibly can, because it's all a risk. So even 4 euros, you know, that's my lunch, isn't it? So should we just forget about this?
Leave it, yeah.
Right.
Phil suddenly remembers the chairs and grabs a shop assistant to ask the price.
Excusez-moi, monsieur. Vendu.
Vendu, ouais.
Yeah, we missed them, hun. Never mind. Well, that's decision made. There's a reason why I run around this place. You think about something for more than 30 seconds, somebody else grabs it. You know, it's first come, first served.
Ah, well, they've come away with a real bargain. The double bed and lamp for just 35 euros.
OK. Next.
But Angelina will have to come up with another plan for the master bedroom's chair. At Chateau Madame in the Dordogne, after 2 years of renovating, business partners Mandy and Steve hope to finally rent the place out as a holiday let in just 12 weeks' time.
We need to be taking renters in here at the absolute opening of the season.
It's got to be done as soon as possible.
But they're having problems with the pool. The concrete surrounding it was laid down without antifreeze in it, and so it started to crack in the cold months. It'll be replaced when they get their insurance claim.
Let's look at the stone, and hopefully the stone at least will be down.
Today, the pair are at a natural stone factory in Saint-Henri to pick out the pool paving that will go over the new concrete.
Hopefully they'll have the kind of stone that we want for the pool. The whole idea is to get something that really fits in with the chateau and hard enough.
Very important.
And that we can afford.
And that we can afford. I agree with that.
Good.
Mandy is hardly through the door
Wow, look at this.
when some paving catches her eye.
Pretty amazing.
Whoa.
Pretty amazing.
It's slippery.
Yeah,
But
it is slippery.
fabulous.
This wouldn't work in around the pool, would it, though?
Hi, Steve.
Mr. Mac.
How are you, Mandy?
Bonjour.
Good afternoon.
Stone salesman Cedric cut straight to the chase.
This is something you like?
Actually, unfortunately, I like everything. Do you make something like this that's a little bit less slippery?
Yes. Look here.
I mean, these larger sizes.
You are 30, 40 feet
That's
width and
fantastic.
random length. Yes, maybe we could go to the workshop.
This is awfully nice of you. There we go.
There we go.
That's so weird.
There's a lot of stone to choose from, but at least they have some strict criteria.
Pardon me?
As you might say, rough enough.
Right. Rough enough and affordable that we can get them in a reasonable length of time.
I don't like that.
The light color.
No, I don't like the light colour. This is too brown. Actually, the Chateau is a bit that colour.
I don't know. I think Mandy and I drive each other mad. That's the way it is. And if everything's perfect, you're heading for a fall.
Got something like this, you mean?
I think it's warm, but it's too white.
Too white.
Utterly gray. I like the stone, though.
No, these are all too grey.
Yeah. Check this out. This is the browner stuff.
That's
white.
funny.
But this one's even a little bit lighter, a little less varied.
But this really I like.
Too slippery?
People won't slip.
Could they be about to agree on the paving?
And they look very natural. And they would even match the stone in the Chateau.
This is it?
We've made a decision. I can't believe it. Now we have to go and make the deal. And as you're the wheeler dealer, make a good deal. Deal maker.
Yes.
Over to you, Steve.
The stone's perfect. We absolutely love it. And we need about 60 square meters. We'd like to buy it.
The paving costs £3,000.
And I don't mean to press you, but we're going to need it very soon.
Maybe I could send you this paving in 2 weeks.
Perfect. If you could arrange a truck that has a forklift on it, because the driveway is narrow and the arch is narrower, so we'll have to carry every stone from the road.
Okay, you explain me, yes. I can plan a truck with a forklift and could unload the orders near to your swimming pool.
An absolute dream. All right.
Very good.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. I think the stone's amazing. I think it's really nice stuff. What do you think?
Well, I think so.
I love them. I think it's great.
I think they're very nice.
Yeah, I don't think it could possibly be better.
So we now have to have everything ready for 2 weeks.
But with Steve and Mandy's luck so far, I wouldn't count on it. About 250 miles north at Chateau de Jalène, my wife Angel is helping Michael, his mum Una, and one of the investors, Jenny, lay on an English tea for some of the Chateau's neighbours.
We've got to add a bit more essence. We're working with fully new stuff today, under pressure. I mean, it always adds for a little bit of excitement, doesn't it?
Today is a trial run to see if it's a money-making service Michael and Jonathan can lay on regularly.
Right, we're going to go for it. I've put a good dose of that on it now. Whatever we've got, make as many you can with that now. Don't go too crazy with the honey.
Michael plans on just him and Jonathan running it.
Angel, it's 25 to 2. How do you think we're doing in terms of time?
I'm not going to lie, we're a little bit under it on time.
But even with everyone's help, it's not easy.
Are you planning to have this open, like, three times a week?
We're planning to do this once a week on a Sunday for the local people.
Right. And what are you thinking of charging for something like this?
I thought we'd be charging the region of €20 for a without alcohol.
We can speak about this after, but there's all of these costs that are associated that sometimes get a bit overlooked. And
what we're learning is we do overlook a lot the cost of labour.
Yeah.
We tend to give me and Jonathan free.
that is the absolute biggest overlook on someone setting up the business, because you guys are not free, and Jenny's not free either, and nor is Mummy. Like, everyone that works here's got to be on a fee.
Once Michael and Jonathan factor in the cost of their own labour in creating and serving these teas, they may find this venture just isn't profitable.
Personally, having done a hell of a lot of tea rooms, it's hard. You really work for your money.
Angel has an idea about another way to make this profitable.
I think it's kind of nice to potentially offer this as part of a package for a wedding, because then you know your numbers. You can be totally prepared for it. I think that's what he's got to do, really. Can I have a time check?
10 to 2.
10 to 2.
The guests will be here in just over half an hour.
Can't see any cream in here.
And Michael looks far from ready.
Ah!
While Angel and Michael struggle with the business of serving tea, Jonathan is on a mission to serve a higher order.
We've lost Jesus. We've got a crucifix here that some vandals knocked off. We've got our own shrine in the garden that the village used to come out to once a year. They don't come out now, and don't know whether we'll resurrect that. Pardon the pun.
But a more important reason for finding Jesus is the huge wedding here in a few weeks' time. The bride wants it outside, so it's important everything looks shipshape for her.
So that's the point of the exercise this morning, is I need to find a Jesus, and there are lots of Jesuses out there that have lost their wooden crosses. So you've just got the man standing like this. This is a first. Measuring Jesus is a real first. I feel a little bit sacrilegious about it. 32 by... So we come to a place called Montserrat, and every month they have what they call a marché aux puces ici. Puce is French for flea. I'm particularly keen that we find today my Jesus. So I've got the dimensions still in my head. Jesus is too small, unfortunately. It's the one there. It's a shame. He's 40 wide and I want 32 wide. It's a shame, because he looks good from a distance. Blow me down, I found another Jesus. It's still a little bit big, and I'm concerned that because it's wood, that it will rot.
Looks like Jonathan's not been successful here. Let's hope he finds what he needs in time for the big wedding. My wife Angel is at Chateau de Gelaine, where 15 visitors are due to arrive for an afternoon tea service in just
15 minutes.
It's a trial service to see if it's something Michael and his partner Jonathan can lay on regularly. And Angel's helping them.
The tactic today is to woo these ladies. We've been a bit rushed. To smooth that along, alcohol's going to be served. I'm making a speedy jasmine syrup. It's really tasty, it's very sweet. And we're going to serve it with the local sparkling in a teacup. Sort of been my signature for a while. Right, and I'm going to serve a tiny little bit in the bottom of a glass, like, you know, as you do like a Bellini or something.
So literally that much in the bottom of a cup, and then top up with sparkly?
Yeah. You are hosting. Let me do service, OK?
OK, great.
Right.
Thank you.
Let's do it. I'm going to focus on getting everyone pickled.
The guests are here. What will the French think of Jonathan and Angel's English tea?
Je sais pas si vous connaissez la thé à l'anglaise. Angel là-bas, elle a créé ce sandwich aujourd'hui pour vous. C'est un mélange anglais. C'est avec des pétales de rose. Donc j'aimerais bien votre avis là-dessus. Et pour le scone, ça c'est un cake anglais. Il faut le couper en deux.
Bonjour. Hey, parlez-vous anglais? No, un cocktail anglais traditionnel, un saumur avec jasmine tea. Okay. Hello, how's it going out there?
They all seem to be loving it, having a great time.
They do. But is this a service worth providing regularly at the Chateau?
I just think it's a lot of work. If you actually charge your time, you'll make hundreds, but that's not enough to keep the place going.
Not worth the hours, it's not worth it.
It's not. But you get that now, you've seen. Your market isn't the locals.
No.
Your market is overseas. People coming here, people that want big events that don't have a chateau there.
Yeah. As Angel pointed out, is that if there's 4 of us in the kitchen at some stage for like 3 or 4 hours, that's a lot of work. Let's see how it is. Oh, they're all gone.
Oh, God.
Well done.
I've had an absolutely lovely day. It was a bit bonkers to start with, but, you know, I don't think anyone knows. Give me a hug. Hug, say goodbye, and then tidy up.
Let's go tidy up.
Right.
It's been a constructive day for Michael, and he's come to a conclusion.
To try and do this every Sunday, as we're planning to do, is a lot of work for not a lot of reward. And the people we'd be doing it for wouldn't be coming back to stay, which is the main aim for us. I like her point that we take it as part of a package, so we could say that you can have an afternoon tea after the wedding. We could say, well, actually, that experience is worth thousands.
If they can incorporate this experience into a bigger wedding package, they can make more at each event. 370 miles south at Chateau Madame in the Dordogne, Mandy and Steve have enough on their plates with a pool area made of cracked and damaged cement.
We should have poured it ourselves, the bottom line.
Yep.
But to make matters worse, part of a 17th century wall that surrounds the pool area has collapsed.
This wall fell down in a windstorm. It's a pain, and we need to put it up and make it safe and make it back to be what it is before the guest comes.
Mandy and Steve have paying guests coming to stay in the chateau in just 12 weeks. They'll be expecting a working pool and not to be killed by falling masonry.
We don't want to have in the local paper guests injured in landslide at Chateau Madame would not be a good way to start. It's dangerous, it's a work site situation, and we need to get it done. It's a priority job.
This traditional stone wall is made from rocks originally used to build the castle that once stood on this site.
Obviously, stone walls don't blow down in a storm, but this one did. I think it might have had a tilt of its own going. So I'm going to dig this up over to here. We'll probably have to pull down some of these stones and set something in here that will at least support the wall properly so that it doesn't start doing this again. One thing that's a challenge is there's nothing to stand on here. It's really just kind of vertical. Maybe the fact that this lacks a footing, or at least here, is one of the reasons why this thing fell over. Somebody took a shortcut, I guess. Putting this back together wasn't something I planned on, but what the heck? This wall looks like it was run into by a truck. Everything's knocked out of whack. Very odd. I need to be careful to not let these roll down this steep hill here because at the bottom is the newly placed stone pathway to the shower. We don't want to break that in addition to everything else. So I'm going to take it down a more mature way, piece by piece. This whole wall is falling apart inside. I don't think I'm going to finish this tonight. I think there's more to do. And so it'll take a little bit longer, but anything that doesn't take a little bit longer around here, there's got to be something wrong.
We know exactly what you mean, Steve. Every job at a chateau is a big one. At Chateau Bayerl, after failing to find a chair for the master bedroom, Angelina has called in the services of my beautiful wife, Angel, to help her refurbish an old one.
Hi.
Hi.
Lovely.
How are you? Oh, wow.
Welcome to my chateau.
It's gorgeous. Lady of the manor and all that. I mean, it's beautiful. The windows, I mean, the light must be phenomenal inside. I can't wait to see what's what. I love stairs. Have you not got a lift?
Some lovely exposed
I love
brickwork.
that, absolutely. That's gorgeous.
So I have this room that I'm working on.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I am sort of halfway done here. I've painted the bed, I've painted these gorgeous drawers, and the last thing I need to do is this lovely chair.
This is lovely.
I found this beautiful fabric that I'd love to upholster it in.
Love it.
Beautiful detail.
Yeah. So is this a project that you'd want to have a go today at doing?
I would love to.
So I've done a lot of easy chairs. The trick in being crafty is just having a go at things.
Yeah.
And you'll be really surprised. So are we going to spray the wood? Because it does need a bit of attention, a bit of TLC.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's get this off, and then we can do colour choices, the fun bit.
Perfect.
Right, you take them.
Excellent.
I'll take this.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
Fixing up this old chair instead of buying one fully restored could save Angelina a decent amount of cash.
Some are easier than others. That one just popped out. It depends how they've gone in.
Angel's a veteran of many refurbishing adventures.
You, put the buttons in before?
Put them into walls.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything that's needed a finish. I've just used upholstery beading, which I pick up in charity shops. It's glue gun job, and it's a beautiful finish. I might let you have a go in a minute because this is really therapeutic. I love instant gratification. Right, you have a go.
Fab. Okay.
As I know all too well, Angel knows how to delegate.
Is it me or they rusted?
These have just got very, very dirty. So when you buy the tacks, you buy them in different finishes, like the brass and the gold and silver, and different sizes and what have you. Upholstery is cover something over and put a bit of beading on, which, to be honest, is what a lot of people, you know, do. This is slightly more trickier. Go on, sweetheart, go for it. It's got the outer beading. You just needed a bit of confidence to do it. So, you know, that's sometimes what it is. It's just having the guts to say, well, what could be the worst thing that goes wrong?
With the original beading fully removed, it's time for the next step. Whenever possible, spray painting is best done outdoors.
At the end of the day, for the time it's going to take me to mask everything off, it's just not worth it.
By spraying the chair frame before adding the fabric, Angel is guarding against any mishaps.
Actually, you can hold that for me, my darling. Thank you. Really nice colour, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really lovely, actually.
Come on, swap places. This bit. That would have taken you longer to do with
Longer
the paint
to paint, yeah.
And this is, you know, my world, 5-minute job. Bish, bash, bosh.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if you get a run, you can just give it a little sand, because we're living in chateaus because we like old things, right?
Yeah. Brilliant. I think I'm done. What do you think?
Have I converted you?
You have.
That paint job looks pretty good, but the really tricky bit is still to come, covering it with fabric.
Fab.
As the freshly spray-painted chair dries in the sun, Angel gets an impromptu tour around the chateau.
This is fabric on the wall.
Great, love
It's
it.
padded behind.
That's nice.
Padding, it's like soundproofing to the bedroom.
No! OK, just needed to do that.
This side isn't done. It's quite echoey. You notice the difference. It's quite soulless.
Yeah, but let's face it, you've got a beautiful view. It's amazing.
One of the bedrooms is done with the material how
Yeah.
it's supposed to be, and it hides all the imperfections on the walls.
You know what would freak me out, though? Because it really feels like hollow. That I just expect someone's going to come out from the other side and go, ooh.
So we have this bridal suite through here.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's a big room, plenty of space to get ready.
There's certain things, personally, that I think are nearly acceptable. For instance, slight dilapidation on some of the walls. I've always found possibly
Character,
okay.
yeah.
A bit of character.
Yeah.
But you know what's going to make this room?
Yeah.
Proper
Yeah.
pelmeted curtains. Something really umptuous.
Like that chair. So I'll show you the pièce de résistance. The tiny little bathroom.
Yeah, I've been in one of these before.
Oh, my God.
I can't remember getting out of it. Oh, isn't it cute?
Back outside with the chair now dry,
Right, great.
Here we go.
it's time to cover it.
And look,
I mean,
that's
this
right
is
in the
very
middle.
nice.
That's a nice print.
Yeah, get it straight. Right.
So is there a particular place that you usually would start stapling the fabric onto the furniture?
Whenever I've done them before, sort of start front, back,
Okay.
sides, then corners.
Yeah.
Hold it into place and work your way
Into-
back in.
I was just wondering.
There we go. Right, let's go over the back.
Is it the back?
You want to have a go at the back?
Yeah, sure.
Right, just make sure that it's really, you know, it's got that voluptuousness, because you can manipulate fabric.
Yeah.
So, can you see it's already looking like you
Yeah.
want to put your bum on it?
Yeah.
Do it. What's the worst that can happen? Yay!
Yay!
Next side. Okay, lovely. Do the same over here. There we go. Put the corners down, like so. Done
Bam.
it. No, you do.
Oh, God.
It's looking quite nice already. It's good when you do new things, and you're forever learning. Every day we learn something new.
Do you think that's okay on the fold? Is that what you meant? Or is that too high?
Let me see. Yeah, this one comes down a little bit lower actually, so try and sort of make them symmetrical. Yep, that's better. That's good. Yeah.
Oh,
See, there's no right or wrong. It's just
Okay.
sort of like making it look neat.
Refurbishing is a vital part of chateau life. With Angel's help, Angelina is saving their pennies and learning a great new skill in the process.
Angelina's got a bit of confidence today. I've not really given her much more than, you know, a couple of tips. You know, don't be afraid, just give it a go. What's the worst could happen, you know? We are nearly done. You've got a few more bits to do. So you're going to trim tight around here, find
It's
the
beautiful.
beading that you want and make all the little edges neat. And then
Hide
you
all
can
the
just,
staples, yeah.
You can just put this on. You'll take that off, won't you?
Yeah. I was really super scared of it, but I love it. I absolutely love it. I might have to steal that into my bedroom, to be honest.
Success. That newly upholstered chair looks the business.
It's been a lovely day. We shipped the chair, put this lovely fabric that Angelina's got on it, and give it a little spray paint.
I love it. I'm so pleased with this chair. Look at it. It's stunning. Definitely doing a lot more upholstering.
I'll be inviting her over to our chateau. Can you do this chair, Angelina? It's all about confidence.
Maybe we can go and celebrate and have a bit of wine.
You're not finished yet.
In the Dordogne, business partners Mandy and Steve are trying to get Chateau Madame ready to rent out as a holiday home for the busy summer rental season.
We've got to get it going because basically time's running out. We've got to get it all set up and ready to go.
Today, Mandy is unavailable to help.
Mandy, unfortunately, isn't here because Mandy's mother had to go to the hospital. She's okay. She had something in a irregular heartbeat, but she seemed to be okay, and she's there for a test. She's 98 and a half years old.
The chateau has been beset by problems. A wall is blown over in a storm, and their swimming pool has been nothing but trouble. It started when a local contractor was hired to lay a cement base for the patio.
He does it December 19th. He doesn't put any antifreeze in. He doesn't use enough cement. The stuff ruptures and splits.
Steve got another team in to fix the problems of the first, and they got it wrong too.
So we hire other guys who are touted to be very good. And these guys did everything the opposite of the way it should be done.
The workers didn't make the concrete base big enough, and now the patio stones Steve and Mandy ordered to sit on the top won't fit.
The stones are 60 centimeters. This is supposed to be 62. This is hardly 60. Now the stones don't even fit in.
Steve is going to have to cut a couple of centimeters off the stones that will sit around the edge, so they're the correct size for this concrete base. But now he has more pressing problems. He and John, a volunteer worker from New Zealand, think the pool may have a leak.
But if it stops here,
yeah,
then it's definitely this point. Yesterday it never went lower than that.
Why don't we mark this spot with a pencil?
I marked the spot here.
Yeah.
You see it go down.
Mark it on the plastic stuff here. Those pieces that go around the stairs, the water could be leaking out. That's a weak point in the chain, is right there. I can't imagine anything else.
But
why don't we turn the pump on and then...
just wait for a couple of hours. I want to see if it drops.
That's fine with me, too.
You know, you got the pencil mark, it goes down.
Right.
The guys get some time working on the wall that was blown down in the storm. And then they come back to check the water level again.
It's going down about 10 mil every hour. So that's a lot of water, which is somewhere.
Yeah. But the water is dropping like a rock. What do you think? I think we just have to let it go for the moment.
Yep.
Let the water drop a bit more and see what happens.
So I've got no answers.
This is terrible news for Steve. The pool's been a nightmare, and with the first ever booking confirmed in just 12 weeks' time, it needs to be sorted.
The pressure's on big time. That pool needs to be finished. It just needs to be dealt with, one way or another.
Next time, Steve's pool problems multiply.
Mamma mia! It's the curse of the accursed pool.
Phil and Angelina go in search of their dream chateau.
It's a nice drive. It's just got magical appeal, and it's got like really cool outbuildings. There's turrets as well.
Angel and I go treasure hunting in our attic.
I love this bath. I could fit in there.
Darling.
And as Michael and Jonathan prepare their chateau for a big event, it throws up a problem.
That's yet another thing on the list of things to do, and we could well do without.
I'm Dick Strawbridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's still a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Just trying to avoid getting my face near the toilets.
Trying not to panic now.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today, one couple go in search of their dream chateau.
It's a nice drive. It's just got magical appeal, and it's got like really cool outbuildings. There's turrets as well.
While Angel and I go hunting for treasures in our attic.
I love this bath. I could fit in there.
Darling.
And as one chateau owner struggles to be ready for the summer...
Mamma mia! It's the curse of the accursed pool.
Another faces problems before their biggest event of the season.
He's dug the whole floor up and put the whole place out of action for months.
That's yet another thing on the list of things to do, and we could well do without.
Chateau Bayerl. This 17th century castle is the rented home of Phil and Angelina Bailey-Smith. Following the success of their first ever paid event here, they've decided to make the Pays de la Loire region of northwest France their permanent home. So they're stepping up the search for their own place.
I got the map.
I have the leaflets.
You've got the leaflets.
We good to go?
Yeah, let's go and drop some.
But rather than waiting for the perfect chateau to crop up, today they're hitting the road to search for themselves, and they've got a cunning plan.
We've got leaflets with us, which are in English and French. Basically, what it says is the chateau for sale, and our details are on it. So, because not all chateaus are listed with estate agents.
But whilst they're on the same page with the location and search method, the style of the chateau is another matter.
First of all, it's about what it looks like, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has to be pretty.
So
I
let's-
don't really like the medieval look.
This is where we're going to have a slight difference of opinion. I don't care if it's a real wreck and it needs a lot of work. I just want something that's still got lots of outbuildings, still got the land.
When they find one,
let's have a look.
Delivering their leaflet is easier said than done.
There's no post box. Maybe he took out the post box. He was getting too much mail. People like us.
Too many letters saying sell me a house. In the UK, this would be National Trust or something, wouldn't it? So, like, you get to these gates and there'd be somebody saying, right, it's 5 in or something. Or, I bet you it's someone's failed event business. They've done it all up and then gone bankrupt.
It could be. I mean, it doesn't look like it's been open for a long, long time. It's a nice drive. It's just got magical appeal and it's got, like, really cool outbuildings. There's turrets as well. It ticks a lot of boxes, but who knows what else it's got, you know? That's kind of like, the itch. You need to scratch. You need to know what's there, you know?
It's disappointing you can't drop something right now. Just remember where it is.
OK, fine.
Yeah?
So it's back on the road again. The lush countryside of the Pays de Loire was the location of choice for royalty, nobles and artists for centuries. Today, hundreds of their historic homes remain. So it's perfect chateau hunting ground for Phil and Angelina.
We'll just keep our eyes open, drive around some more and see if we can spot some more. Look for the usual signs of chateauiness, somewhere hidden away amongst the forests.
Sure enough, 10 minutes later, they spot one.
It's very big. Big project.
I think it's probably too far gone. But there's something that shouts, I like a project that's too far gone. 2 years ago, I would have sat there and gone, don't be so stupid.
Now you are stupid.
No, I am stupid, yeah. I'll stick it in.
OK.
Searching for a chateau, you need to use your imagination. But looking at the state of this place, I think Phil's dreaming here, and so does Angelina.
I absolutely love that, but I know you reckon it's too ruined.
It's so, like, big and intimidating, like, just the sheer scale size of it. It's a bit scary, isn't it?
If it's half as ruined on the inside as it looks on the outside, I might about just get it finished before I die.
Yeah.
And I still really want it.
As they drive past a cornfield, something in the distance catches Phil's eye.
Hey, hold up.
Oh, this is nice. Look at that. Shall we go out and have a look?
Yeah. Look at that.
Come on, let's cross. Oh, look, it's beautiful. Such a nice, stunning view. It's like a chateau that I would want, you know. It's pretty ornate, and lots of character on the outside.
Don't get too excited.
Should we go in and see if we can find a letterbox? Yeah?
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a better view then. Come. Can't tell which one of the 2 roads it's on. I think it's down this road. I know it's down one of the roads somewhere near some twisties. Can you just keep an eye out?
Yeah.
It's somewhere coming up. I want to have a look.
This chateau ticks a lot of Phil and Angelina's boxes.
It's really pretty, isn't it?
I like the outbuilding. I couldn't see that before. It's hidden by the tree.
Oh, look, they have cellars as well.
Yeah,
It's the underground.
I like that.
It's huge. It looks like an abbey, doesn't it? Ooh.
Stables. But that's going to be able to get my cars and all the rest of it in.
I really like the character.
Find a letterbox, yeah? I like this.
Could this be their future chateau?
Let's go.
We bought our chateau back in 2015 from a family called the Baglionis. They offered to clear the attic out of the odds and ends they'd accumulated over the years, but Angel told them to leave it all. In 2016, we installed a lift into the chateau's west tower, and rather than keep the shaft plain, Angel came up with an idea to decorate it with pictures and some of the interesting items left over from the Baglionis. The Tower of Curiosities was born. Today, Angel is hunting for more items to install in the tower.
Dick bought me these, some work gloves, and, oh, man, they've just given me some sort of, like, bravery. So now I can lift spiders up with them. I'm still finding things that I haven't seen, you know.
Angel homes in on what looks like a lady's suitcase.
I mean, just look at this. I've got some of these downstairs. I'm not even sure what they are.
and is intrigued by a set of little glass bottles.
How gorgeous is that? I mean, that with a little dried flower in on the table. They are going to actually clean up really, really, really lovely.
Straight away, it's an excellent find for the tower.
What else am I going to find in here? I can't get this out. I think it might be like a matchbox or something. Obviously from a set. Look, all matching, all matching. Isn't that beautiful?
Angel will take these down for cleaning later, but for now, there's more attic to search.
The chateau that keeps on giving. These look like all of the older studying books. A book that someone else has used and loved. I don't know, it's like just love the idea that it's lived before. Yeah, I'm a bit of an old romantic, so. Hey, baby. Do you think I got lost?
Yeah, what's happening?
Huh? I'm just having a little...
It's still a long way up.
Huh?
Oh.
I'm just having a little look.
You got your gloves on, you're rummaging.
Look what I found. Look how lovely. Smell it. What do you think it is?
Smell it.
It's
It's
like-
a little burner of some description.
Sweet, isn't it? What do you think this was for? Sort of like...
I haven't got my glasses on.
Oh, baby.
Need to have a little look.
And it came in this. Hold on. There's more clues. Oh, it's like...
Well, that's for...
I'm picking.
There's a mirror there. You see that?
Huh? No, I didn't.
That comes out. Look, that'll be a mirror.
So it's a ladies' set.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lady's travelling case, and by the look of it, it dates back to the beginning of the last century. What a find.
We still haven't finished looking through this stuff yet, have we? That's ridiculous.
I won't show you through here.
So far, so good, but not everything up here can fit in the tower.
I love this bath. What can we use it for, then? Oh, we could turn it into a car for Arthur.
Just step away, have a look at this, look at the size of that.
Yeah.
And where is this going to be? So,
Well, I do like it.
so you're going to find something to do with it?
I'd like to find something to do with it.
This is not a two-person bath, because the person at this end...
I could fit in there.
Darling.
Oh, no.
No, OK. I can't see a use for it at the minute.
For now, this will stay up here. Of course, we're slowly adding our own stuff to the Baglioni's.
When we were living in Southend before we came across here, we went and bought this.
Yeah.
We bought it in an antiques place for Angela just before she had Dorothy. Said we need to have a nice little cot. And then we came here, and look what we got for free. All the rest of them. Took me months
I remember
to fix
you. This was your little project, wasn't it? So sitting outside on the decking with your wire brush, hoping it was going to be a little girl.
Well, actually, we'd have put a little boy in it anyway.
In the Pays de la Loire sits Chateau de Gelaine. It's the home and business of Michael and Jonathan. But since they bought this place 2 years ago, the business has been struggling. They will decide whether to continue or not after seeing how their biggest wedding of the year goes. It was a few months ago that American couple Steph and Dave decided to have their wedding here.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Hi, good to meet you,
Hello,
Michael.
good to meet you, Michael.
Lovely.
And now the whole of the Chateau de Gelaine is booked out for the big event. But today, preparations aren't flowing as well as they should be.
We've had reports of a horrendous stink in the West Tower. I've just been checking the apartments, starting at the top, working my way down, but we've got to the ground floor and the door's locked, so Michael's just gone off to get a key, and hopefully we'll find the cause of the problem.
Right.
Michael and Jonathan have a serious problem with their sewage, and the timing couldn't be worse.
It's a bit of a panic because we've got guests coming and can't put them into what? We've got 5, 6 rooms out of action now as a result, so we need to sort it out.
The smell is so bad that the bridal suite and its adjacent rooms are currently unusable. They need this fixed quickly.
That's yet another thing on the list of things to do, and we could well do without.
va bien?
Bonjour, ça va bien?
Ça va bien, ça va bien?
Bonjour.
Mais vraiment.
The local plumbers think the problem might be that the sewage pipe under the floor is the wrong angle, and it's preventing the sewage from flowing away.
There's this contra slope. Instead of going like that to take it away, it's like that. There is a block as well, so we have to sort this block out, because if you've got a block there, of course it's going to smell.
The plumbers will have to pull up the expensive solid oak flooring, which was laid down just 10 months ago. Each piece will have to be replaced, and at £50 per square metre, the stuff isn't cheap. This job is turning into a nightmare. Just over 200 miles south, the late 17th century Chateau Madame is being restored by Brit Mandy and her best friend and business partner, American Steve.
We lived together for 9 years, and then we parted as a couple and continued on as friends.
Somehow we are still good friends.
Yeah, or more than good friends, if I'm at my end.
Okay.
They're trying to get this place ready for the Chateau's first ever paying guests in 6 weeks' time.
It costs money to have a chateau, and in some cases it costs a lot of money to have a chateau. We need to be taking renters in here at the absolute opening of the season as soon as possible.
But Steve and Mandy's preparations for a new pool have been plagued with problems. They had a leak, now fixed after a loose water jet was mended, and a wall was blown down in a storm, which Steve and volunteers are still rebuilding.
Obviously, stone walls don't blow down in a storm, but this one did. Want to give this a little teeny squirt here? Where? Just the top of the wall.
But work soon has to stop.
Here comes the stone. This has been a long wait.
6 weeks ago, Mandy and Steve picked out stone for the pool's patio.
This I like.
And today it's finally arrived.
All right. Oh, what's this?
The forklift just has to deliver it through the 17th century archway.
No way. Not happening. You know? It'd look great over here. What's a few tons of stone?
I think Steve or this pool might actually be cursed.
Mamma mia! It's the curse of the accursed pool. I went to some fair expense to get a truck with a forklift, but it can't fit through the arch. So now we have to lift up every stone and carry it in there one at a time. Anyway, I'm very happy this is finally here. This is absolutely, wonderful.
That's the spirit, Steve. Onwards and upwards.
I have to say, it's a little annoying, but it's mostly amusing because it's just the way it is. I should probably name this Catch-22 Chateau instead of Chateau Madame.
300 miles away in the Pays de la Loire, Phil and Angelina's Chateau leafleting operation has thrown up its first response.
This will be something interesting, I think.
It's come from the owner of Chateau de la Ferte. The imposing 19th century pile they spotted by chance from the road. And he's open to selling it and the whole 10-acre estate.
My mind is running wild thinking, what's it like inside, what else it's got. A few key things to look for now. Outbuildings, parking space, and neighbors. Those are the main things. Obviously, the chateau in itself is like, what condition is it in? Has it got features, how much work is there?
Do you know what? I'm really excited about seeing a place that I've really wanted to know what was inside.
The owner, Mr. Jean-Claude Cognier, bought the chateau as an investment.
I'm really excited.
With over 20 rooms, numerous outbuildings, and 10 acres of land, this chateau could be perfect for the lavish home and events venue Phil and Angelina have in mind.
It's really stunning outside the chateau. It's not just about the outside, really. It's about what else it has to offer.
What it certainly will offer is a challenge. They think the chateau's been empty for years.
Entree.
Wow. Look at that wallpaper. It's really nice and neutral. Love the colour scheme and that staircase.
Right. Glad she's happy. She wouldn't be the one fixing it.
Next door, the Chateau's huge drawing room also gets Angelina's seal of approval.
Look at that feature. The chandelier is so huge. Really, really stunning.
There's a little bit more than wallpapering to do.
No, of course, but it's pretty.
It is pretty. There's some great plaster work.
You know, stunning plasterwork everywhere. Very, very ornate.
Lots of them are missing, though.
I like the gilding. It's got the traditional features that I want in a chateau.
Rose-tinted glasses, pessimist. It's not. It works.
Phil might be keeping his feet firmly on the ground, but Angelina looks ready to put in an offer.
Just imagine if when this is all done up, you know, and then people just walking through the main entrance into this room. It'll be amazing first impressions. Really, really gorgeous.
It's just, I'm just thinking about the work involved in making it what you're seeing in your head currently.
Well, the plasterwork from my point of view isn't that difficult. There's one whole piece, you copy that, and every one that's missing, you can either remove.
Let's have a look at the rest before you start getting overexcited.
Okay.
When viewing a chateau, I try to see its potential, but also the cost to get it up and running. And given the state of the interior, I'm not surprised at some of Phil's concerns.
She's having fun and running around like a kid in a sweet shop because it's beautiful. But I know how much time everything takes on these places. And if I'm looking at it going, that's going to take ages, it's going to take 3 times as long and 3 times as much money.
Yes, running a chateau is an expensive business. That's why Angel and I are always in the hunt for ways to save or make money at Chateau de la Motte-Husson. Luckily, our attic has a plentiful source of free objects to decorate the place, and in particular, our Tower of Curiosities.
That's not a curiosity. What's that? Hold on. It is a grape preserver.
Our chateau was built by the Baglioni family between 1868 and 1874. When the family vacated in 1999, they also abandoned a lot of their stuff in the attic, and some of it is fascinating.
It preserves bunches of grapes. You put the stalk in this end and you fill the water up the other end, and you store grapes for long periods of time in water.
This is definitely one for the Tower of Curiosities.
Every room, I'm not joking, has like something in it. Like, look. I mean, this is... Go on, baby.
What?
That look good on you. Look, it's like an old Victorian hat box.
Darling, it's cardboard.
Huh?
Oh.
Look.
Laval, made in Laval, actually.
Yep. B for probably Baglioni.
Looks like it's been eaten by a mouse.
Yep, that can stay up here for now.
Dear, I really have no idea why I like old things. I don't know if it's the history or a lot of stuff that is old is very well made. I just wish I was in that era. I know it's weird. Dick will never get it, but he humours it, so that's good.
What's this?
Huh? That's mine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Does that not count?
Huh? No, it doesn't count if it's already mine. in fact, you bought it for me.
I bought that. Really?
Didn't you?
No. No, they are. That's even worse, that you think I'd buy you something like that.
I love that.
OK.
At Chateau de Gelaine, owners Michael and Jonathan are struggling to sort out a sewage problem that's stinking out their west tower.
Instead of it being a nice slope like that, it's like that. And all the paper and stuff is trying to get up the hill and sitting on this little ledge here. So do you want to come and have a look?
No, you're laughing, yeah? I'm not getting in there.
All right.
Stinks.
The repair could be very costly, especially as the biggest booking of the year is just around the corner. 45 guests hoping to be staying here for a week-long wedding event.
Joindre l'ancienne.
Oh, je sais pas.
With the pipes exposed, the plumbers can now start their investigation in more detail.
Mais le problème reste toujours ici. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui se passe entre les colonnes
The waste from 3 toilets meet at this junction. As well as the sewage pipe going uphill,
Non, il passe par là.
they discover another problem.
There's a foreign body in it that, as part of the renovation works, a piece of concrete or plastic or a bit of both has got in there with jagged edges, and that's what's causing the problem. So there's your problem.
Part 1 of the problem solved. 2 pieces of old pipe were lodged in and were blocking the new plastic pipe.
We've cleared it. We've taken out the 2 pieces of debris that were blocking it. And the last thing we've got to do is try to sort out the slope of the pipe, which is going in the wrong direction for the flow.
Unfortunately for Jonathan and Michael, this may involve digging up even more of the flooring.
Ce qu'il faudrait, c'est qu'on va essayer de leur choper au moins là, voir si déjà il n'est pas lui-même déjà en contrepente de là à là.
And even more of the concrete. This job is getting bigger by the day. Just over 200 miles south at Chateau Madame, after 6 weeks' wait, Steve has finally got his delivery of stone for the pool's patio. But
it'll never happen.
The forklift can't fit through his 17th century arch.
Oh my God, that's a handsome piece of equipment.
So he and volunteers John and Miles begin the task of manually transporting the 1.5 tons of stonework to the poolside.
I think I'm going to start off with the mogels.
The mogels are the pieces of stone that will surround the pool.
This stuff's all been shaped to go around the steps. That's fine. One of you laddies want to do this? I'm feeling for you.
So you have a map for these, or
A what?
sketch?
Well, no, but what it is those 2 guys there are the corners that make this angle.
The stonemason cut the mogels to fit perfectly around the pool, but there are no instructions where each piece should go.
If we put this in here and the angles don't work, I could just attach this to me and push me in the pool.
Steve, no problem.
So the first thing I'm noticing is that this is radiused here, but not here, which makes me think that this is backwards.
So it's the other side.
You think it goes for over there? Or does that make sense?
Yeah. It's not straight, this is straight.
Well, obviously we're doing something wrong because they're perfect.
That's a radius.
Let's do this.
Here. This radius here should be here.
Maybe this does belong on that side.
Yeah, you just got the radius around the wrong way.
Hello. So let's just put this like this for the heck of it, and we'll try to figure it out as we go. All right, so that's kind of making sense to me. Yeah, that's not the way it goes.
That doesn't look right.
Right, now, you're going to do the numbers?
Well, the numbers don't make a lot of sense.
Well, okay.
So I'm going to just use my superior.
That's upside down.
I was going to say superior intelligence, you see it.
Until you put it upside down, there is. How many more are there down there?
2.
5.
As they assemble the last piece of the puzzle, it's obvious it's not a perfect fit.
So their wiggle factor is they give you extra stones.
But John thinks he can rectify that.
Oh, I can tidy the angle. I mean, it's they've got it that close. I can get that with a couple of little touch-ups on the side.
And Steve's determined to be optimistic.
The mogels look terrific. It's been a long time. The whole process has been just so long. But seeing the mogels are really like the light at the end of the tunnel.
Now Steve needs to lay down the rest of the patio. In just over a month, the guests arrive.
That's enough time, it seems to me, to get things done.
I wouldn't count on it. Steve should know by now that anything to do with Chateau renovation can be a bottomless pit of expenses.
This is not a way to make money. Let me tell all people, this is not the way to make money.
Back in the Pays de la Loire, Phil and Angelina are continuing to explore the 19th century Chateau de la Ferte as a potential new home and business.
I do not want to wallpaper that.
Phil has serious reservations about how much renovating this place will require.
I'm thinking about all the work that would actually go into doing this when it's already this bad.
But just as he is about to give up, the chateau reveals more of its charm.
Do you know what?
Four
It's
rooms.
better up here.
Oh, wow. It's in such good condition. It's amazing how the differences between ground floor and the first floor usually gets worse, but this chateau, it's the other way around, isn't it? The wallpaper is not peeling. There's a bit of dampness. It's not too bad. Original floors, or certainly old, you know.
There is a heating system in place. The radiators, the all pipework and everything, it requires redecorating as opposed to ripping apart.
Whilst you sleep here and wash and clean, you go downstairs and, you know, work away.
If you say so. There's just a random door. That's how I can sneak out of bed in the middle of the night and go and have another beer. How random. I see its potential and wish to save it because I don't know anyone will.
But as Mr. Cognier talks about the chateau's French windows, Phil and Angelina find out a potential issue.
L'architecte des bâtiments de France m'a dit, vous devriez les conserver. Mais j'ai dit oui, mais pour chauffer.
The chateau is a registered building.
You just mentioned that it's on the historic register. It's a bit like a Grade 1 listed building in the UK.
That could be a real issue for us because we've got limited knowledge of just the way things work.
Worse still, if we do it wrong, the fines that they will impose, they'll bankrupt us overnight.
Putting this troubling news to one side for now, Phil and Angelina move outside to finish their tour.
Hey, do you know what I see right there? You might just see stinging nettles and no roof. I see a row of motorbikes.
But as they continue to check out the chateau's grounds, they spot a neighbour's house, which could ruin their plan to hold parties and other events here.
The neighbours are too close.
I think that's a big problem for what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
It's, you know, could be killed by saying, no, you're having too many parties.
For me, it's already done. That's a risk you can't take.
As we know all too well, shadow hunting is tough. Phil and Angelina's viewing has ended in frustration. This chateau isn't for them.
I think it's nice, but there are just so many issues which are crucial in order for us to run a business. It's quite clear that it's not for us.
If you suddenly got a raving party until 3 o'clock in the morning, people aren't going to be happy.
So hopefully we get to hear some more responses back and we get to see something that we do actually like and work for us, you know.
All right, let's go. Get searching on the internet a bit more, eh?
At Chateau de Gelaine in the Loire Valley, it's the second day of the big sewage repair. 6 rooms have been out of action due to the smell, and they need to be available for the 45 guests coming here soon for the biggest wedding of the year. Michael's partner, Jonathan, is away on a business meeting today.
Salut, tu vas bien?
Bonjour.
Leaving Michael on his own to monitor the French plumbers. They've already got rid of the blockage in the pipe.
I think these are old terracotta-style pipes that must have been broken somewhere in the process, and they end up lodged down here.
Today, the plumber is dealing with another problem. The pipe slopes in the wrong direction, so waste can still get stuck in it.
Donc, si j'ai bien compris, vous allez creuser, vous allez baisser le tuyau, et après, on va tester que ça marche bien. On va tester que ça marche, et on va rebûcher, et un autre jour, on va mettre du béton. Et le parquiste va venir après.
The plumber has removed more concrete flooring and dug right underneath and around the pipe.
Okay.
This gives just enough distance to let the pipe slope downwards. But Michael's not sure about the method used to do it.
All he's done is stuck a stone in it. It seems a bit basic to me. What do I know about plumbing?
At mid-morning, Jonathan calls Michael, asking for a progress report.
Oh. Hello? Bloke's been in. He's just cleared all the rubble from underneath the pipe. He's put a stone in between the kitchen floor and the pipe to make it go down at a steeper angle, and he's saying, right, it's flowing now, it's OK. It's not even a brick, it's a little stone. And now he says that's it. He says that's it. That's all he's doing. Is that what you're expecting? I should have gone to Angela and you should have stayed here.
It's an unorthodox solution, but a simple one the plumber thinks will work. We'll better get flushing, Michael. Let's see if he's right.
Go. Yes, it's definitely flowing through. Good news. It wasn't an ideal fix, sticking a stone over there, but it saved us having to rip the whole floor up and put the whole place out of action for months. Results, chuffed. OK, merci a lot. Au revoir.
It's a fix. Over the next couple of days, they'll lay the concrete back in and put down the new flooring. And all in time for the big wedding, when 45 guests will be descending on Chateau de Gélène. No doubt by then, Jonathan and Michael will have a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Bonne nouvelle. Il a dit bonne nouvelle.
Pas une bonne nouvelle.
Oh, pas une bonne nouvelle.
200 miles south at Chateau Madame, just before he left, Jonathan the volunteer tweaked the margelles around the pool.
It's got to be even, so it's the same.
Now Steve is working on the rest of the patio. Mandy arrives with flowers and plants to decorate. She hasn't seen the pool area since work started 6 weeks ago.
Look at this.
What do you think?
Looks great. Looks amazing.
It was only 2 days ago that it was weeds and a mountain of dirt there. And,
no, it looks really great.
Everything.
Bravo. So where am I putting my plants?
Here's your spot over here.
Yes, which is not all ready.
Well, what more would you like done? Well, we can rake this for you and
It's gravel. It's got gravel in it.
It's got stones in it.
All right.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
No. Great. So these are your roses. What do you think? Oh! Well, it was a rose there.
Right. I think it's great. I love that.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Mandy believes a vital part of her job is to give Chateau Madame a woman's touch.
I keep trying to put a little bit of more feminine into it.
It's fine. Fine with me. I'm all for it.
I'd have more flowers everywhere.
Well, I'm completely up for more flowers, not only everywhere, but all the time.
Okay.
It's fantastic. I can't get over it.
Wow. That was a success. I can't believe it.
You know, but now that I think about it, no, it is. It's wonderful.
Once the roses are in, Mandy cracks on with the herb garden. But ever the perfectionist, Steve can't resist downing tools to come and supervise.
I think I would put the larger things to the back because we want to have privacy for the shower.
Why do you keep saying privacy for the shower? Because they're going to be in bathing suits. Nothing is going to block, unless you want to put the hibiscus up here.
All right, well, you ask the question and I'll try to answer it. You have to come up with a question.
How does it look?
I think it looks good. Just something behind your left leg there to hide the shower. I think those look terrific.
Okay, I'll plant it. I just need something to make a hole, and then I'm in.
Okie doke.
Dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Now that's settled, it takes just half an hour for Mandy to plant the entire bed.
I think you've got it really nice. Well, very nice.
Coming from Steve, that's high praise indeed.
So, I think that's all I can really do. The whole pool area, when I think about how it was before, at the very, very, very beginning, it was awful.
Yep, I think so too.
But now, really, it looks great.
Yep, the change is enormous.
But they're not out of the woods just yet. Tomorrow, the first guests of the summer arrive, and Mandy and Steve are running out of time to get the patio finished.
It's scary. I'll have to try to cope with that.
"350 miles north in the Pays de la Loire, a week after viewing their first chateau, Phil and Angelina have been continuing the hunt for their dream place.
Really nicely done. This house is so nicely decorated, honestly.
They've even taken on an estate agent.
Very simple floor plan. Two main rooms on each side and the turrets.
Okay.
But although there are always things to tempt them,
It's really lovely. Look at this, my very own chariot. I can be carried around in it.
Not carrying you anywhere.
nothing they see is quite hitting the mark.
It's just, there's something that's not working for me.
I just kind of wanted a bit more feminine looking chateau. Is it perfect? No.
So they've come to a decision to rent their current home, Chateau, for another year.
We've been in the chateau for just under 2 years. I still love it. I still enjoy it every day. I still enjoy working every day, you know, doing stuff. And I'm still creating and I'm still learning.
We know the business has got the glimmers of hope that I can say, let's invest in this more than just our time.
They're still open to finding their own place.
But that's more difficult than it appears, so that the search is ongoing.
I'm really, really excited about the prospect of finding and owning a chateau to call our home.
But for now, this is where they'll be. We wish you all the best with your business here at Chateau, Phil and Angelina.
The dream is still alive.
No, after that singing, it's not.
Back at Chateau de la Motte-Husson, Angel and I are coming to the end of our search for objects for our Tower of Curiosities. But things keep grabbing our attention.
Now, that must be something specific. That's for... It looks like an arrow quiver. Put a little belt holder on it.
Ah. Look at that baby.
What's that? Oh, that's one. See? Oh, I thought it was part of the house. It's not. That's a fossil.
A real fossil?
It's a real fossil, Dan. I don't know what it's a fossil of, but it looks like one of those spirally things.
Our little Arthur loves fossils. This could go in his room.
We never really bring a torch up here, do we?
Oh, that's a bed.
That's not a bed.
Is it not?
No, this is a travel case. This is the way you used to travel.
That's quite nice, though, isn't it?
It is, it's big.
This is late 19th century. They built them big then.
I absolutely love that.
It's a seine net.
What's a seine net?
It's a big circular you throw out and then you put it all together and you catch the things in it.
So I could potentially use that for decoration?
You can use that for decoration, definitely.
Okay.
All those little lead weights on the bottom are there. They're a couple of quid each, those lead weights.
A lot of this stuff goes back to 1874, when the previous owners, the Baglioni's, first moved into this place.
You know what that is?
No.
This will be for floor scrubbing.
How do you know this stuff? That is lovely. That is
very old.
A lot of the things we find here are long gone from the modern world. And sometimes I think that's for the best.
So uncivilized, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is for putting on a calf to stop it suckling. So we put it around a calf, and every time it went to feed its mother, it spiked its mum, and mum wouldn't let it feed. That's how you stop that's how you wean a calf.
We used to wean a calf. I can't imagine anyone would be happy using that method today.
I would agree.
Now you'll find that in the back streets of Soho.
What?
That's enough hunting for now. The next day, Angel starts to clean up some of the goodies we found and place them in the tower.
These little trinkets, you know, they didn't have a purpose. And now they do, you know. It's now here on display. But it's part of the history of this place. I'm not gonna use it, and I'm not gonna chuck it away. And I'm sure, as we're here longer and longer, I'm gonna add to this room. I'm quite looking forward to seeing it in 10 years' time.
Next time, Angel gets crafty.
What are you doing in my kitchen anyway?
Is it okay, baby, if I just use your kitchen for a minute to make some candles?
And wedding cakes.
Oh, what's gone here?
It's the big day for Michael and Jonathan at their chateau, but...
The lift has jammed itself on the ground floor.
there's one problem.
They don't think they've got any more parts like it because it's so old.
After another.
I found the pipe that's leaking. It's got a split in it. It looks like it is the mains pipe.
And Steve and Mandy struggle to get Chateau Madame's pool ready for their guests.
This is full of sand. That is very threatening. Without any question, the most frustrating thing.
This is me, Dick Strawbridge, my wife Angel, and our 2 children in our glorious French chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We moved here 3 years ago to follow our dream of living life in our very own castle.
Oh my God!
But it's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
As dozens of other Brits know only too well.
Oops. Floor needs replacing as well.
Because it turns out we're not the only expats who have bought a French chateau.
Wow, absolutely love it.
25-year-old Bordeaux.
Motherload! In this series, we'll reveal how we're running our chateau as a business.
There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And see how these daring Brits are running theirs.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This place is done up.
As they face the ups.
It's really beautiful.
This is a rare moment, but I am genuinely at peace.
And downs.
It's a lot worse than it looks.
Of their new lives in these crumbling and magnificent buildings.
It is a bit of a fantasy, living in a French chateau. We might have a few problems on the way, but that's part of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today, Angel gets crafty.
What are you doing in my kitchen anyway?
Is it okay, baby, if I just use your kitchen for a minute to make some candles?
And wedding cakes.
Oh, what's gone here?
Ta-da!
One couple risk their future in France and how a big event goes at their chateau, but...
The lift has jammed itself on the ground floor.
There's one problem.
They don't think they've got any more parts like it because it's so old.
After another.
I found the pipe that's leaking. It's got a split in it. It looks like it is the mains pipe.
And one chateau struggles to be ready in time for its first ever paying guests.
This is full of sand. That is very threatening.
The beautiful Chateau de Gelaine sits in the Loire Valley and is the home and business of couple Michael and Jonathan.
We love the French lifestyle, we love the French language, love the French people. Owning the chateau is a brilliant experience.
They run it as a location for holidays and weddings, but now they're about to make a decision on whether or not they should continue. Today, they're prepping for a wedding.
We've got everything at stake. There's no more money.
I don't think you can put any more into it now. I couldn't put any more hours into this. I couldn't put any more money into it. We haven't got any more money, and I haven't got any more time in the day. So there's nothing more we can put into it.
45 guests are due tomorrow, and they'll be staying for a week. It's going to make them £30,000 if it all goes well.
I need the Saal card, please, to get some iron bar. And have you got any cash as well, please?
Stress levels are high, and the news that the bride wants the wedding to be held in the chateau's forest brings up new problems.
The wedding's in the forest by John's and East Tower. It's changed, so it's out there now.
Well, so what are they doing with chairs now? Are they going to carry the chairs up there, or are they going to stand for the ceremony?
I didn't ask the detail.
And if that wasn't enough to deal with, there's a problem with the chateau's lift.
The lift has jammed itself on the ground floor. Fortunately, nobody inside it. Doors jammed open, and we're about a foot, 30 centimetres or so off the level of the floor, so we can't use it. I've put in a call to the engineer. My worry is the bride is going to have to come down from the very top floor in her wedding dress and her wedding shoes down an emergency staircase. Just don't need things like this to go wrong.
It'll take the engineer 2 hours to drive to the chateau. It gives Jonathan time to deal with another ongoing problem. The shrine in the chateau's grounds is still missing a Jesus figurine from its cross. And now the bride wants her wedding outside, it needs to be replaced. Luckily, an antique shop owner has just been in touch about a miniature Jesus that's just come in.
So, fingers crossed. Jesus, here we come. Bonjour. Bonjour, madame. Je m'appelle Jonathan de Château de Gélène. C'est vous qui m'appelez avec l'information de Jésus?
Oui,
Je cherche.
tout à fait, oui, oui. Je vous ai appelé hier.
Et est-ce que vous avez ici?
Oui, juste là. Je vous le montre?
Oui, s'il vous plaît, merci.
Donc le voilà. Je vous laisse regarder.
Je dois réfléchir un moment, s'il vous plaît. Merci
Je suis là,
bien.
si vous avez besoin.
I don't want it pristine, as the cross itself isn't pristine, but look at my goodness gracious, I couldn't have wished for better.
The price is okay, but the only question for Jonathan is the size.
I've forgotten the bloomin' tape measure after all that, but I know that the distance between the nails on the cross is the span of my hand. Look, you couldn't get better matched than that. So, fingers crossed, but it's in good nick, so I'm very excited. Oh, my goodness. Day's turning out good. Now all I need is the lift to be fixed. 1, 2, 3.
C'est parfait.
Merci bien.
Beaucoup.
À la prochaine.
À bientôt.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Back at the chateau, and with the lift engineer due to arrive at any moment, Jonathan delegates the Jesus repair to one of the volunteer workers, Alan.
Moment of truth, Alan.
You did get something then?
I did.
Right, well, let's offer it up and see what we've got.
Actually, this is too big.
No. Leave this with me and I'll get him attached to the cross in a suitable manner.
This works for me. Cheerio then. See you in a minute.
All right.
The lift engineer arrives on time, but there's just half a day remaining to fix the fault in time for the wedding. Angela and I know all too well the challenges and costs involved in putting on weddings at a chateau. One service we offer the bride and groom is to provide icing-free wedding cakes.
A naked wedding cake. It's the fashion in the UK. We're kind of celebrating Victoria sponges. So last night, I baked these cakes. And if you bought a cake like this, you're talking 300-400 quid.
The ingredients for Angela's wedding cake probably costs around £50.
I'm starting off with my first layer, and then I'm going to put buttercream, jam, second layer. I'm using this little spatula because I can't find any of the spatulas. Remember, I'm in Dick's kitchen.
My kitchen, remember that.
So he's probably filed them somewhere else, which is fine. I just don't know about it. OK, so second layer, strawberry jam.
Now for the tricky part.
I always dread this bit. OK. Da-da-da. OK, here we go. Right, lovely.
Time for a little structural engineering.
Now, what's going to happen is, as I put the next layer on, it's going to be really, really heavy. You can use jumbo straws or dowels to take the pressure. I mean, it's everybody's worst sort of nightmare, isn't it, that the wedding cake starts falling down. Right, I'm going to need a little board, because I can't just have the dowels. OK, so my final tier. This is where we decorate it with flowers and berries and all nice things to make it really, really, really appetising. Just using little toothpicks to just keep the berries in position. I'm just slowly building this up. Just a real celebration of nature. You know, it's berries from the garden, it's flowers from the garden. It's all about engineering. I'm going to finish this off with a little bit of caster sugar. Ta-da! I'd be happy with that at my wedding.
It doesn't take long for the smell of Angela's baking to reach me and the kids.
Oh, what's got here?
Ta-da!
Looks yummy. It looks like a baking cake.
Little Arthur and Dorothy love Mum's cake. I think we'll let them have some of this and we'll just have to make another.
Arthur, do you think you could eat all of this? There you go, baby. My son's happy.
Wow.
I love you. Thank you, darling.
It's the best cake.
And it's the best finger chipper.
At Chateau de Gelaine in the Loire Valley, 45 guests for the big wedding arrive from America in the morning. The engineer has just a few hours left to fix the lift.
The lift has jammed itself, so we can't use it. Let's hope it's not too bad.
After about an hour, Jonathan is anxious for a progress report.
Bonne nouvelle, hein? Bonne nouvelle. Il a dit bonne nouvelle. Pas une bonne nouvelle. Oh, pas une bonne nouvelle. Oh my God. Ça c'est what this is a spring that works the whole of the descent of the lift, and it's completely broken. And he says he doesn't think that the part exists anymore. Si pas aujourd'hui. Je sais pas. Ça va dépendre.
Perched on a steep hillside, overlooking the beautiful Dordogne Valley, is the 17th century Chateau Madame. Originally built as a defensive fort, it's now owned by business partners and lifelong friends, Mandy and Steve, whose dream is to run it as a holiday cheat.
I think the nicest thing I like are the little towers. For me, they create the character of Chateau Madame from the outside. It really makes it very distinctive and very pretty, actually. It's just wonderful.
The chateau sits in the heart of the Dordogne, about 100 miles east of Bordeaux. It's one of the most popular regions of France for tourism, and tomorrow, Steve and Mandy are due to receive their first ever guests.
Right now, the pressure is very, very heavy duty.
And they've been promised a swimming pool.
Yeah.
But it's been beset with problems. Rotten concrete, a fallen wall, complicated stonework, and a leak.
There's been so many things that have happened that have held things up. I tried so hard to just think positive, but thinking positive doesn't fix things that are a disaster.
At least the pool's filled, but he now only has a day to finish the patio.
I'm bushing down the corners to make a radius, which makes them look the right age, but it also makes it less apparent when they're not perfectly flat.
The roughened texture also gives the patio an anti-slip surface.
The fear is that you get to the last possible thing and you give it a tink and the whole thing splits right in half, which happens sometimes.
Deep down, Steve relishes the challenge of getting this place looking just right.
It might seem strange, the idea of getting everything absolutely perfect and tuning it like a violin. But the fact is, getting things right is an enormous pleasure, and that's really where I get my enjoyment out of doing things.
It's the final slab of the patio. I hope for Steve's sanity, it fits.
There. That works. Fits.
Now he just needs to take an inch or two off the edge. I wonder where all that sand and dust is going to end up.
This is full of sand. And okay, that's like a disaster, actually.
All the debris has ended up in the water.
So that sand needs to be reduced. That has to be sponged out.
Steve needs to get a move on. The margelles need cementing, and now the pool needs cleaning. And the first ever guests to this place arrive tomorrow afternoon.
This has been the most frustrating, without any question, the most frustrating thing. Don't do it. Swimming pools are nice to swim in, but building them is very difficult.
After struggling to make a profit at Chateau de Gelaine, Jonathan and Michael have decided their biggest event of the year, a wedding, is going to be make or break for them. If it works out well, they'll stay. If it goes badly, they'll throw in the towel.
The general look of the chateau, it could never be more important than the next couple of days. Well, a couple of days, hell, the wedding's tomorrow. I haven't got a couple of days.
The 45 wedding guests from America will be staying for a whole week.
If we don't go down well in the States, we are going to be in trouble. This is the first, and it can't be the last. We can't afford for that to happen.
But a broken lift means the bride will have to use the stairs from her third-floor suite if it isn't fixed today.
So we're touch and go now. What a day. What a day for it all to happen.
It's August, and the lift engineer needs to find a replacement part. This is a time when most of France is closed for holidays.
Whether the lift works or not rides on this phone call. Hello.
Looking good for the lift?
No.
Oh.
It's a part about that big, a little spring that's just snapped in half through just age, 20 years, and they don't think they've got any more parts like it because it's so old. He's ringing Angers to see if his boss has got one, and if he has, they'll come out from Angers, he'll drive towards Angers, meet in the middle, do the swap and come and do it.
But if not, they can order, though?
Well, don't know.
Must be able to make it or do something with it.
Wow.
You can't just condemn a whole lift because of one small part.
But what are we going to do about all the stuff that's got to go up and down?
Do it by hand.
Donc je vais chercher une pièce, donc je fais moitié de route avec mon patron.
Il a trouvé une pièce. Il a trouvé la pièce.
Voilà.
Merci bien. Merci. Fantastic. He says he'll be back here in about half an hour.
While the engineer goes to pick up the spare part, Jonathan wants to see how Chateau volunteer Alan is getting on with an essential repair job.
Ready for the cross?
He was tasked with putting Jesus back on his cross.
Moment of truth. How does that look?
Wow, wow. Fantastic. Now that is finished off properly. Doesn't that look spectacular? That makes all the difference. Having found that, he looks absolutely right on there. He's absolutely the right colour, absolutely the right size. I couldn't be happier. Good. Thank you, Alan.
Pleasure.
Right. Come on then, Lulu. This way.
Michael and his team of volunteers are getting things ready for tomorrow's wedding.
Do you find that when people are having their disco in here, they do tend to break glass?
The wedding planner, Janet, is having to adapt to a last-minute idea from the bride.
The wedding was supposed to be taking place in one place outside. Now they're going to get married in the forest by a little tower, so that's a surprise for everyone, which is a good 10 minutes walk if you're carrying chairs about.
The broken lift is also adding pressure to Janet's plans. 156 bottles of wine are stuck on the top floor of the chateau.
We're hoping that we can get it to work. If not, there will probably be 20 or 30 people lined up down the stairs passing boxes of wine to each other so we can get it out into the fridge this afternoon.
The list of lift jobs is growing, from moving wine to putting piles of excess chairs into storage. 45 minutes later, the lift engineer returns, and Jonathan's earlier optimism takes a plunge.
He says it's not the same piece, but he says he's going to see if it will work. So we're still up in the air with it.
I hope it works out, Jonathan, because if not, you're going to have a lot of annoyed wedding guests on your hands. That's not going to be good for business. At Chateau de la Motte-Husson, Angel and I are always trying out new things that could potentially help our business. Everywhere I look, she seems to be burning scented candles.
But I'm spending far too much money on candles. If I'm really pushing a boat out, I'll spend 40 quid on a candle. I know it's absolutely daylight robbery, isn't it? I'm giving this a go because it's really, really simple to make. So I've bought this soil wax and I'm going to melt it down.
Angel picked up a kilogram bag of this stuff for just under a tenner.
I'm going to do it like I would heat chocolate.
She melts it on a low heat.
So it doesn't burn it.
And 5 minutes later...
Right, we're nearly there. This is good. Might have to call my husband because I'm using his meat thermometer. Baby, come here. Sorry, I didn't know. Am I allowed to use this? Oh, it's not a meat. Is this the sweet thermometer?
Yeah.
It's
50 on it.
Huh?
Yes, it's perfect. It's 50.
You know what? I just was thinking that.
That's easier to read, isn't it?
Huh? That is easier. We've got so many thermometers in this house.
What are you doing? OK, I don't want to ask, but I'm not going to eat any of it, so it's not that.
No, you're not going to eat any of it.
Right. What are you doing in my kitchen anyway?
Is it okay, baby, if I just use your kitchen for a minute to make some candles?
Right. Of course you can.
What flavour do you fancy? Oh, it's nice.
That's
Is that
a surprise for you.
it smells like lemongrass.
I shouldn't really be in here because I've got some manly things to do.
I just have to say that although I have got some essential oils, this is Dick's essential oil box.
Yes, that's very true. I'm glad we
What flavour are you going to make me?
Fancy something floral or fruity?
You see, the other way to go is that the manly odour.
Okay.
I'm working in the garden, that's probably more.
Go on, go on.
Darling, I don't mind. Whatever you want to do is lovely.
Yeah, I have to get cracking on this because it's exactly the right temperature now. So, okay, I love you. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Leave her in my kitchen.
Bye-bye.
She's in my kitchen. Look what she's doing. Bye, darling.
Have fun in the garden. So I've got a few teacups and I've got these sort of old French jam jars and these tins. They sort of seem like a really good candle size.
Angel then pours the wax into the cups and jars and adds essential oil into each. Bottles can be picked up for a couple of quid.
So this one's for Dick. This one is lemongrass. Right, and then I'm gonna put this in now. And then I need something to kind of just like do.
She's using one of my pastry brushes to hold the wick in place. Angel's first candle is ready to set.
That is Dick's lemongrass candle. So here goes my special teacup. I'm gonna have lavender because my favourite. So I've got these wicks. I bought like 100 for not a lot of money. And right, once that's in, I'm gonna just trim it into place. Super. Okay, they're gonna be lovely. They smell amazing. All right, I'm gonna go and pick the kids up. And fingers crossed, they will be set when I'm back. We'll see. I can't wait to set them alight.
Me too. This could save us some cash. Which is what Jonathan and Michael are doing in the chapel of their chateau. 3 months ago, they found this ancient frieze in one of their 21 caves.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
They think it's over 600 years old and comes from the manor house that stood on the site of the chateau in the 1500s. Now volunteer Alan is installing the support struts for it in the chapel. Jonathan would like it to be ready and on show in time for tomorrow's wedding. The after-dinner disco will take place in here.
This is just fantastic to me, absolutely fantastic. I'm really hopeful it will be a talking point for people when they visit the chapel.
But Jonathan can't relax. He needs to know how the engineer is getting on with the broken lift. The engineer's picked up a spare part, but it's the wrong size.
He says it's not the same piece, but he says he's going to see if it will work. So we're still up in the air with it.
The engineer fits the part, then he goes up in the lift and comes back down to test it.
If the lift opens and the lift level is the same as the floor level, then the man has done it.
C'est bon.
Merci bien. He's fixed it. I know. Well, you're having the same reaction I had. Can you imagine what it would have been like? So I said we'd get him a cold drink. And have you got some ice in there? Yep. Yeah, just really nice, fresh...
Yay, the lift fixed! Lift fixed! Yay! Yay, lift fixed! Oh.
With the lift back in action, the chairs can be shifted.
I don't fancy carrying these up and downstairs.
And the wine moved to the refrigerators. But just as everything seems to be under control, on the most stressful weekend of the year, Jonathan and Michael have another problem. Unbelievably, a water pipe supplying the chateau has just burst.
So, first the lift and now the blooming water. Who would want to own a chateau? Oh.
The whole chateau is 45 guests and an excited bride and groom face a wedding day without any running water. Chateau Madame sits in a dramatic location on the edge of a steep hillside with views across a beautiful Dordogne valley. It's co-owned by lifelong friends, British-born Mandy and American Steve.
Mandy and I know each other better than we know ourselves. It's a very, very nice situation to be in.
Due to coming here and living in France and doing the chateau, we've become much closer.
Mandy and Steve are renting this place out for the first time to holidaymakers this season. And they've spent the last 3 months battling to install a new pool.
They're not going to be going around with a magnifying glass seeing the quality of the 17th century fabric we found. They want to come here and they want to relax. And they want to lie by a swimming pool, and that's what I'm thinking of now.
Today's the day their first guests arrive. The pool's been cleaned, and stonemason Didier is here to lay the jigsaw puzzle of stones, called margelles, around the pool's edge.
As hoped, he's great. He's doing a fantastic job. He makes it all look so simple. We're really cracking along here. I couldn't be more satisfied. Oh boy, it looks just like a swimming pool.
That's very beautiful.
Exactement. C'est très beau.
C'est très beau.
Oui.
Finally, everything seems to be going along nicely. Until...
I don't know if you can hear that. There's more thunder. So, I feel we're making an effect on a larger scale than it seems.
Poor Steve. If it rains, work will have to stop, as they can't risk getting the fresh cement wet.
That is very threatening. I mean, that's quite a sky. Hopefully we won't have a tornado just to really make it exciting.
With a sky like that approaching, Steve's not taking any chances. So with the help of volunteer Zeke, he's decided to lay plastic sheets down just in case.
Let it go in the water a bit, because that'll hold it.
And sure enough, within 15 minutes.
We've got plastic ready to go on this edge right over there.
Steve and Didier have little choice but to take cover and ride out the downpour.
Holidays in Périgord.
Oui, exactement.
But with the guests due to arrive in less than 5 hours, they'd better keep everything crossed it'll pass so they can get on with finishing the job. At Chateau de Gelaine, it's the day before the big summer wedding. The guests and the bride and groom, Americans David and Stephanie, will start to arrive any minute. But owner Jonathan faces a crisis. He's been called to the gardens, where a water pipe has burst. He's hoping it's not the main supply to the chateau.
I've got to be out of the equation for about an hour. David and Stephanie are due to arrive in half an hour, and I need to go and get cleared up.
Volunteer Alan is trying to assess the damage. If it is the mains water supply, they may have to shut down the pipe, leaving the chateau and all the guests without any water.
I found the pipe that's leaking. It's got a split in it. It looks like it is the mains pipe.
It's one thing after another. So we're here now trying to sort out a leak. Unfortunately, the depth that it's at means that it's the mains pipe. It's not one of our small irrigation pipes. Everybody is going to start to arrive and going to be wanting to shower and things. And it's August, it's late in the day. Can you imagine what that would do on the first night of a wedding party?
This wedding is the first big booking from the American market. It's a crucial part of their business plan. Jonathan and Michael cannot afford any hiccups.
We're going to try and do a temporary repair without turning it off.
Volunteer Alan hopes he can maintain a semblance of water supply to the chateau until a proper plumber can be called out.
Just going to try a rubber glove and some cable ties initially, and then we'll put some more stuff on it.
Before Jonathan can call a plumber, he gets pulled away to greet the bride and groom.
That's true. All right.
Oh, fantastic.
That's lovely. So when does everyone start arriving?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Jonathan is doing his best to keep calm.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. Well, you know the place now.
Cheers.
We can leave you to your own devices.
Exactly. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Yay.
Right.
We'll get out of your hair, and it's now your home for the week.
Ah, that's
Okay.
fantastic. Thank you.
We'll go and get your bags. You
Okay.
can go up to your room.
All right, well, thank you.
Smash it.
All right, see you guys. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, I love the stairwell.
Finally, Jonathan can try the plumber.
Oui, Sébastien, c'est Jonathan à l'appareil. Oui, je sais l'heure, mais j'ai un problème. J'espère que tu n'es pas en vacances.
Meanwhile, Alan's quick fix has slowed the leak down.
We've reduced it enough that I think that we can keep the chateau on till everyone's had their showers.
But it won't last forever.
Merci bien, à tout à l'heure, au revoir. He's not answering his phone. It's either because he's on holiday or legitimately he's finished work for the day, but normally when he sees my number, he'll pick it up.
I hope for your sake someone can come out quickly, because I wouldn't rely on that rubber glove and cable tie holding much longer. Roughly 90 miles north of Jonathan and Michael's, Angel's candles have had time to set.
I bought this cup, honestly, 20 years ago in a set, and I love it. But it cracked, just, you know, wear and tear. I didn't want to chuck it away. I was so attached to it. Need to give it a couple of seconds more. I hope Dick notices.
Hiya. Smells good, well done. Very nice. What's the scent?
Lemongrass.
It's very good. You're going to mass produce these now?
Yeah.
She thinks I'm joking, but this could save us some valuable pennies for future events we put on here. And when your business is struggling, like Jonathan and Michael's, every little helps. It's 10 a.m. the next day, the morning of the wedding, and they're about to fork out £423 to a couple of plumbers who've had to come out during French holidays to make sure there's water for the chateau's 45 guests. At least they found some.
Plumbers are here. It's looking good because they are 9 minutes early. So that's good by French standards. Woo, Lulu.
But while they fix it, they have to turn the water supply to the chateau off.
Obviously, everybody's going to be wanting to get ready for the wedding, and there's no water. Everybody will be wanting breakfast, there's no water. Lunch, there's no water. So it's critical we get this done, like, now.
It doesn't help that Jonathan gave the plumbers the wrong pipe size.
Well, I've been a bit of a chump. I said it was about 25 millimetres, which is about that, I think, which is what that looks like. But actually, it's nearer 40. Anyway, laughing apart, I've just now cost us probably 20 minutes because they've got to now go into town to the plumbing trade supply and pick up the correct piece of pipe.
Over in the Chateau forest, Michael is checking up on the new, quickly arranged wedding location down by a hunting tower.
Yeah, so it's looking good. I like the candelabras, they're cool.
And it looks like he's learned a lesson on saving money from Angel. Instead of spending hundreds on flowers, he's using ivy from the forest floor.
One of the first things we did when we got to Dick and Angel's chateau was to try and convince Jonathan, or Angel was trying to convince Jonathan that we could use things like the ivy to decorate for weddings. And look, here we are, ivy galore.
Last-minute changes are a wedding planner's nightmare. After carting 50 chairs into the forest, wedding planner Janet now has to check that the horse and carriage that'll carry the bride can actually get to the tower.
I'm not sure whether we might need a cushion, though, in the calash for tonight, because it's a bit bumpy, but we'll... And we might have to cut a few branches down.
Là.
Oui. Et on arrête ici. On peut arrêter ici. On arrête ici. When I left here yesterday, the plan was that we were having the wedding here, that was OK. But the horse and carriage was going to come up this alley to my right here, which is quite wide, and take a sweep round and go out on the next alleyway that way. The bride's now changed her mind because when the chairs are in place, it doesn't work. So now we're hoping that the horse and carriage can come down this alley here, which was going to be the car park, and go out of the alley that he was supposed to be coming in on. Now, if we do it that way, we've got to find somewhere to park all the cars because we don't want them down there because they'll be in the photographs. So that's my next challenge, is to find a car park in the middle of a forest.
Meanwhile, the chateau is still without water, but at least the plumber is back from the shop. It's not been the best start to the day, but think what the bride must be feeling.
We're getting some dirty looks as we walk around. We've already had the bride out to say, you know, how long is it really going to be? Don't just keep saying 5 minutes, 5 minutes. So they're obviously getting a bit het up, which is not what we wanted.
Michael and Jonathan's future as luxury chateau wedding hosts rests on how well today goes. And so far, some of the guests aren't entirely happy.
Some people have gone off without showering, so they're not going to be best pleased. Hey-ho.
Back at Chateau Madame, it's been raining for more than an hour, stopping Steve and the stonemason Didier from finishing the pool. But with the first guests due to arrive in a few hours, Steve's decided not to waste a single second, so he gets on with seeding the lawn.
The sky says it's time to plant grass.
Obviously, the lawn will be ready for Chateau Madame's first ever paying guests. They'll just be happy to get a pool. After 2 hours, the sky begins to clear. The Dordogne sun comes out, and Mandy arrives for the final push before the guests arrive.
I see that the house is being cleaned, and, well, it's looking pretty amazing.
As is the pool, which is finally finished.
Wow, look at that. Brilliant.
This is fantastic. It's really sick. Merci.
No.
Really, absolument.
No.
When the grass grows over the next few months, it'll look even better. The storm cost them precious time, and now the heat is on to get Chateau Madame ready for its guests.
It's 6:30. Now, I think they're supposed to be here between 7 and 8.
You'd better pull your finger out, Steve. Just over 200 miles north at Chateau de Gelaine in the Loire Valley, Michael and Jonathan are coming to the end of a stressful couple of days. Broken lift, a missing Jesus, a last-minute change of location for the wedding have all been sorted. And now, thanks to 2 French plumbers, the burst water mains has been fixed as well.
That's a job well done. It's a relief.
45 guests have now arrived, and the wedding begins in half an hour.
Can I give you these, please, if you wouldn't mind just lighting the candles for me? I'll give you a spare in case one of them doesn't work.
OK.
All right, off we go.
I'll see you later.
See you up there.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
To make the most of the French late summer sun, it'll be an evening wedding. Jonathan and Michael want to make sure everything from now on goes without a hitch.
How are we doing for time?
Well, it's just coming up to 8.
Really?
The guests will be arriving there about 8, but the bride isn't going to be there till about 8:30. So we just need to light about 30 candles and then scoot out of the way. Angel will be proud. Look at all these ivy tumbling all over the place.
Well, it's the in thing at the moment to make it look all decayed grandeur.
See? Everyone loves a candle or two at a wedding.
That's to keep the mozzies at bay, but I fear that that's not going to be enough for 45 people.
The special moment is almost here. The guests are arriving. Have Michael and Jonathan got everything ready in time? At Chateau Madame, Mandy and Steve's first ever paying guests are due to arrive any minute.
It's nice now. Now that all the cement's covered.
Guys, help.
If it rains, then the roof hasn't got a gutter. So all the water will run straight down into my little garden here.
You guys should get everything that you have and get it out of the house and put it in Mandy's ASAP. Don't worry about how it goes. Just have to get it out of there. We've got minutes.
The pool area looks fantastic. Bravo, he did it.
Outside may be tidy, but inside's another story.
They're supposed to be here starting right now, and I haven't even got my stuff out of the room.
You need help?
Yes, desperately.
As Steve disappears inside to collect his things...
Bonjour!
The guests arrive.
I'm so glad you're here.
So are we.
It's nice and cool in here.
Wow.
Fortunately, They seem as enchanted by this lovely old chateau as Steve and Mandy are. Despite the fact that Steve's still not quite finished.
My clothes are still up on the top floor, so if you'd be a little patient with me.
They are in love with it. Very happy. The little boy is thrilled to pieces. He wants to go with, you know, knights and castles and God knows what else. So for him, it's magic.
But how does Steve feel?
And when you back away from the great clouds of stone dust, it's pretty nice. The pool is finished, the margelles are on, all the problems are taken care of and solved and are in the process of being forgotten. I have to say I'm a little tired, but the bottom line is it's a complete success.
Well done, Steve. Well done, Mandy. After the troubles you went through with that pool, you deserve a rest. Back at Chateau de Jalène, the guests are arriving, and the initial reaction is a good one.
Anyway, say that word.
God, this is gorgeous.
How is that?
So pretty.
See? Isn't this a good venue?
Looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, really lovely.
After all the traumas and tribulations of this week of getting the last-minute things happening, it's all come together. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah. It looks really beautiful. It just makes everything else pale into insignificance. All that hard work, all that drama, all that running around like headless chickens, and it just looks beautiful. Shall we leave them to it?
Yeah. Looks like it's all in order.
Job well done. Come on. Massive relief.
Back at the chateau, the bride is on her way, and she doesn't even have to watch her step.
Stephanie and David, you're now together in the bonds of matrimony. And I pronounce you husband and wife, and may I be the first to congratulate you both.
Oh, thank you.
As the sun sets at Chateau de Jalène and the wedding party is about to go into full swing, 3 floors up on the Chateau terrace, Michael and Jonathan find a moment to relax. But it's decision time. After all the hard work and the fiery Investors Week, are they going to stay on here?
We won't be going from 3 or 4 weddings in a summer. We'll be going to 18, 19 weddings and bringing that to loads of people rather than just 1 or 2. So this is going to be a successful business that's going to bring joy and happiness to all the people who come and have their wedding, their birthday, their anniversary at Chateau de Jalène.
Fighting words, and there's more than just themselves to consider.
If you think about how much money this is bringing to the economy here, with all these guests staying for a week, they're hiring kayaks, they're hiring cars, they're doing their shopping in the local shops, the local boulangerie. I mean, this is the sort of thing that invigorates a village community. This is not shut off from the world, it's not a stuffy museum, it's a living, vibrant space. And we're so proud that with our partners and with all the investors, that we've been able to bring this chateau to life. And it's great. And the more things like this that we can have here, the more life we can breathe back into the old girl. Onwards and upwards. What do you say?
Forward with a song.
Fantastic news. I don't doubt yours and Chateau de Jalène's future is going to be a rosy one.
I'm hungry. Let's go and have some food. Come on, Lulu. Off you go, Michael.
Next time, we meet a whole new raft of Brits with a whole new set of chateau problems. When 2 new parents face a mammoth task trying to get their chateau ready for a holiday season,
I don't know if we can get everything done in time.
they call in support.
I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realise I was going to be moving paving slabs all day.
Or at least they thought they had.
You don't actually know if he's ever really done a full day's work in his life before.
One chateau couple gambles everything on a new menu for their guests.
It's not going fantastically well.
Things start to get heated.
Yeah, it's really quite hot.
And when I get a call to help one woman search for some buried chateau booty,
Dick, come and find the treasure for me.
we find ourselves a bit tangled up.
You want to go further in?
This way. I'm in the trees.
Hold on.
That's me, Dick Strawbridge, my darling wife Angel, and our two beautiful children. Nearly 3 years ago, we upped sticks for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau. We've been doing it up ever since.
Oh, baby, you're so strong.
Turns out we're not the only ones.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Dozens of Brits are taking the plunge to rescue these stunning buildings.
What amazing colours.
We need to get on top of it, get on top of the goats.
In this series, we'll reveal more on how we're running our chateau as a business.
Back on dry land.
I'm still finding things that I haven't seen.
And we'll help these daring families run theirs.
Here's to the meeting of two like-minded couples. Cheers. Cheers.
As they face the highs...
I'm absolutely terrified.
...and lows.
It's extremely expensive. It's financial suicide.
...of running these gorgeous buildings as everything from B&Bs to beautiful wedding venues.
Owning a chateau isn't glamorous. Anyone who thinks it is delusional.
Today, when two new parents face a mammoth task trying to get their chateau ready for the holiday season...
I don't know if we can get everything done in time.
They call in support.
I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realise I was going to be moving paving slab all day.
Or at least they thought they had.
We don't actually know if he's ever really done a full day's work in his life before.
One chateau couple gambles everything on a new menu for their guests.
It's not going fantastically well.
But things start to get heated.
It's really quite hot.
And when I get the call to help one woman search for some buried chateau booty...
Dick, come and find the treasure for me.
We find ourselves a bit tangled up.
You want to go further in?
This way. I'm in the trees.
Hold on.
This is the beautiful Chateau de Ribignac. It was built in 1560, and it's run as a B&B by Patrick.
Put all these down here.
And his wife, Colette.
So the place we call home is over 500 years old, and we're the 5th family to live here, and it's been partly destroyed by fire twice.
Located in the Limousin region of France, it has 4 suites and a couple of cottages for rent within the massive 36-acre grounds.
The grounds that we have here are about the same size as the park I used to take the kids to when we lived in London.
Colette loves everything about her chateau, except for one thing, her kitchen.
We've been discussing the new kitchen for about 14 years. When that will happen, I don't know. Hopefully...
You promised me this autumn.
Hopefully the end of this year.
We don't ever make a fortune here, but what happens is any money we make during the season gets put back into the house. If we have a good summer season, then it'll be the kitchen, is hopefully how it will work.
And a new kitchen will make it easier to create the dinners Colette makes for her guests.
We didn't envisage that the food would be such a large part of the way we run things and the way people enjoy the place. People just would want dinner all the time, every night, whenever it was on offer.
I think that the meals in the evening are what makes the whole place gel.
Today, Colette is shopping for the ingredients for a 5-course meal for the 8 guests staying at the chateau this evening.
I bought 3 quails to do a quail sauce.
and she's decided to take a risk by serving a whole new menu.
It's all Limousin beef. You couldn't ask anyone what they serve other than Limousin. They think you're insulting their mother.
She's hoping the new dishes will help her to cater for more people at the chateau. That might pay for her much longed-for new kitchen.
Et vous pouvez faire quelques girolles? And she's just making little flowers out of cheese, and you have them for aperitif, and it's delicious. With a nice glass of wine, obviously.
But if it doesn't go to plan, it could put her reputation at risk.
Bonne journée et merci.
Bonne journée. Au revoir.
275 miles north is a lovely old building called Le Vieux Chateau. It's owned by retired vet Donna McDougall from Norfolk.
I just love every minute of living here. Maybe I'm just getting older, but the slower pace of life is lovely.
It lies in the centre of Normandy in northern France, and Donna runs it as a B&B, renting out 4 bedrooms and cooking the guests breakfast throughout the summer.
It works beautifully as a business because it's big enough for guests to come and for me to live my own private life. It's great meeting people who come to stay.
Last year, Donna received a visit from an elderly gentleman who had lived near the chateau when he was a young man in the 1930s.
He told me that it had been used as a private museum for a vast collection of medieval armour that the owner had inherited from his ancestors. I was pretty amazed about this.
But that's not all he'd seen. He claimed to have been here in the summer of 1940, during the Second World War, when the Nazis seized control of Normandy as they swept across France. But what happened to all that armour?
I asked what happened when the Germans arrived, and he proceeded to tell me that rather than let the Germans use it or take it, they put it into 20 wooden crates and hid it in the lake. I wasn't expecting that. He said that he was here when they boxed everything up into about 20 boxes and they put it in the lake. And I stupidly didn't ask where.
Shortly after his visit to Donna, the man sadly passed away. So now all she's left with is the tantalising possibility that a huge and highly valuable hoard of medieval armour and weaponry is lying at the bottom of her lake.
At first I just thought, my God, this is extraordinary, that we might still have a whole lot of medieval armour in the lake. And my next thought was, I'm not sure how we're ever going to find it or get it out.
So she's confident that the treasure is still down there somewhere, and she's turned to yours truly to give her a hand.
I can't think of anyone better placed to try and find this. I have no idea how he's going to do it, but I can't wait to see. So, good luck, Dick.
Come and find the treasure for me.
Don't worry, Donna, I'm on my way. Everyone we know with a chateau thinks there's treasure there somewhere. That includes us. Sadly, most of it is wishful thinking. However, Donna, she's so excited. She's so absolutely sure there's something there that she's convinced me. I'm very excited about today. This should be fun. This is the splendid Chateau Montiel. Built in the mid-19th century, it has 20 rooms in total. Set in 6.5 acres of land, it's the home of Englishman Tim and his wife Chris, who's from the Philippines. Oh, and now, newborn baby Owen too.
This is our forever home.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
We can't imagine ourselves living elsewhere.
No, it's perfect.
Located in the Dordogne in southwest France, they bought the rundown pile for around £380,000 with the help of Tim's parents, who now live in an outbuilding on the property. After 2 hard years of renovation, they opened as a boutique B&B, 2 double rooms and 2 suites. But they're not making any profit, and so this year they need to expand.
Our main tasks at the moment are completely renovating the attic space to create a new family suite.
They've estimated the new suite could bring in about £15,000 per season.
Although we've got an extra mouth to feed now. Hopefully this year is a really good year for us, and then next year that should be our first profitable year.
But the start of the new summer season is fast approaching.
So I've got 7 weeks to go and it's all got to be finished. Bring it on.
So Tim needs to get a move on. First job in the attic, replacing the old wiring.
So I'll pull this old ceiling down, get all the old plaster off and all the wood down, and we can run the electrics and drop over so we can get some light switches in, and then make it look nice and new. Touch wood, it doesn't look like there's actually anything wrong up here. I was worried that I might find a few rotten beams and maybe a few shifted slates. Yeah, nice and clean and baby-friendly.
Yeah, right. Optimistic Tim might be pleased.
Done.
But this is only phase 1. With just 7 weeks until the first guests arrive, Chris is feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it's quite complicated at the moment because we've got this little bundle of joy and got to get it all done and ready.
Tim is going to have to work pretty fast. He needs to get the new suite finished by the beginning of the season. If he doesn't, and the place looks like a bomb site, he'll not only lose the new bookings, it could affect the existing bookings for the other suites in the chateau.
It's quite nerve-wracking for us because we might not get it ready on time.
Just over 100 miles north of Tim and Chris, at Chateau de Ribignac, Colette has started work on her ambitious new menu for tonight's dinner.
So we do 5 courses. We include aperitifs and wine and coffee, and that's €45 per head.
Sounds like a bargain. 5 courses for around 40 quid. But tonight's meal is a risk. She's never cooked it before.
You know, what's the point of everything being the same and, yeah.
Colette wants to expand Chateau de Ribignac's menu to attract more guests, earn more money, and buy herself a brand new kitchen.
So the kitchen is...
The kitchen is terrible. It's tiny, it's poorly organised, and everything is made of concrete. So we do have a project which has been around for quite some time to redo the kitchen.
And logistically, in that tiny kitchen, it's extremely difficult. I think even if it wasn't in a tiny kitchen, logistically, it's quite challenging. So, yes, I do feel a lot of pressure.
Come on, come on.
She's been cooking for about 3 hours. There's just 2 hours until aperitifs are served.
So the menu tonight is, for snacks, we're doing the girole that we got from the cheese lady. Then I'll probably do a baked camembert. And then for the starter, we've got pasta with quail's egg sauce. For the small course, spinach and creme fraiche and a quail's egg. For the main, there's a beef daube, so it's a very country beef casserole. And then, obviously, cheese. And then, last but not least, the berry mousse cake.
So far, everything has gone to plan.
Sometimes I get stressed when I get behind.
But when running a chateau business at the same time as being head chef, there's always distractions, and today is no different.
OK, well, thank you. We'll look forward to meeting you on Monday.
And then there are Colette's 2 children to look after. Agnes...
Can you stop leaving tissues all over the place in this, please?
And Gilberto.
Oh!
Get sick of you all.
Colette needs to stay focused if she wants to finish the dinner on time. Back in Normandy at Le Vieux Chateau, Donna's convinced that there's a hoard of treasure lurking somewhere at the bottom of her lake.
Hopefully, somewhere along here are 20 boxes of pristine medieval armour, I hope.
She's been told that the armour was dumped in the lake in 1940 to prevent it being stolen by the Nazi invaders.
There's a lot of silt in this lake, probably more than there was 70 years ago. So we could just find rusty bits of rubbish, or we could find beautifully protected armour because it's been covered in silt and hasn't had any oxygen. So it's not going to rust, I hope. Anyway, can't wait.
I've come to help her look for it, and I've brought my little boat because I've got a sneaky feeling we're going to need it.
Very, very peaceful, and so much older than our chateau. So much older. It's gorgeous. Hiya!
Hello, bonjour.
This place is absolutely gorgeous.
Thank
How
you.
lovely to meet you. Just looks like there's so much history here.
Oh, I think there is, yeah. There is a lot of history here. It's an old, old chateau, this one.
Today, we were interested in more recent history.
So the Germans during the Second World War, what were they doing here?
They were living here. They came pretty quickly across from Paris to Normandy, and this was occupied.
Right, the Germans coming, the locals will have known, and hiding your treasures, your secrets. It must have been done at a gallop.
And the walls were filled with a massive private collection of medieval armour. And I don't think they wanted the Germans to have any use of a medieval sword or mace or anything else. So they decided to put them in boxes, about 20 boxes, and hide them from the Germans in the lake.
The lake is much bigger than I expected. Have you any idea where it would be?
I don't know where it is at all.
Okay.
Come with me and we'll have a look.
I really hope Donna can narrow our search down, because this lake's much bigger than a football pitch.
I'm looking at this place and thinking, where do we start?
If I was living here and I had a collection of medieval armour, I would put it at the deepest end of the lake.
Which is not here.
It's the opposite end. That end's the deepest, and it's the most accessible. So I am guessing, if I was in their position, that's where I'd put it.
If I get the boat down here, yeah, we're going to make our way to start down the far end?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's the most likely place.
Yeah.
Let's go and...
Let's
you know what?
do everything.
Let's get started.
As well as my boat, I've brought along a metal detector. But there's about 4 feet of silt at the bottom of the lake. So if the treasure's sunk beneath that, we've got a real challenge on our hands detecting it.
I so hope we can actually detect it, see that it is there. Because, wow. Treasure in your lake, hello? Every boy's dream. I want armour in my boat.
Donna's told me the lake's actually pretty shallow.
Can't stay in the middle of the boat.
Even at its deepest, it's not much more than a metre deep.
It's not going to sink, is it, with me at this top
Well, that's
end?
why I put you on.
I'm quite heavy.
Yeah. Hello? Sorry. Do you think?
Yeah.
We are launching at the shallow end, but I'm sure my little boat can take it.
It's rocky. It's not just silt. So there's a bit... Getting out of this first bit's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
You ready for it?
Yeah.
You're going to find some treasure.
Yeah.
Right, OK.
It's a bit like swallows and Amazons at the moment.
It is, which is every schoolboy's dream, isn't it? Right. But I'm coming on board.
Yay!
Success at the first hurdle. Now all we've got to do is find the buried treasure.
Is that the seahole, right? Ooh.
Yes! This is a perfect place to be.
At Chateau de Rubignac, it's now just 2 hours before Colette needs to serve the first course of our brand new 5-course menu.
It's not going fantastically well.
It's part of a plan to expand her culinary repertoire and increase the reputation of Chateau de Rubignac as a location for fine dining. But it comes with a risk.
Well, I think you're only as good as the meal that you've just cooked. So that's a lot of pressure on me.
It's a difficult enough task, even without the distractions.
Ooh, really?
Huge.
Is Daddy going to get rid of it for you now?
Son Gilberto has come in with a tick under his armpit.
They're outdoors all the time, so...
Ticks aren't very pleasant and can carry Lyme's disease. They need to be removed carefully without leaving any bits behind. Luckily, Dad Patrick knows what to do.
Okay, Roberto's come in here, though. You'll need to sit at the end of the table where there's some light, okay?
It's a country thing, but they are kind of disgusting.
Oh, I can see its legs.
Don't move. Come on. Ready? Okay, it's out, but it's fallen down your... Okay, can you take off your T-shirt, please? Super carefully. That's the fella. Okay, just press that onto there. Okay, just hold it onto there.
Crisis over, Colette can focus on the dinner. But it's June here. Temperatures regularly hit the 30s. And as service looms, temperatures are rising in the kitchen.
In the summer, it gets horrendously hot. I spend most of my working, or my breathing hours here, so it's horrible to be in when it's really beautiful outside.
At least Colette and Patrick have some help today from Elliot, a friend of the family.
So I guess we better get cracking then.
Patrick goes out to smooze the guests. And after checking everything is on course...
Everything, unless I've forgotten anything, is more or less ready.
He's joined by Colette.
Bonsoir. Have we all said cheers, by the way? Cheers and welcome to the newcomers. Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
We are in Loire-Vallée because my husband is from Loire-Vallée.
I'm from Hungary. I'm from Budapest.
Do you want to just pass those round, darling?
Little Gilberto serves the canapes.
Food girolles. They're girolles, they're basically cheese. And they stick like a corkscrew in it. And they turn it and it just takes tiny shavings.
Then it's time for a baked camembert.
It's just so hot, I can't touch it.
But Patrick can't get it open.
Yeah, I think I gave him a bit of a hospital pass there, opening up. Anyone who can open it gets a prize.
Is it cheese, the prize?
Yeah, it is cheese. Oh, well done.
Phew. While the guests enjoy their camembert, Colette and Patrick set up for dinner. Colette wants it to be perfect.
Could you get the shell plates for me, please?
You mean this size?
No, not those ones. You know, the normal ones that we use with the thing on the outside.
You said shell. Here's the shell one.
Not those ones.
I don't know which ones.
Yes, you do.
Wave.
Yeah.
Not shell, then.
Do you want to do this instead? Okay. Just checking.
The pressure is on. There's just 5 minutes until the guests come in for their 5-course meal. I hope Colette's going to be ready. Back in the Dordogne, Chris is busy looking after newborn Owen as Tim tries to turn their attic into a luxury 2-bedroom suite. The bedrooms need finishing off and a new bathroom installing, but they're used to the hard graft.
Well, we inherited a very, very, very run-down, tired, worn-out building. The central heating system needed to be replaced. Plenty of walls and ceilings needed to be ripped out.
Plumbing.
Yeah, everything. You name it.
We've spent about
2014.
100,000 to
Yeah.
renovate the house.
But now we've got to reinvest whatever we make to continue the renovations. The pot is empty and we've got to make money to spend money.
I know exactly how tough it is juggling children and building work. But throw a newborn into the mix and the job's even more of a challenge. Chris is obviously frustrated that she can't help out with any physical work while she's recovering from baby Owen's early arrival.
I'm really happy that he's here, but I'm also heartbroken that I can't do anything in the house.
This includes the gardening and vegetable patch, which are Chris's passions.
Hey, the rabbits got into that one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the rabbits or the chickens.
But it's more than just a hobby. The vegetable patch plays a crucial role in keeping down some of the running costs of the B&B.
We offer dinner 2 or 3 times a week. Everything that we grow goes into that. Tomatoes, melons, pumpkins, courgettes, and it goes a huge way into keeping the costs down. But also, it tastes so much better as well.
Chris may have had to, very reluctantly, hand over the gardening gloves to Tim, but she's still the boss.
Where are you going to put the tomatoes?
Get them in here.
Oh, you need to wreck it first.
Yeah, I've got to get the weeds out, I know, get some compost in.
Whenever he does something that is not on my plan, it does irritate me a lot.
I thought instead of having 3 in each of these, we could put 4 in each of these.
Why
and
is
just
that?
bunch them up a bit.
No, I just put 3. He's not as thorough as I would have done it. But he's doing okay. He's on his knees. One more.
One more and then I can have
You'll
a beer.
be done.
Done.
Well, that's all our tomatoes planted. Hopefully in the summer we'll get a bumper crop and our guests will be happy.
But if they want a successful summer, Tim better finish the attic quickly, and he's determined to do it himself.
It equates to, I mean, it's 200 quid a day to get someone out to do stuff. I'm proud that I can look after my family, you know, and if anything crops up, I can, you know, Dad can get down and deal with it, and I can be an inspiration, you know.
Tim's a trained chef by trade. He's not a natural builder.
The only thing being a chef has come in handy for is plastering. So you mix the plaster so it's the consistency of buttercream, and then it's just like icing a cake. You know, you just have to, you know, get it on and then come back round and smooth it out. And when I came to France, I couldn't wire a plug, essentially. The internet, online videos have taught me everything, really.
Whilst Tim's having a hard morning in the attic, Chris is busy with her first home midwife appointment.
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Très bien.
Très bien.
I'm excited to know if he's gained weight.
I think so.
With money tight after the new arrival, Tim's always on the lookout for savings.
The skirting board is so expensive over here. I'm just using floorboarding, and I've bought some beading to go on top, and I'm just going to make my own imitation skirting.
But when it comes to wall plugs, it seems cutting corners is a false economy.
These are dreadful.
Downstairs, it's all toilet talk.
Have you cell, you know?
Cell. Oh, if he's poo-poo.
Yeah.
Yeah, more or less, yes,
Okay.
every time.
In the attic, Tim's decided to abandon the cheap wall plugs.
When I'm screwing these in, this is just going around inside and just chewing the thread, so there's no head anymore to screw into. They're just dreadful. So never buy bargains, and we'll do it with glue. Yeah.
Working single-handedly and having to teach himself as he goes means even a simple task like skirting can take double the time. Time Tim hasn't got.
This room, I reckon we've got another week, and then that's this one done, which means I've got 6 weeks left to do the bathroom, corridor, other bedroom. Yeah, a lot of work.
I think Tim's optimism is starting to waver, and Chris is in no doubt about the challenge ahead.
It's really heartbreaking because I don't know if we can get everything done in time. We want to be able to earn enough income so that we can support our little family.
Facing such a huge challenge and all the constant demands of a newborn, Tim realises he needs some help.
It kind of dawned on me with all the day-to-day jobs that there's a lot of work still to do. So to make life easier, I've given my little brother Ben a ring, and he's managed to get a last-minute flight, and he's going to pop over and come and give me a hand with some of the more difficult stuff so that I'm not trying to do it all on my own, just so I've got an extra pair of hands and a bit of muscle.
I hope your brother's a hard grafter, Tim. He'll have to be, or I can't see this place being ready on time. I've travelled 150 miles north to leavish Chateau in the heart of Normandy to help Brito and Donna hunt for some buried treasure. We're moving.
We are.
We're at sea. Treasure's there. She's been told that during the Second World War, a hoard of medieval armour was hidden from the Nazis in this lake. How deep is it here?
It's about a metre.
Okay, in fact, yeah, I just about touched the top of the silt. I think we should start here.
I've never used one of these things before, so...
Why don't you put them on?
Okay.
Put on the, yeah. Good. We'll do sign language. Take control of the probe.
Okay.
And your hand goes over the top.
Ah. It's beeping. Oh.
That's the battery check.
Uh-huh.
For our best shot at finding the treasure, Donna needs to keep the end of the metal detector resting on top of the 4-foot-thick layer of silt at the bottom of the lake. Right, so you're resting on the silt?
Yes.
I'm going to start trawling now. I'm going to start moving. We'll go over this way to begin with, because this is the area we're interested in. I'm keen to check as wide an area of the lake as possible. But Donna's convinced the treasure would have been dumped over by the shoreline.
I mean, they wouldn't have got it out here.
True.
They wouldn't. I'm sure they wouldn't have put it in boats and put it here.
Let's search. We're going to work our way in there, okay?
All right, so I just keep this in.
Yeah, keep it in the water now, and you're listening for your beep. We're going into the trees, near the edge.
I just hope she doesn't want to go in too close, or we're going to get a face full of tree branch.
Here we go.
Right, anything at all?
No.
Still nothing?
No. Do you know, I think we need to go in here.
Sorry?
I think we need to go in here.
You want us to go in closer?
Yeah, please.
Okay, absolutely.
Whatever you say, Donna, you're the boss.
Are you swinging it around? What?
No, there's nothing. It's just all the trees.
You got me all excited there.
No, nothing yet.
Now we're really in a pickle.
Well, this is interesting.
We're very close to the edge here.
Yep.
Maybe we need to just go down there further.
Just go sideways through
Please,
the trees.
sir.
Go sideways through the trees. Right.
I am in the trees.
Right. Never mind the trees. Keep scanning. We're finding treasure.
Dick, can you go this way a little bit?
Yes. Which way? You want to go
This
further
way.
in?
This way.
We're in. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh!
What do you mean, oh? Oh's a bad noise.
No, it's the trees. Oh.
Oh, I thought we should go in the water. Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder if the people who dumped it here had as much trouble as we're having.
I think this is the area they would have put it because it's the most convenient area. It's the deepest part of the lake, and it's the most convenient area from the house.
Donna's logic makes perfect sense, but we're just not getting any readings over here at all. Until suddenly...
Just about here. Just go back a little bit. There. I've got a noise here.
What?
I've got a noise here.
At Chateau de Rivignac, it's 8 p.m. and the diners are called to dinner.
There's a very strict seating pattern. Yeah. Right. Just sit down.
Boy, girl, I'd like to sit by you.
It's going to be a long night. Colette's already been cooking the kitchen for the last 5 hours. So after wishing each other good luck, the starter is served.
So, ladies and gents, for your starter, you have a quail ragout with piment d'Espelette spaghetti.
Colette waits for a report in the kitchen.
How are they doing for their starter?
They are enjoying it.
Okay, good. And they
Consuming it, not especially quickly.
Okay. So that's
So far, so good. Just time for a celebratory glass of wine. It seems to be going down well with the guests and their burgos alike.
Have they got plates?
Colette's already moving on. An egg and spinach dish, topped off with creme fraiche and a quail's egg, is served next. Followed by the pièce de résistance, beef daube, a local casserole. Careful, it's hot.
pretty hot. What to tell you?
The dinner is in its closing stages. There are just 2 courses left.
It's that cheesy time of evening.
And when they look for the cheese,
The cheese is in the cupboard, is it?
I didn't...
no one can remember where it is.
I know nothing.
Will this dinner fall apart at the final hurdle? I'm at Le Vieux Chateau in the heart of Normandy, helping Donna McDougall search for some buried armor in her lake with a metal detector. And after nearly an hour searching with no results...
There. I've got a noise here.
What?
I've got a noise here. Come
got
back.
a noise?
Yeah.
Now this is promising.
There. Dick, can you just come a little bit forward?
Of course I can.
There. A definite noise.
You've got
just
a definite
here.
noise?
Yeah. Come a little bit. There. Definite. Oh! Come forward. Come forward.
I'm in the middle of a tree. Putting me
So
down.
what?
Oh, I'm my oar.
Don't lose this position. Right here. That's it. That's it. Right there.
Hold on. Look, I'm coming in.
I don't want to lose this position. Quick, Dick, put
Find
those
it
on.
again. Hold on, we find it in the hole.
Put that. Ah!
Turn it.
No, you need to put these on.
Okay. Move it around. Yep. Hold on. Hold it there. Don't stick a stick in, girl. Stick a stick in.
It's just here.
That's very strong. That's definitely something, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, make sure that stick doesn't move.
It's exciting for sure, but that's just one small spot. There's supposed to be 20 crates of treasure in here.
Just go as far to the left and right as you can there.
So we're trying moving a little bit further up along the tree line.
Oh, another one here.
Just got another beep. That's all we got. We don't know yet, do we?
Another big beep here.
A big beep, really?
Yes! Deafening.
And a little further again.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I can hear it. I can hear it through your earphones.
Listen.
Right.
Just a few inches beneath us, there could lurk a vast hoard of buried medieval treasure.
Listen to that.
That's worth another explore, isn't it?
Look.
The detector is pinging all around this part of the lake. But how are we actually going to dig down through several meters of silt to find out what's there? We've got some thinking to do, that's for sure. And some hard work ahead, no doubt. Down in the Dordogne, Chef Tim and wife Chris are preparing to open their B&B for the summer season in just over a month's time. But the early arrival of baby Owen has thrown things into chaos.
Sleep or milk? What do you think he's ready for next?
Cry.
Cry. Diaper change.
With 2 guest suites, they desperately want to convert their attic into a 3rd suite so the business can start making a profit. But they're behind schedule.
Now that baby Owen's starting to grow, he's getting a lot crankier at night and wants a lot more milk and a lot less sleep. So we're starting to feel the strain.
It's not just the attic. There's a whole load of work that needs doing around the chateau before they open. Tim's been working single-handedly, but with the first guests arriving just over 4 weeks' time, he needs help.
Called in the cavalry. Uncle Ben's arriving from England to come and do some of the heavy lifting for me and meet his baby nephew for the first time, which we're all excited about.
Tim's mum, who lives in the chateau grounds, has picked him up from the airport.
Hi. How are you doing?
Yeah, great, thank you. Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, great, thanks. Hello. How are you doing?
Tim hopes his little brother's help will get him back on track with the renovations. But I think his new nephew might be a bit of a distraction.
Oh. Your first little nephew, eh? With all his hair.
Yeah,
He's got loads of hair.
He's going to avoid the family curse.
Chris, he's wriggling too much. You might need to take him back.
Would you all like to come inside? Come on, Mum. Come and sit yourself down. Do you want a cup of tea?
Yeah. So what jobs do you want me to do?
We've got to move all the paving slabs in front of the barn and lay a terrace.
I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't realise I was going to be moving paving slabs all day. I was planning on going canoeing and seeing my nephew whilst I was here.
Well, you've seen your nephew. Now you can make a start paving. After you've had your cup of tea.
The paving is for an all-new patio that will replace the existing tired terrace. A big job, so Dad Rob's been roped in too.
I've decided that I'm more suited to the skilled part of the work, so I'm going to be laying the pavers and they're going to be doing the donkey's work for me and bringing it round. You finished your tea?
Yeah.
You ready to go?
Not really.
Do you want to borrow my hat?
Definitely not.
Let's go.
Before, it was just gravel, but the furniture we've got, the legs just sort of sink into it, and it's a bit rough. Luckily, I managed to find a guy locally that decided to get rid of his pool and had taken up all his paving, and all for, I don't know, 300 quid or whatever, you know.
He got himself a real bargain there. Brand new. These paving slabs could have cost £1,500 to cover a patio this size.
How did you learn to do this?
On the internet.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't actually look like you know what you're doing, to be honest. Don't people have to eat their dinners off it, though?
No, we give them tables and plates.
Oh, very funny, yeah. But my point is, if it's not level, like, peas are going to go rolling everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, but it can't be perfectly level because the water's got to be able to run away from the house. And because we get such heavy rain, it's got to be a 25 mil drop every 1.5 metres, apparently.
One of the last jobs is to sweep loose sand between the slabs. This is essential to help secure the paving and stop it moving sideways.
Well, it's one more skill you've learnt.
Not really a skill, sweeping. Well, I think that's me done.
You don't actually know if he's ever really done a full day's work in his life before this, so this could well be taking it out on him. Bless him. With any luck, the last one. Perfect.
It looks really nice. Daddy's done a really good job, look. And Uncle Ben, too. Aren't you proud? Hey.
I'm actually really happy with it. Yeah. And another skill half-mastered.
Well done, Tim. But you've still got a lot more to do before the chateau's ready for any guests. And it's starting to look like there's not enough hours in the day for you.
We're working 24 hours a day now. If we're not changing nappies, we're plastering walls, or if we're not plastering walls, we're laying terraces. I'm running out of days now.
At Chateau de Rubignac, Patrick and Colette are about to serve the final course of their new experimental menu. They found the cheese, and the guests have been enjoying it. The night has been building to the climax. Colette's famous frozen berry mousse cake.
Everything could go wrong. I might drop it, it might look terrible.
After freezing it this morning, she's taken it out to thaw a little. But if it warms too much, it'll ruin. Patrick needs to serve it now.
It's going to start to melt if he doesn't get served soon.
But he's too busy schmoozing.
To be honest, all I really do is what you see me do here.
You do it rather well.
I get very, very motivated with a glass of wine in my hand.
So frustrating. Everything's ready to go. I'm really dying to serve dessert now, so before it starts to melt.
He's still having a fat chat.
OK. OK, I'm just going with it then.
Colette decides it's now or never for the frozen berry mousse cake.
OK, I might require your assistance here.
Patrick finally arrives to help.
Is it a three-man job?
Yes, possibly.
Hopefully in time before the cake defrosts too much.
Cool. It'll be a bit squishy.
OK. It's just that bit there that's not quite separated from the base. It's just a little bit. I can't move, that's why.
Well, you can't take your hand out.
I'm not taking my hand out. Go, 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 go. No? Yeah, that's good.
After 8 hours of cooking, it's all over. What did the guests think?
This is a tester.
Yeah, we're bringing all our friends back. I'm in awe. The food's great. But I've just really enjoyed it. I could do this more often.
Keep this up, and she'll get that new kitchen after all.
It's done. It's just great when an evening goes well and people are happy and they've eaten well and they get on together and all that stuff. So that's great. Even though you've got to get up for breakfast the next morning. That's not so great, but you know.
Next time, Donna and I battle to get access to the lakeside and start looking for that hidden armour.
That's one way to get the tree down.
And when we start digging, there's plenty to get us excited.
What is that? What is that?
While Tim and Chris rush to get their attic completed, they need furniture.
Would you let me have a rug as well and round it to 200? I've only got 200 with me, that's why.
And they need help.
Hopefully Ben's going to fly back in and give us a hand a couple of days before we open.
I've never agreed to that. I've never agreed to come back and do more work.
And my mother-in-law and I have our hands full making salamis.
Sausages always make me laugh. There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
I'm Dick Strobridge, and along with my wife Angel and our 2 children, we left the UK for a whole new life in France and bought this magnificent chateau.
We haven't ever regretted what we've done. It is so worth it.
We've gradually been making it into our home, as well as running it as a business.
That's still a long way up.
But it turns out we're not alone, as dozens of Brits are doing exactly the same thing.
Sometimes you have to pinch yourself to think, I own that.
In this series, Angel and I will reveal more about our journey as chateau owners.
Quite a lot of scrap here. It's worth money. Might be able to pay you this time.
And guide these daring Brits where we can.
It's a solid old bridge, matey.
As they renovate.
This is looking good. I'm quite happy with this.
Repair.
I've never done this before, so it should be all right.
And struggle to transform these buildings into their homes and businesses.
Go, 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 go. Absolutely magnificent.
This is the glamorous chateau life that everyone thinks I need. Just trying to avoid getting my face near the toilets.
This is not the way to make money.
But however hard the going gets, these plucky Brits can always say they're kings and queens of their very own castles.
Cheers. Chin chin.
Today, I continue my search for a sunken hoard of armour in one chateau's lake.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I can hear it. I can hear it through your earphones.
Then battle to get access to the lakeside. But when we start digging, there's plenty that gets us excited.
What is that? What is that?
When one chateau couple rush to get their whole attic renovated for the holiday season, they need furniture.
Would you let me have a rug as well and round it to 200? I've only got 200 with me, that's why.
And they need help.
Hopefully Ben's going to fly back in and give us a hand a couple of days before we open.
I've never agreed to that. I've never agreed to come back and do more work.
And my mother-in-law and I get our hands full making salamis.
Sausages always make me laugh. There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous. Walk up it, but the chickens will roost on it.
I'm Dick Strobridge, engineer and former Lieutenant Colonel in the British Army. And with my wife Angela, we've been renovating our chateau into a home and business.
This is my calling in life.
It's not been easy.
I think I'm a bit too old for this.
So my heart goes out to anyone else insane enough to take on a chateau restoration. Take Chateau Montiel, for example. It's owned by couple Tim and Chris, who live there with their newborn son, Owen.
The day that you went into labour might be because you were up a ladder painting windows.
Yeah.
Located in the Dordogne, they bought this place back in 2013 for just £380,000 after falling in love with it.
It was kind of like Sleeping Beauty's castle, the fairy tale castle that was covered in ivy and rambling thorns.
After 2 solid years of renovations, they opened as a boutique B&B in August 2015, with 2 double rooms and 2 suites. But they've barely broken even, and with the arrival of baby Owen, they need to make more money.
We want to be able to earn enough income, hopefully, just to get by.
So they're opening some new accommodation.
Our main tasks at the moment are completely renovating the attic space to create a new family suite.
It needs to be ready for its first booking in 4 weeks' time, so the pressure is on to get it finished.
We really have got to get the attic finished. It's our main priority. Loads to do. Loads to do.
So they called in the cavalry from England, Tim's little brother Ben.
Hello.
He spent a whole day helping Tim lay down the new patio. But he didn't just come here to work.
I was planning on going canoeing and seeing my nephew whilst I was here.
So after helping lay the patio, Tim's decided to give him a day off.
Bye, Ben. See you.
So while they wait for him to return and help fix up the attic, Tim and Chris can catch up on some of the other important chores. One thing they need to do is check up on their garden. To help save the pennies, they grow their own produce. But there's been a bit of a disaster with the vegetables they planted 4 weeks ago.
We got sort of the whole veggie plot pretty much planted up. But last week we had 2 nights of really, really heavy frost, didn't we?
Yeah.
Just totally random.
It was unexpected.
Just bizarre, just totally bizarre. And most things have died. These are the tomatoes that we put in last month. And amazingly, they're the only things still standing, really. Touch wood, we should still have tomatoes at least. The guests will have to have shop-bought veggies instead of wonderful homegrown vegetables.
It may have been better to start these crops off in the greenhouse and then move them outside after the last frost.
But nature does what it wants. The whole point behind doing this is so that we can offer evening meals and turn some sort of a profit on it, because there's not much room for making a profit if you buy it all from the markets.
Every penny counts for Tim and Chris, so after removing the dead plants, he's starting again.
I'll water them and give them a week and see if anything grows back.
Yep, for those looking to live the Chateau dream, be warned. The weather here can be just as unpredictable as back home. And it's quickly turned again. But that gives Tim and Chris the perfect excuse to do some furniture shopping for the attic suite.
It's a miserable day outside, so we're popping off to see if we can get some nice second-hand antique furniture.
Yeah, we're gonna go shopping.
We're hoping we might find a few gems. Sometimes we go and we come home with way more than we ever expected to get. Sometimes we don't find anything. All right, let's take you for a drive.
Tim and Chris are always on the lookout for a bargain, and they've heard a fellow expat chateau owner is selling off some traditional French furniture that might suit the new family suite when it's finished.
So, considering the rugs.
How much do you want for the rugs?
30.
OK.
I've got a few more things in here.
Pictures?
Pictures, I wanted 20 for these two.
OK.
The pair.
OK.
They're quite nicely
I think like in the dining room or somewhere, we could use those, couldn't we? I mean, they're that kind of nice French.
Yes.
What about your corner?
Corner unit.
It's quite
That is quite old.
nice
too.
and old. How much do you want?
About 40 euros for that.
I quite like the table.
Okay.
I like the dresser.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
I think we like the pictures.
And you wanted that light sticky? 5 of each, and 10 for that one.
Yeah, I think we'd have them. That'd be perfect for us.
Money is tight, so Tim has developed his own special technique when it comes to bartering.
Would you let me have a rug as well and round it to 200? I've only got 200 with me, that's why.
Clever.
210?
2, 3. I can do you 203. That's where I'm at.
Fine, have it.
Bag it up, I'll take it.
I will do.
That's great, thank you. Perfect. Look at made to measure. I think that's most of the furniture for the attic suite sorted now. Well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
And look us up online and see your furniture in its new home. And if you're ever passing, pop in for a cup of tea.
Yes, we will.
Sounds
That'd
good.
be great.
You've got our address. Door's always open.
Thanks very much.
you.
All right, thank you very much. See you soon. Bye-bye. We've got what we came for. We've got a few other nice little bits and bobs. It'll just sort of fill the rooms and give everyone a bit more furniture. And it's always great to pop out and you meet nice people and you see a bit more of the country that you haven't seen before. It's always well worth doing. It's all right, mate. We're off home.
We're going now.
But before they can fill the suite with the new purchases, Tim needs to finish it. And with his brother Ben back to help, things aren't going quite to plan.
We're about 30 centimetres short of pipes.
Why haven't you got enough pipe?
Because you've cut far too much off.
Tucked away in the lush rolling hills of central Normandy is the ancient Vieux Chateau. The oldest part dates back more than 1,000 years. And it's this wing that's being run as a bed and breakfast by retired vet Donna McDougall.
I'm constantly on the move here, changing beds, cooking, cleaning. But it's good because it means that I can eat a little more cheese because I burn off energy. You do not need to go to the gym when you live in a chateau that's based on 5 floors.
As a British owner of this magnificent place, she's in esteemed company.
There have only been 2 English owners of this chateau in its entire 1,100-year history, one being Henry I of England, who sacked it in the 12th century, and me.
It's located in the heart of historic Normandy, a region known not only for its rich medieval history, but for its role in the Second World War. And Donna's chateau bears physical reminders of when the Germans occupied this part of France.
The Germans were in the chateau during the war for 4 years. And while they were here, they left some graffiti on my fireplace. And we think it says, where strength or power is released or set free, bad humans must fear the majesty of the Führer. And you can see the Führer pretty clearly. F-U-H-R-E-R.
Donna thinks there's even more history here too. She's been told that during the war, the chateau's owner stashed a hoard of medieval armour in the lake to prevent it being stolen by the Nazi occupiers. We're moving.
We are.
We're at sea. Treasures here. So I'm helping her look for it with my trusty little boat and my metal detector.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I can hear it. I can hear it through your earphones.
Listen.
The metal detector is indicating something in the deepest part of the lake. So now I want to try something.
We get a really strong signal by that stick, don't we? I'm gonna put the magnet in, see if we can get any. Yeah. This is where the strongest signal's been. Bit of metal. There's a bit of metal there, definitely.
Bah, it's just a rusty old nail. But the signal from underwater is still strong.
I think we're gonna have to dig, Donna. I think we're definitely getting strong signals here.
I need to find us a digger.
Yeah.
Whatever is here is sitting below a 4-foot layer of silt, and the trees make this part of the lake tricky to access. This is going to be challenging.
I think it's here. I really do think it's here.
I think I agree with you, actually. I really do. Oh, man. It's here.
That's all we can do for today. Donna now needs to find a digger to extract any hidden treasure, but it'll need to be big enough to reach into the lake. If she can find one, I'm coming straight back to help.
It's been a privilege to be here, but I think we've got a lot of work ahead of us because that silt is deep. The armour has been in there 70 years, if it's in there at all. And guess what? I think it is.
In the Dordogne sits Chateau Montiel, where new parents Tim and Chris are struggling to build a family suite in time for the summer holiday season in less than 4 weeks' time.
What's killing me is sleepless nights.
They're hoping it will bring in much-needed extra cash, as they're barely breaking even. And now they have an extra mouth to feed.
I am getting really panicky because I think it's got separation anxiety. How am I gonna function in the summer? Because I need to change the beds, clean the house. Even hoovering is a struggle for me because he's just a cranky baby right now.
Tim has brought his little brother Ben in to help out. Their latest job, trying to fit a new waste pipe for the family suite bathroom.
Ben, can you cut me a bit of pipe?
Uh-huh.
That is 169.
But they've been having difficulty cutting it to the right length. I hope they're checking the measurements.
Whoops.
Ben's lack of precision has been wasting a lot of pipe.
Yeah, but measure twice, cut once, as they like to say.
At least Tim seems to have a large supply.
All right, we'll go and get the pipe from downstairs. I think that's a bit too long. I just need it like 1 centimetre, 2 centimetres shorter, I think.
Why can't you move the toilet 2 centimetres?
Because that's where it's got to go. I don't want it too close to the towel rail. So we want the one waste pipe for the sink coming up about there. Yeah. Give me 119.
Now, you say 119 this time. Do you want, like, a couple of centimetres off it? Because...
Well, I've deliberately gone 2 centimetres shorter, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
Anyone would think they're learning this as they go along.
I've kind of done bits and bobs of it before, but, yeah, it's the first bathroom I've really kind of done start to finish.
Ben thinks his big brother is doing a great job.
He seems to know what he's doing. Like I say, it's amazing what he's picked up off the internet.
Finally, the pipe is in place, but it's taking up more space than expected in the wall cavity, and some of the supporting beams are in the way. But ever-efficient Tim has a novel solution and starts to chip away some of the beam to squeeze it in.
You just know this will be the bit of wood that holds the whole house up.
It's not called a supporting beam for nothing. These old chateaux are pretty sturdy, but I wouldn't recommend cutting into anything structural.
I'm only taking off kind of sort of 5 mil just off the surface, just so it can squeeze around it.
When's enough, you know, enough sort of thing? I'm just wary of how much you are taking out there.
Eventually, Tim is happy and fits the pipe. Ah, the sweet sound of success.
We've got the waste in. Brilliant.
Tim may be one step closer to being ready for the first guests, but there's still an awful lot to do in less than 4 weeks.
So that's a big chunk of the bathroom done, but we've still got the boarding and the tiling, and the floor's got to go in, and the shower unit's got to go in, the sink's got to go in.
You've got painting, you've got decorating. The list is endless.
At least Ben can help.
Hopefully Ben's going to fly back in and give us a hand a couple of days before we open.
I've never agreed to that. I've never agreed to come back and do more work.
Ah, you need to work things out with Ben, Tim, or you're not going to get this place ready in time. Back at Leavish Chateau, it's been 2 weeks since I helped Donna locate the spot in her lake where she's hoping to find a stash of buried medieval armour. Today I've come back because she's been in touch and there's some good news.
You can tell exactly how excited Donna was. She's found a digger. All right, it's taken a couple of weeks, but in France, that's quick. She's had somebody in who says they can actually do the digging. So we're back to the lake, and we have a chance now of scraping into the silt. There's got to be treasure in there. There's got to be armour, weapons, all sorts of things. And I just got my fingers crossed for Donna today, because she really wants to find something.
It's 2 weeks since Dick was here, and the weight has been unbearable. I couldn't sleep last night at all. It's very exciting. I'm really looking forward to it.
I don't know who's more excited about this dig, me or Donna.
Oh, hi! Hi, Dick. Nice to see you.
Another day in paradise.
Indeed.
Lovely to see
Hi,
you.
Dick.
It looks very tranquil. Are you excited?
I am very excited. It looks very tranquil today.
Did you have problems finding a digger?
I had a bit of help because I asked one of my friends in the village, who's a lady farmer, but the arm is only 5 metres.
5 metres.
I reckon 5 metres should be just about long enough to get under the thick layer of silt.
It's going to be amazing if we find something.
You see, you said if there. This is one of the first times you said if to me.
Well, now I'm worried. I'm worried we're not going to find it.
I never thought Donna would have any last-minute doubts. But the area of the lake where we think the hoard of armour may be isn't the most easily accessible part. And I'm starting to have doubts myself.
This is the end of my land here. So the slope is not too bad just on this side. If you see the field next door,
Okay.
I think a digger could get in here.
There's no gate or access point here at all. So part of this fence will have to be removed to let the digger through. And that's not the only thing in the way.
It's going to be interesting because when he gets to the trees and close to the water, it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
You might have to move those trees, some of them.
This job is looking bigger and more difficult. Will the digger even be able to reach the lake?
I think it's welly time.
I think it's welly time.
At Chateau Montiel, Tim and his wife Chris have spent the last 7 weeks frantically trying to convert their attic into a family suite for their B&B. With the arrival of an added family member, baby Owen, this renovation is vital to increase their capacity and income.
And we could do with every penny we can get.
There was a lot to do back then. But I must say, I'm impressed with the work they've achieved. But the suite's first guests arrived today, and the room still needs its finishing touches. Nothing like flying by the seat of your pants.
We've frantically got to get it done now. And there's just a few bits of really heavy furniture that I need a hand with. And hopefully we'll be all right, ready in time for when they get here.
Luckily, Tim has managed to convince younger brother Ben to make a trip over from England again to help out.
You made it? Yeah. Go on, then. Let's get straight on. OK. Let's get straight on.
Ben hasn't seen the place since he helped install the plumbing for the bathroom when it was just a shell.
Wow, all my hard work paid off. Wow, that's amazing.
I know you did a very good job, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. God, I'm really impressed. So none of it leaks? It's all...
None of it leaks, touch wood.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with this. So when will you get guests in here?
Today.
Today?
Yeah, any time from 4 o'clock, so we need to get on.
It's like 1 o'clock now.
We need to get on. So no cups of tea until we're finished.
OK, brilliant. Well, let's go then.
No cuppa, and the poor lad hasn't even put his bag down yet. I hope Tim welcomes his guests better than this.
Where do you go? That one needs to go in that room in there. In between the cupboard door and the bedroom door.
All you're doing is propping it up. I'm having to carry the whole thing.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch the top.
Yo!
Let me get rid of my shoes. That'll make it easier.
Throw them away. That's what a fashion folk are, they are. Oh, watch it.
No, don't bad. 7 years bad luck if you break that.
That was you anyway. Oh. Do I get that cup of tea yet?
While Ben grabs a well-deserved cup of tea, Chris helps out.
We've got a Dutch family arriving today. It's 4 adults and 2 children.
You better hurry up, you two, because it looks like they're here. Back at Le Vieux Chateau, the digger Donna booked has arrived, and the team have started to remove the fence.
Didn't mess around, did they?
So they can access the lake and start the search for the buried armour.
They're on time, and the first thing they've done is go straight to work. Yeah. That's good, that's good. We like that. Now, he's got to get down that slope safely.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, because he's coming down here.
At an angle. How do they manoeuvre these enormous machines?
Now the digger's off the truck and in position, it's time to clear the path to the lake.
He has done this before.
He's going to go up when they think to do it. Yeah.
My goodness. Health and safety French style.
This is a definite don't try this at home, kids.
Seriously, never try this at home. After almost 2 hours' work, they clear a pathway to the lake.
Now he wants water.
You happy?
Oui,
Merci,
maintenant.
merci, monsieur.
I've been waiting 2 weeks for this moment. Donna longer than that.
This is the first scoop. This is the first scoop.
I don't think he's gone deep enough, but I want to run the metal detector over it to be sure.
Just sweep over that lot. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
That's good.
Nothing at all. No. Okay. Down we go. Deeper, I think.
Brilliant. Every time that goes in, you get that little flutter, don't you, in your tummy?
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like there's anything in the second scoop either.
That's just silt.
It's just silt.
Third time around, he's gone even deeper.
Okay, quick one. There's nothing there. Come
No.
All the way around.
No.
Okay. We know we've had a beep in here.
There was a beep.
Okay.
Yeah. Encore, s'il vous plaît.
He's getting deeper. What is very interesting, exactly, we have no idea how deep this is going. See, look, he's going.
Oh my goodness, that's deep. Oh, he's on the bottom.
He's on the bottom.
He's on the bottom.
And this time?
Here.
Yeah, let's see. Hold on.
It's that thing. It's that thing.
Look, look, look. That is an old nail, a very old nail.
Not another nail. It's always nails. There's no way this gave us all those strong beeps we heard when we were out on the boat.
Encore. Merci, monsieur.
I'm convinced there's still something out there. So we've got to keep digging.
What is that? What is that?
Could this be the remains of the crates the armour was placed in? Back in the Dordogne, with Brother Ben's help, Tim and Chris have got their new attic suite ready, just in time for the arrival of the first guests, a family from Holland.
Hi, Tim, Michelle. Hi, Anna. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So I'm going to leave you in my wife's capable
Yeah,
hands and she'll
very
show you
good.
up to your room.
So I'm gonna take you to the kids' bedroom. It's over here to the left. We've got portable air conditioner in both bedrooms. If it gets really hot, you know, you can just put it on. Y'all good?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll just show Mom and Dad.
Yeah.
It's just right here.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is your bedroom.
Perfect. What a nice room.
There you go. Thank you very much.
It's
It's
really
really
nice.
nice.
Thank you
I
very
just
much.
have to watch my head.
Well, apparently, the Dutch are the tallest people in the world.
Just for
Yeah.
French people.
It's true. And for me too.
And for
I'm
you.
quite small.
Yeah.
Hey.
How was it?
It's nice.
Do you think they liked it?
They really liked it, yeah.
They,
The dad said it's what he expected it to be, so.
Cool. And they were all right with the beams being up in the
It's
attic?
okay. He just needs to.
They're all very tall, aren't they?
As the family settle in, Ben is roped into one final job. Tim and Chris own 23 sheep.
They look more like goats, but they are sheep. The main problem with having 6.5 acres of land is, and a chateau to renovate and a newborn baby is you have no time to mow lawns. So we got the sheep. We bought 4 sheep. Very quickly, we ended up with a lot of sheep. We sell on the lambs each year to other people that want to do the same thing. We don't take them to the abattoir.
The sheep serve another purpose as well. They're a great attraction for the guests.
The kids love them, and when the guests come and they've all got kids with them, they love the sheep and they feed the sheep and we give them corn.
Yeah, they look very exotic.
Yeah, and we've got a couple that are really, really friendly.
With the guests now here, and before they spot the sheep, Tim will need to give them their worm medicine. And while he's at it, he can tag them too.
Are their horns sharp? Nah, no sharper than, I don't know, a knife or something.
I don't feel comfortable doing this, but you know, I'm willing to give it a go, I suppose.
All right, if you go in the pen on the left, I'll grab a sheep for you.
Right.
And then throw it over to you. I'll staple its ears and then chop it out. Go for it.
Make it sound so easy.
There, then I'll
OK, show Ben how it's done then, Tim.
Oh, great. There you go. Oh, I can't get it because your arm's in the way. Oh, God, you said it's not hot. Oh, you said it's like you've got your... There you go, there. You're all right. Just put your arm around him. There you go. I thought you said they weren't sharp. They're not sharp. Tim, do you want to do it quickly? Yeah, we'll do. There you go. Just hold him really still so he doesn't move. Oh, yeah. Whatever you do, don't drop him. You make it sound so easy. Oh, oh for goodness sake. Let's worm him. Quickly, then. Look at me. Come on. I'm putting him down. Right, put him down. There you go, fella.
Sheep are pretty hardy creatures. I think it was Ben who came off worse then. Next.
Oh, Christ. Why are you passing it to me like a baby? Look at it, kicks you and everything. Oh, you nice and calm, nice and calm. I am doing it calm. Oh. Oh, Christ. This one's heavier than the last one. You're going to have to go a lot faster. Let's just give it some worming. Yeah, do it.
Hang in there, Ben. There's only 22 more sheep to go.
I don't think I'm cut out for the good life.
Back in Normandy at Le Vieux Chateau, we've been dredging the lake for more than an hour in search of 20 crates of armour supposedly buried there during the Second World War. We just pulled out some wood. Sadly, it's not the remains of a crate. Next, we find some more metal.
What is that? You're on again, Donna.
Yep.
What have we got there?
A tin can. Oh, I'm getting really disappointed, Dick.
So no luck again. But we're not giving up yet. Donna wants to try digging a little further along the bank.
Personally,
Well,
this is the spot that I probably would like.
OK.
Only because we got the readings there.
Yeah, we've got readings here.
It's deeper than over there.
It's closer to where the trees are at the edge as well.
Exactly.
Which means...
The original bank is probably closer to this bit than 2 bays along.
The only problem with this spot is there's 6 large trees blocking the digger's route to the lake. But Donna's had an idea.
Est-ce que c'est possible pour la machine tomber les arbres?
They're going to use the digger as a tank.
That's one way to get a tree down. It's fantastic. I've never known land clearance done so quickly before in my life. It's quite amazing. Now I'm getting excited again about the next patch in case we find it there. Woo!
Oh, he's straight in. Look at that. He's not messing around.
We've been here for 3 hours now, and the digger's got to go back soon, so we're running out of time.
It looks like a piece of wood to me.
Ah, a piece of wood that could be a box. Oh, my God.
This looks very promising.
Get your detector. Let's go in.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
I want to look at that bit of wood.
I know, absolutely.
Is that a bit of wood or is that a bit of... What is it? It's too
Very
long,
long.
for it's too long for a box. Nothing.
That is definitely man-made, but it's too long for a box.
Do you know what it looks like to me? It looks like a floorboard or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another disappointment.
No, this is all silt.
OK, brilliant.
OK.
Encore?
Oui, encore, s'il vous plaît. C'est possible?
D'accord.
Merci.
The digger has to go. He's going in for one more dig, so it's now or never.
Oh, come on, please.
That's quite deep.
But it's just another pile of silt. Sadly, it's time to admit defeat. But ever the optimist, there's no way Donna's giving up for good.
I think what's happened is, over time, over 77 years, the water has eroded the bank, and so the natural bank would have been much further in the lake.
And if they've thrown it in, it's outside our reach.
And it's outside of the reach of a digger like this. So the only way to find it would be to drain the lake. It's quite a big job.
It's not a small job.
What's more, if you want to drain a lake, you need a permit. And here in France, that could take a year to be approved. Maybe even longer.
Don, I don't know what to say. I'm gutted for you. I'm gutted for we haven't actually found it. Yeah.
I am too. I won't give up.
I know you
It
won't.
might take a few years.
Let me know and make sure I get a call because when it gets drained, I want to be here.
Absolutely.
I am so sad for Donna. She believes there is treasure in the lake. I believe there's treasure in the lake. One thing that's really encouraging is she's not giving up. There's French bureaucracy to fight now because she wants to drain her lake and get in and have a good look around. I'm expecting a phone call out of the blue in the future that says, Dick, I've drained the lake, come and help me find my treasure. And she will find it.
Good luck, Donna. Hopefully you'll be calling me. I'm convinced and I'd hate to miss the adventure. Owning a chateau can be a money pit. With all the land that usually comes with them, a great way to save or earn some extra cash is to own livestock. Whether they're to keep the grass cut, entertain the guests, or be a source of food, they can bring financial gains not to be laughed at. We regularly get eggs and meat from our chickens, and today we've got 200 kilos of pork from our pigs. First, I need to preserve the hams, with the help of our friend, Brett.
I'm going to put it in first like that. 10 kilos of salt.
Packing them in a mixture of salt, sugar, peppercorns and bay leaves draws out the moisture and gives them flavour.
Every day, I will open these out. I'll rub the salt all over them, turn them over, just until we extract all the juices.
I'll do this for the next 2 weeks.
After that, they come out, get wrapped up in muslin, hung up, then we wait.
After this curing, the ham should be dried and ready to eat in about 6 months. With the help of my mother-in-law, Jenny, Brett and I chop, dice and slice the rest of the meat. It's always been important for me to know where my food comes from.
When it comes to people eating this, we know everything. We know the parents of the weaners that we got. We know the food we've put into them. We know the attention they've had. We know how they were dispatched. And I think too often now we just go and buy and trust. And I must admit, I like knowing about my food. And it's going to taste great. That's the other very important thing. Right, let's go out and get them in the freezer.
350 miles roughly south of us, Tim and his brother Ben are dealing with their livestock, which they keep not for the meat, but to entertain the guests and to keep the grass cut. They've just finished tagging them.
Bye. I'm covered in, I don't know, poo. My T-shirt is ruined. Your shorts are a bit messy anyway.
I feel like I've been beaten up, mugged. I'm happy to help, but I'm not doing this one again. I'll carry your furniture, paint, decorate, whatever. But this manual handling sheep thing, I can't do that.
You're embracing rural life. For your first time tagging, that went all right.
Honest to God.
No casualties apart from ourselves. Let's go. Let's go get cleaned up.
There is no rest for Tim. He's got to get back to the chateau to prepare dinner for the newly arrived guests.
Everyone's eating?
Yeah, 5 adult meals and 3 adult meals.
No
From
kids'
the other
food?
bedroom, no kids' food.
Oh, all right,
yeah.
that's good.
So it's down to the veg patch and greenhouse to grab some vegetables. In the middle of spring, a surprise frost killed off almost the entire crop. They cut out all the dead stuff, gave it a good water and prayed a little. So did it recover?
I'm relieved that we've got stuff to give them. I thought we'd lose everything, to be honest. I think we've got enough food to put together a decent dinner for them.
It looked like a great crop to me. Tim is a chef by trade, and so at Chateau Montiel, it stands to reason he's the head chef here too.
These are the cucumbers out of the garden. I'm just going to soften them up in a bit of pickle in solution, stuff them, roll them up, and they'll just be a garnish for the smoked trout. And it's just a little bit of citrus mayonnaise just to finish it off.
And then it's taken out to the table. What did the guests think?
The side of the food's really nice. It's done very professionally. One of the families taking pictures of it. So cool.
The food is lovely. It's being served very nicely. But it was really nice that we saw the vegetables from the garden being carried upstairs to the kitchen and then being served at your table is really nice.
It's a hit. Well done, Tim and Chris.
I think it went brilliantly, didn't it? I think everyone had a great time. Ate all their food, enjoyed it. Happy customers, happy B&B owners.
All the hard work,
It's a win-win situation.
It's all worthwhile.
It's all worthwhile.
After a difficult start to the year, with baby Owen's early arrival putting them behind in their renovations, they've turned things around and successfully launched their new accommodation.
It's been a long journey. We've had our ups and downs, lots and lots of downs, but seeing what we've done, it's all worth it.
It's an amazing rollercoaster journey that takes a hell of a lot out of you, but gives you so much back. It's an absolute adventure.
We've got income from doing the B&B in the chateau. It's great. It's such a good feeling. I think the decision to renovate the chateau, all of that hard work, it's all been worth it.
We're setting the kids up, aren't we, with an amazing future for themselves as well. You know, our hard work will benefit them and hopefully their kids, and it looks like it's going to be a great success.
Yeah.
Seems their hearts belong to Chateau Montiel. Here's to Tim, Chris and little Owen.
It's a brilliant life. The weather's good and the wine's cheap and the food's delicious.
I couldn't agree more about the food. It's one of the best things about France. At our place, of the 200 kilos of pork, I've reserved 4 kilos to turn into one of my favourite foods, salami. We minced it up and added some salt.
And I thought what we'd do with this batch, just to start off with, we just make some pepper salamis.
Seeing as she's working so hard, we'll name this batch in honour of my mother-in-law.
These are called Jennifer's salamis. Yeah? It's a very tactile thing, sausages. Sausages always make me laugh. There's not a thing about making sausages that I don't find humorous.
Okay, so now you can put your skin on.
With the help of Brett's sausage maker, we push the meat through a hole and into the sausage skins.
Yeah. Now, when you do salamis, we have to determine before we start how long a salami you want.
Well,
Is it Jennifer salami?
I'd say 10 inches.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not saying a single thing. Not too slowly. Not too slowly. Not too slowly.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
You move to the country. That's what country girls do. Where do you think they get their entertainment? Those. They're nice. They're going to be very, very rustic.
Yeah, have you noticed they're getting bigger as the night goes on?
I'm not saying anything. We'll just let
That's
that.
a king of salamis.
It is, isn't it? It's nice.
We've made 10 sausages. We now need to dry them for at least 4 weeks, and then they're ready to eat.
Not bad for a first tranche, and there's more to come.
As your daughter would say, voila.
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 Next time, we meet a whole new batch of intrepid owners dealing with their chateaus. A trio of chateau rookies try to fix one of the chimneys.
But it's not supposed to be coming out the sides, is it? I wonder why it's doing that.
Without much success.
They managed to get through into the chimney breast, but it's the wrong one.
The owners of a luxury chateau hotel embark on a mission to win over the locals.
Lots of anti-us in the press. We had protesters, all sorts.
But their efforts to drum up much-needed business don't go to plan.
Only 8 people here. There's more suppliers and more staff than there are customers.
When a family deals with this influx of flies,
So we get this treatment done twice a year.
things go awry. And at our fairy tale chateau, I get down and dirty building an outdoor toilet.
Never mind fancy gyms. Build a compost loo.